It's great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourself a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time. It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Myśliwiec.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman. Yeah.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements is nice.
From Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get, for an organizer.
It's great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourself a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time. It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Myśliwiec.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman. Yeah.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements is nice.
From Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get. Court organizer.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time.
It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Gałek.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements. That's nice
From
topic.
Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing a great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get. Court organizer.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time.
It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Gałek.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman. Yeah.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements. That's nice.
From Michael Hladki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing a great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get. Court organizer.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourself a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time.
It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gałek and Kamil Gałek.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman. Yeah.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements. That's nice.
From Michael Hladki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing a great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get. Court organizer.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourself a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time.
It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
Fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Gałek.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements is nice.
From Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get, for an organizer.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time.
It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Gałek.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements is nice.
From Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get, for an organizer.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause.
many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time.
It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Gałek.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements is nice.
From Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing a great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get, for an organizer.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One. Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time.
It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes,
Definitely learned some new things.
fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Gałek.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
And maybe Angular elements is nice.
From Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing a great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get, for an organizer. Minko. I'm an engineer in the Angular team at Google. In this presentation today, I want to give you an overview on what to expect from Angular Ivy in the next 6 to 12 months. To make sure that we are all on the same page and to see how much more awesome Ivy is going to be, I want to start by talking about the present. I want to start talking about the current compilation and rendering pipeline called ViewEngine. Once we set the context, we're going to talk about the future, Ivy. Once you see how different these technologies are actually under the hood in terms of implementation, we're going to discuss the transition, which for you should be seamless. So our big goal for version 9 is to enable Ivy for all the Angular applications out there. Ivy is this project that we have been working on for about 2 years now. We have been talking about it on a lot of conferences, and what has been stopping us to release it is mostly to keep everything backwards compatible. So Ivy aims to make the framework simpler, smaller, faster, and of course, backwards compatible. Now let's talk about why Ivy is going to make Angular simpler. First, how does Angular work today so that you can appreciate the simplicity coming from Angular? Ivy. You have your Angular component, app component in this case, and most likely, internally, Angular CLI is going to pass it to ngC, which is the Angular compiler. Out of this single file, we're going to generate 5 different files. An ngFactory, metadata file, component.js, component.ts, and of course, an ngSummary. We're going to stop on these files that you probably care about. So, ngFactory first. It is produced by the component metadata as some global knowledge about the application so that we can compile its templates into the right context. It instantiates the controller of your component, this ngFactory file, as well as it takes care of some rendering and change detection. It is important that if you're building a library and shipping it on NPM, you probably don't want to push this file as well because we're going to override and generate on top of it anyway. The metadata file is used primarily for static analysis. So it contains some metadata for your components, such as its selector, view encapsulation, change detection strategy, and much more. It is used by our language service so that we can provide you some auto-completion and type checking in templates. It is used by other third-party editors such as WebStorm, and we're also using it for template compilation. We are recommending you to distribute this in your NPM library so that your users can use ahead-of-time compilation and take advantage of the different features that we provide with our language service. The component JS and DTS, these are the most intuitive ones. Of course, the JS file provides the JavaScript logic for your component, and the DTS file provides the type definitions. You must distribute this on NPM if you're a library author. So with Ivy, you have, again, your app component. You're going to pass it to ngC again, but this time you're going to get only 2 files out of it, the JS and the DTS file. The JS file, in this particular case, is going to contain the component definition. It is going to take care of instantiation, rendering, and change detection. The DTS file is going to contain not only the type definitions, but also some metadata for your component so that we can take advantage of the same ahead-of-time compilation as well as language service support. Eventually, at some point, our recommendation is going to be to distribute this on NPM, but not just yet. Follow me in the next couple of slides to understand why. So here is why the JS file is completely enough. To your component, we're going to add the static methods factory and component, which will take care of creating the component by passing the requested dependencies by the dependency injection mechanism, and the component definition is going to contain a function that is going to render your template and perform change detection. Now, you can see that both of these rendering and compilation pipelines are completely different under the hood. So you might be wondering how we make them play together. Well, here we're going to talk about backwards compatibility. In fact, if we relax this condition, if it wasn't a primary goal for us to keep everything backwards compatible, we'll have been able to release Ivy maybe a year ago or so. As you probably know, we have about 1,500 Angular applications inside of Google, and only the UI of Google Cloud Console is 3 million lines of code. So it's pretty big. We started migrating all our internal repos, all our internal projects to Ivy a lot of months ago. We discovered a lot of issues. We fixed them into the framework so that we can make sure that your transition is seamless. But still, during RCs, we're discovering new such issues and fixing them along the way. So I want to tell you a story from like maybe 2 weeks ago. I was on Angular meetup in San Francisco. And usually when I see a group of people, it doesn't matter whether it's an Angular meetup or just hanging around in the park or in the aqua park or a family gathering, I just go to people and ask them, how is your Angular migration experience? And I found a person from Crunchbase, one of their lead developers. I asked him, how was your Angular migration experience? How was your migration to version 8? And he said, oh, cool, it was pretty smooth. But now we tried the RC of version 9. And like my heart started beating. Because I know how many issues we were resolving in all of these internal projects just like days before I asked him. He said, well, I just ran ng update and everything worked. I was really nicely surprised because his application is probably several hundreds of thousands of lines of code, so it is considered a big one. And it seems that our migration experience that we were intending worked for him pretty well. Still, we have a couple of more RCs until we release Angular version 9 in the beginning of December. But what we're planning to allow you is to just run ng update, Angular/core, Angular/CLI, and this should update all of your Angular dependencies. It should update the build system and use the Ivy compiler instead of the Vue engine compiler. It should execute all the migrations, which are about 5. And should make all the libraries that you're using Ivy compatible. So this is probably the hardest thing, because you saw how much different the code produced by Vue engine is compared to what we have in Ivy. Here is how everything is going to work once you're using a Vue engine library with your Ivy application. We're going to compile your Angular application with ngC, and we're going to produce a bunch of JavaScript. In the same time, since your library has already been compiled to Vue engine, so you have the metadata files and the factories, we're going to compile this with another compiler called ngCC, the Angular Compatibility Compiler. Once we have these two outputs, they're going to be completely Ivy compatible, so we're just going to link them together and optimize them, so we can take advantage of everything, all the benefits that Ivy is going to provide. So currently, we all have Vue engine libraries on NPM, right? And that's how it is supposed to be, until we decide to encourage you to publish Ivy source code there. And at some point, we're hoping that all the libraries on NPM are going to be Ivy compatible. Until then, we have Vue engine applications talking to Vue engine libraries. We're going to use ngCC at some point, once you switch some of your Vue engine applications to Ivy, to consume the Vue engine libraries. More and more of your applications are going to move to Ivy, and eventually we're going to use ngCC only as a backup for some dead libraries that are no longer maintained. To make sure that we're working properly with most Vue engine libraries, or at least with a popular subset of them, we built the ngCC validation repo, where we have a CI on top of many popular libraries. So every time, once we push new code to master on GitHub in Angular, we're running our CI against all of the libraries in this validation repo to make sure that they successfully compile with ngCC, so they are successfully compatible with Ivy, as well as we run a bunch of end-to-end tests with them to make sure that they're working properly at runtime. Currently, we have over 160 libraries. Our build takes about 15 minutes, and 94% of them are compatible. To my surprise, most of the failures weren't from ngCC. They were from these libraries using just very old deprecated APIs, using renderer instead of renderer 2, an API that we deprecated over a year and a half ago. Although this is not an Ivy problem, we work very closely with the library authors. I, in fact, tracked some of them down. I found some in the social media so that they can publish the pull request that I send them.
So if you don't migrate your Angular library, I'm going to track you down. I'm going to open a pull request, and after that, ask you to publish it. And we have 94% compatibility with some of the failures are coming from libraries, library authors who were not responsive, unfortunately, and we weren't able to push our fix in there. So our transition right now, our plan for incremental adoption of NGCC and transition from Vue Engine libraries to Ivy in the next year and a half is first to encourage everyone to switch to Ivy in version 9 and continue shipping their libraries as Vue Engine code on NPM. Right after that, in version 10, once we finalize the instruction set of Ivy, we're going to start encouraging you to publish Ivy source code on NPM. And eventually, we're going to use NGCC only as a backup for libraries of others who we weren't able to track down and migrate to Ivy completely. So why Ivy is going to be smaller? Usually when I'm discussing the bundle size in the context of a front-end framework, I'm talking about runtime, tree shakeability, and generated code. The runtime is the part of the framework that is responsible for rendering your applications, change detection, as well as dependency injection, and more.
All right, we're almost back. I'm not thinking anything this time.
I actually don't have any important visuals, so I can keep talking about the runtime. So the runtime of Ivy is in fact not going to be much different from the runtime of Vue Engine. So we are on par in this sense. Ivy and Vue Engine are pretty much the same size. But in terms of tree shakeability, Ivy is much more well suitable in order to make sure that you're getting rid of the pieces of the framework that you're no longer using. For example, if you're building an Angular element, or if you're building a, I have visuals in a little bit, so let me give it a try. If you're building an Angular library, or if you're building small applications, a small application will be able to tree shake Ivy pretty easily so that we're going to get rid of all of the pieces of the framework that you're no longer using. In terms of generated code, all right, it is back here. It's going to be back there in a moment. In terms of generated code, Ivy is much more efficient compared to Vue Engine. As you saw, we are no longer generating these ng factories. We're generating just a bunch of instructions that describe the structure of your template. It is very similar to incremental DOM. For each element on your page, we're going to generate 2 instructions for starting this element, ending this element, and a couple of instructions for its template. I see the actual things that I'm talking about. Yeah, so this is going to, this limited subset of code that we're going to generate for Ivy is in fact going to be between 0 and 70% smaller compared to Vue Engine. So for larger applications, you can expect dramatic improvements in terms of bundle size. Where you're probably not going to get huge improvements is the bundle size for medium applications, where you're using most of Angular, and you're also using you also don't have that many templates, so that we're going to produce less code. Here is what I was talking about. On this chart here, you can see that the yellow bar is the size of your original template in your application. We have the red bar, which is the size of the source code generated by Ivy, and the blue one is the source code generated by Vue Engine. You can see that consistently, Vue Engine code is much bigger compared to Ivy. All right, and the last thing that I want to talk about today is internationalization. I have been talking to a lot of developers on different events who were unsatisfied with the internationalization experience, mostly because their Angular.json in Angular CLI was growing a lot, and their build time was increasing for each new localization that they were adding. Currently, the internationalization works the following way. We have your application library. We're passing a specific localization, doing some replacements of internationalization markers, and from there, building your application for each individual localization. So if you have 5 different localizations, we'll build your application 5 different times. Of course, we were optimizing all the assets to the maximum, so you wouldn't have absolutely nothing, absolutely no runtime overhead once you build your application to a given localization, but still this was taking a lot of time to produce your production assets. With Ivy, we're changing this. We built new internationalization pipeline, which is backwards compatible with the previous one. It is also built with runtime in mind. So now, once we build your application with NGCC, we're going to add some markers that we are going to replace with a specific localization after linking and optimization. This is going to allow much faster build times when you're using multiple different toolkits. I'm really happy to encourage you to try Ivy today, because this is something that we have been working on for a while, and I'm really happy with what it is going to bring to your applications. It is going to make your application smaller, faster, and it is going to enable a lot of new features. So please give Ivy a try today. Make sure that you file an issue or reach out to us on devrel@angular.io if you face any issues. In the Angular team, we often refer to Ivy as an enabler for faster applications, better development experience, simplification of Angular, making it more predictable, and so on and so forth. Being part of the Angular community for the past 7 years, I like to think of Angular as an enabler. I have seen hundreds of applications built from large financial institutions, large transportation companies, big media, and also a lot of startups, which are pretty much running the world right now. I also see a lot of developers, and most of them, I guess, are in this room today, who are building new tools for developers that are constantly improving our development experience. So I really cannot wait to see the future that you're going to build on top of the APIs that we provide in Ivy. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining. Not that you had much choice with a single track. So this talk's a little bit different for me. I usually do sort of technical talks. I want to teach you something that I've kind of realised and learned. I've called this going faster for less effort. I'm going to tell you a story of how I learned this go faster approach. So I've called it a different perspective on self-learning. Who here has learned something new this year? Nobody's learned anything new. Okay, so half the people here have learned something new. So in life we learn lots of different things. So I want to talk you through a model and a concept which I've been using. So what is this talk? It's a self-inspired journey, as I said. I've done something in the last year which has helped me learn in a different way, which I want to share with you. So we're going to uncover what is this going faster for less effort. What will it allow us to do? Why am I even bothering saying it to you? Now, in an ever-changing technology world, we have to learn new things every day. There's tweaks all the time, a new library comes out, we have to download it and install it and rewrite our applications overnight. So we can, by thinking slightly different, we can learn new things faster. We can begin to think more efficiently. We don't need this whirlwind happening. We can
can think clearly. We can use our time much more effectively and much more wisely. And I don't know about you, but when I start a new project, I try and think about the end goal first, and then how do I get there the fastest. Now, I don't know about you, but learning new things is quite a challenge. Why can't I do this? So we can try to break things down and avoid, why can't I do this? All this frustration in trying to learn new things. Now, none of this talk is groundbreaking. It's not something I've invented. These are just simple rules and principles which I've began to follow, which you can as well and adapt. Now, I'm going to share with you a non-technical story, but you can apply this thinking to your code and anything else that you do. So, the next time that you learn something new, I mean, who here, before they were doing Angular, for example, learned React or Vue or HTML or JavaScript, all these things. So there's a whole pipeline before of where you're currently at that you've already learned a lot of things. So when we want to learn something new next, before we just dive in, and we do this all the time, it's like when you jump in your car in the morning, you turn it on, you drive, you don't think about it. So my idea is, let's just think about it and try and develop some new good habits. Which led me to this idea that everything we do is somewhat learned. So we can have things like coding. We learn how to code, and then we can dive deeper, we can look at frameworks, we can look at libraries. But what else do we have? We have simple human things, such as eating and drinking. This bottle, for example. I can learn how to sip, I can cut my food. We have to learn these things as infants, and we grow up, and some people probably hold the knife and fork around the wrong way still. We also have sports and exercising. These things we don't just wake up and learn how to sprint 100 meters in 10 seconds. So some ideas are swimming, jogging, tennis. These are all things that hand-eye coordination or physical activities. We all need to learn them. And the fact that I'm actually stood here making sounds and you can understand, hopefully, what I'm saying, is that I've learned how to speak English and you've learned how to listen to my English. Now, language is a bit more complex. We have speech, we have written, we have writing with a pen. You have to learn how to write letters, and obviously typing on a keyboard. So there's lots of concepts, which led me to the idea that the way we learn something new is also learned. So when you were younger, you were taught how to learn, or you experimented and found out how to learn new things. But I had this realization that maybe the way that I was learning wasn't the best way of learning. So this talk is streamlining that approach. So if everything is learned, maybe there's an optimal way that we can learn. We can cut out some of the noise, we can keep more focus, less distractions. We can think about things better. And I like to use this word pattern. So when we're dealing with software and architecture, things like this, they're all patterns. And the way that we learn those patterns is also a pattern. How you approach something, how you look at a bird's eye view, or you dive down into an API, reading source code. How we learn all these things is a pattern. So this is the going faster for less effort, and a story where I had to learn something completely non-code related to get this lesson in my head. So last September, just before I came to NG Poland last year, I decided that since a young age, who here likes Formula 1 or racing? A couple of people, it's not very big in Poland. So I decided that I wanted to actually be a racing driver. So this was me on September 1st last year, and I'd never driven on a track before, and it was my first car handling day. Now, if you want to be a racing driver, there are so many things that you have to learn. Now, unlike code, you have fear of death with racing driving. So we want to avoid this, and by doing this, it allowed me to think a bit differently. So before I even started on this whole racing driver journey, the way that I learned, I call it leaves in the wind. It was, I still got from A to B, but I went from L and M and O and Z, and then finally arrived at B. So we kind of want to avoid this. So I'll call this the go faster for less effort. You can think of it as a program, if you like. So what is this go faster for less effort? How do you partake in it? So I've just narrowed this down to 3 simple things. Committing to the program, this is the easy one, and then breaking things down and staying within your limits. Now, whatever it is that you want to learn now or in future, if you follow these principles, I believe that you'll learn things a lot easier and faster and be able to go faster for less effort. So what does number 1 look like, committing to the program? First, we need to realize that we want to do it. I always had this burning desire to jump in a car and slide around a circuit and push people to the track, those kind of things. Now, there's also quite a large hurdle, I think, when it comes to learning, and that's people's emotions. Oh, it's too difficult, I don't want to learn this, I'm just going to avoid it. So, putting your emotions aside, hopefully you don't come off of the circuit and go into a wall or something like this. I accepted that might happen, and I tried everything to avoid this. And so far it's been okay. And finally, the most important piece is finding your own confidence inside and the belief that you can actually do something. If, for example, we have a completely new version of the web in 5-10 years, maybe even sooner, we can adopt these. We can say, hey, I'm not going to let my emotions get in the way. It's not scary. We can then find our confidence and believe that we're going to do something. And when you believe that you can do something truly, I find that you approach things in a much better way. So step 2 is breaking it down. This is the fun part, the analysis of what we want to achieve. Hello? So before we get going, before I want to be a racing driver and learn all these different things, we start with the basics. What tools do I need to be able to achieve my goal? That's a simple question. So it might be that you write out a simple list. I say, okay, I need a car, I need a roll cage. If we flip the car, I need some harnesses to keep me safe. It's a good idea to have a helmet. We have some race boots, we've got some nice gloves, which you need. And finally, we need some kind of racetrack to practice. So that's the nice easy part. This is the tools. And you can think about this in your own journey, something you've done in your life. Maybe some karate black belt from Minko. And then we can start to think about, okay, so now I've got all the tools, how can we then start approaching this? And I call this the smaller components that we need to learn. So what you can do, you can make a list. I do this in my head now, or a whiteboard. And you say, okay, so to be a racing driver, I need to learn quite a lot of things, but how do I break them down? So we got things like the racing line. We need steering technique. We got braking technique, throttle technique, visual reference techniques. As you're going fast, you need to know where to brake, where to accelerate. We then need to be mindful of other cars on the circuit. There's mirrors that we need to learn. We need to learn about car balancing. We need to learn about physics behind this. We need to learn about oversteer and understeer, tyres and temperatures, and also driving in the wet. Now I think if this was just put on you all at once, it's quite overwhelming. There's a lot of things in here that we need to learn. So this is what I tend to do when I learn something new. I would just pick the core essentials. So logically it makes sense to perhaps start with these. So we learn about the racing line. Where do I need to go on the circuit? Keeping things nice and simple. Then I'm going to focus on my steering technique, braking technique, throttle technique. Once I start getting good at these things, we can then start picking other things, start getting better at other things. And then finally, we build up skills in all these different areas, and then we can learn where to focus our energy. So this is a very important piece. So We now know what tools we need. We now know what we need to learn, but we need to stay within our limits. And through driving very fast on a track, I was inclined to stay within my limits. I don't want to do something silly and smash a car up or hurt myself. And it was through doing these things that made me appreciate a different way of learning that meant that I could stay within inside my own limit, but learn very efficiently. So we'll call this good discipline and understanding. Now, discipline is a very difficult thing to do, especially if you work at home, perhaps remotely like I do, and you've got no boss that tells you to wake up in the morning, you just snooze 50 times and it's midday. So we don't want to do that. So the way that I find that we can stay within our limits and start learning these new things is in short and sharp bursts. Now, when we think about driving, for example, I might go and take my car to a track. I'm not going to drive around for 8 hours non-stop, and otherwise I'll probably end up in the wall. So what we did was short focused driving sessions, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes at a time. This allows you to then come back, take a break, discuss what went well and what didn't go well. We can then look at areas for improvement. So when we go out in the next session, we can say, hey, let's take this corner differently, let's try a different technique. And then when we start getting good at these things, we can then say, okay, so what's actually next on the list that we can then start introducing? Now, it's all easy, and you can think of this in a technology world, with all this ever-changing technology and things. I mean, even as we're sat here now, new technology is being written that we're going to have to learn. And I find once you go overboard, it's very hard to come back. So one of my rules is don't go overboard. You'll become very tired very quickly. Which then leads to a lack of focus, a lack of motivation. We don't want to go and learn these new things. And when we get tired and when we get bored or something, we don't want to learn something, we then practice bad habits and we end up making mistakes. And it's recognizing those bad habits and acknowledging them and saying, hey, I'm going to change the way that I do this. I'm going to create a good habit. Now, this is my favorite piece, developing what I call the instinct. So it doesn't really matter what it is you're doing. For example, if I go and open this lid, it's not the first time I've opened a bottle of water. I've created muscle memory for me to twist the cap off. Similarly with driving, you develop an instinct of driving. You develop an instinct with typing. I'm sure there's people who can type well over 100 words per minute in here. And this all comes down to muscle memory. And once our muscle memory start to pick up on things, things become easier. So it's a natural progression. Once we're then good enough, we can then start making things more difficult. So a few days, who knows where this is or what corner this is? There'll be some extra points. Awesome, we've got some racing fans in there. So this is in Spa-Francorchamps, as apparently it's pronounced, in Belgium. Beautiful place up in the mountains. So a few days after I started learning to drive, this is one of the most challenging circuits in the world, I got invited to go here as my race instructor had somebody drop out, so I took their place. And there's all these Lamborghini, Ferrari race cars just shooting past me, and I'm this young guy sort of cowering in the corner at 50 miles per hour. But we were there for a few days, and I applied all these principles. I didn't overdo it. I thought about things. So in between this, or after this, should I say, I did one or two more track events, and I find that a lot of learning can be done in your head rather than doing. Same with coding nowadays. I don't sit there and code for 10 hours. I might think for 9 hours and code for 1 hour. So I researched all these physics and how I researched all these physics and understeer and oversteer and understood what I needed to learn. So 7 weeks after I began, I decided, okay, I'm going to try and go to Silverstone and go to race school. And I actually passed my race exam. You have to do a written, you have to learn all your flags and all these things, and then also do a lot of laps around the circuit. And it comes back to this point that through doing all of this, it's completely non-code related, but I had to learn something completely different, something in the real world that's physical, not virtually in our machines, to learn in a completely different and better way. So I'll sum it up as how I went faster for less effort. So I committed to the program, we started breaking things down, and I stayed within my limits. And through these limitations, I don't want to make a mistake, especially in England where it's never really sunny, it's wet and raining all the time. It's very easy to slide a car at 100 miles an hour in the rain. But through these limitations, I could make optimizations. I could just stay under that barrier of safety and progress. Now, realizing this optimal approach, if you want to call it that, led to expanding the idea to not just racing, but everything else. So what else can we apply this to? And these are just a couple of examples, and you can definitely think of more yourself as well. So, does anyone swim in here? Any swimmers? That's quite a lot. It's more than people learned this year. So, I started swimming a few months ago. And I'd swum as a kid and learned all these things. I never did any events or anything. I was never that good. But I decided for fitness purposes that I wanted to learn how to swim and swim up and down and get healthy, all those things that we should be doing. So what did this look like? I had to commit to the program. I had to say, Todd, you know, we're putting on some weight. We need to start swimming and accept these things. So after committing to the program, breaking something down, we can use the same model, if you want to call it that. So what tools do I need? We'll go back to breaking it down. I need some goggles, I need some swim clothes, and a swimming pool. Now the components that I need to learn to be fairly good at swimming, I need to learn different strokes. You've got breaststroke and front crawl. We need to then think about managing breathing underwater. We need to think about physics in the water. If I hold my breath more and inflate my lungs, I'm going to float more, so I'm going to have less drag in the water. So once you start understanding all these things outside of the activity that you're doing, you can jump in the pool and start swimming fairly well. Staying within my limits, there's a lot of people in the pool. They're regular people every morning, but I'm not trying to keep up with everybody else. I want to do short sessions of well-composed lengths, up and down, not making mistakes, focusing on technique, which then leads us to developing our technique and then creating that muscle memory which we need. I can then try things like butterfly stroke and more difficult techniques. So with all that in mind, could we apply this to absolutely anything? Could we apply it to Angular? So I'm going to guess that most people in here have started learning Angular and we're committed to the program. That's why we're sat here. So the next step would be breaking it down. How do we break down, how do I learn Angular? So really, we just need a computer, we need a browser and a text editor. And some of the components that not Angular components, some of the things that we need to learn are perhaps the CLI. We need to learn about modules, modular architecture. We need to learn about components, component architecture and communication. Directives, forms, points, and the list continues. Staying within your limits. Now, it can get very frustrating trying to learn something brand new that's so big, such as Angular. I find if you develop small, useful applications, something like a to-do app, lots of people say, oh, don't build a to-do app, because everyone else does it, but it demonstrates a lot of the core functionality, especially if you're a little bit concerned, or maybe haven't gone too deeply in something, it's a good eye-opener. Something like a calculator, any kind of real-world examples. Now we can learn more advanced techniques and principles as time goes by. What we don't want to do if we were learning Angular is just jump in with the biggest state management monstrosity app with behavior subjects and services and facades and all these different buzzwords. So my advice is making these lists and starting small and building things up and creating that muscle memory. I think that's pretty much on time. That is my Twitter handle. I would love some
questions, or however, I will be outside as well. You can check out anything we do on ultimatecourses.com, and hopefully that says thank you in Dziękuję. So thank you very much.
Super excited to be here. Today I want to talk about rethinking or maybe reevaluating our Angular architecture and its effects on performance. And we're going to focus mainly on initial load performance over runtime performance. Totally different subject, both super important. Before we get started, a little bit about me. Hopefully you can see the slides. I've been a part of open source for a few years now. I've been with the Angular Universal team since the very beginning. Most recently joined the Nest.js core team with Kamil, of course. And I've done a lot of cool open source projects over the years, maybe you've seen with .NET, Azure, things like that. I'm also the co-founder of Trilon.io. We're a full stack consulting company focused on everything from design, development, DevOps, and anything in between. So if you're looking for some additional people to come in, kind of review architecture, help you kind of finish things, check out our website, get in touch. I'd love to hear from you. Okay, so on to the good stuff. Architecture. What does it mean for us Angular developers? What are we architecting and who are we building it for? Well, at a super high level, our apps aren't much more than an app module importing a series of other modules, right? Whether you have a single application or a mono repo, at the end of the day, it all kind of boils down to this. We're going to eventually compile, bundle, deploy our application, hopefully to the cloud somewhere. And there we have it. It's live. Users can actually start using it. But how do users see our application? What do they care about? What's important to them when they first come to our site? Well, unfortunately, they don't care that we used Angular, right? They don't care what we used, how we did it, and they don't know the blood, sweat, and tears we put into our apps and the effort. They found our link on Google, maybe on social media. They clicked on it because they thought it was interesting. They're waiting, and eventually they get to see the app. And hopefully they stick around. They care about three things, but of course many others. But they want our app to be fast, interactive, and responsive, right? So how do we improve the user experience for that initial experience for users with Angular? Well, we know performance matters to them. And Walmart, for example, saw a 1% increase in revenue for every 100 milliseconds improvement in performance. That's huge. So performance isn't something we can overlook. It's not a one and done type thing. It's something we need to constantly work on. Every time we add a new feature, make sure it's something we're checking in on and tuning down to make sure it's faster. Oops. So whether you're starting a new app or you have one in production, how do you get started? Where do we begin? Well, hopefully people have heard of, how many people are already using Lighthouse actually? Nice, quite a few. If you're not using Lighthouse, it's a great tool by the Google Chrome team that helps to audit your website. It yells at you for pretty much everything you've ever done in life and gives you tips on how to fix your site. And I like to think of this whole process with Lighthouse as kind of a 3-step process that you're going to repeat for every issue you find. Analyzing the issue, trying out a few things to see if it works, and then auditing it to see if it works. I like to call this the Lighthouse game. It's a terrible game. It's pretty annoying, but it's worth it. And the effort you put into it, you're going to see back in revenue, user retention, things like that. The dream with Lighthouse is 100 across the board. The reality, it's probably a lot worse. Believe it or not, this is actually CNN.com, but burn. So what tools can we use as Angular developers? We've used Lighthouse, now what? Well, Webpack Bundle Analyzer, if you haven't used it, is an incredible tool that helps you visualize your architecture. You can see what's part of your main bundle, what vendors or third-party libraries, and the size of your lazy chunks. So here's kind of a somewhat realistic application that's making a few mistakes that we can spot right away with Webpack Bundle Analyzer. right away we can kind of see that we're using all of Material, all of RxJS, and Lodash, and Moment. So these are easy fixes. We can make sure we import only what we need. We can remove things like Moment, maybe switch to something lighter weight. Same thing with RxJS. And make sure we're importing specific things. So with Webpack Bundle, Analyzer, and Lighthouse, now that we've done that, it's important to kind of set some initial goals for our app, right? What's the most important, and then slowly go down the line. It's important to reduce that main thread execution time. The easiest way to do that is by reducing the bundle size. We know that by shipping less JavaScript, we're going to have better performance, but that's kind of easier said than done, right? It's not one of those things that just, I mean, if we could all do it, we wouldn't be talking about it, right? But the key here is really to move as much as you can out of the main bundle into lazy loaded stuff. Try to remove third-party libraries, load them later, defer, anything you can. There's a lot of strategies. So this is important, like we said, because when a user comes to the site, they request all the CSS, JavaScript, and that JavaScript itself is the heaviest burden. So 100 kilobytes of JavaScript, after it's decompressed, parsed, compiled, and then executed, is going to take way more of a hit on performance than a 100 kilobyte image. So it's super essential to take that down as much as we can. So back to some of those metrics and things that the user cares about. When it comes to our app being fast, what does that mean to us? What can we aim to improve? Well, we could improve our first initial paint, what they view when they see our application. Like we said, decrease that bundle size, and then maybe improve time to interactive. So hopefully everyone's already doing this one, but this is the first great thing you can do to improve size is lazy load routes. The one tip I would have with that, though, is to really be careful with the imports. So make sure all the modules are really lean. They import only what they need. And if you try to stay away from certain things like shared modules
and stuff like that, it's going to help you because you're not going to lean on tree shaking and dead code elimination as much. Instead, you're very implicit with what everything needs. So an example would be like an order module where it might be irritating, but you import everything very implicitly. But it's nice because at a glance, we can look at this and say, we know exactly what everything needs. And nothing's going to receive things it doesn't. So for preloading strategies, there's two favorites of mine. One is NgRx Quick Link. This is kind of related to lazy loading. It's created by Minko Gechev, of course. And this actually helps you preload the modules, but when they're visible and the browser's idle. So instead of taking up the main thread time, it's going to wait till everything's idle and then load them as soon as it's visible on the screen. Really nice. And if you need something even better, Guest.js is actually a smarter version that's going to use analytics and try to preload things based on what's most likely going to be viewed. Okay, with lazy loading, there's also a way to lazy load things that aren't routable. And there's great tools like NgRx Loadable that let you, let's say you have a chat widget at the bottom. It's not absolutely essential to show them this right away, but with something like NgRx Loadable, once they get down there, you could view it, and it'll load all the JavaScript, and it'll appear. So a little bit of a delay in the user experience, but this is just going to help decrease that main bundle size, though. And a lot of these things are app-by-app basis, so you need to, kind of determine what you need and what's important for your application. Next up is deferring images. Really similar concept. And ng lazy load images, incredible, super easy, very lightweight, and it's just going to do exactly that. Wait till it's visible, and then load the image. It also has a really nice feature where you can put a default image. You can put like the logo to your website, and then once they see all those little icons, it'll just switch over. So you're going to be delaying those HTTP requests, which is great. So okay, let's put it in kind of like a somewhat real-world example. This is a fake foodies app, and this is the initial page we're going to see. I'm showing mobile because most people view things with mobile these days, right? So these first few components and modules are probably essential, right? We can't delay them. We can't do much here. But what about all the content below the fold, right? And that's going to be different on web, mobile, tablet. But if we scroll down a bit, we can make some decisions here. What do we want to keep? What do we want to remove? What do we want to delay to be rendered? Some things here, like latest from the blog, this is not a big performance hit, just a bunch of text. That's totally fine. But what about this area? Could we maybe lazy load this entire section? Maybe it's important. We can just lazy load the images. These are all decisions you can make, but these tactics will really, really help in the long run, performance-wise. Next, and this is huge. So how many people are already deploying everything to CDN? Just a few. Awesome. So this is super important. This is like an instant big win. Using something like Cloudflare, there's a lot of other great tools. You're going to deliver everything on the edge. So if you're in Tokyo, Poland, or New York, you're going to get something the closest to you. It's going to be cached on a server, and it's going to be much faster than any server you could randomly spin up. And to go along with that, make sure those files are compressed. So at a minimum, use gzip. It's going to at least half your payload size. And if you can, use Brotli. And Cloudflare, for example, just has a toggle, so there's no reason not to use Brotli. Super awesome. Okay, so to improve that initial experience when they first view our application, the best tool to use is server-side rendering, also known as Angular Universal. It comes with a slight con of maybe making a slower time to interactive, that initial, like that overall client-side bootstrap, but I think it's definitely worth it, and there's a few things you can do to kind of still keep your app slightly interactive and functioning that we'll discuss in a second. So, compared to traditional rendering, where someone comes to the application, we see a loading screen, I think I spelled it wrong, oops. And if they're on a slower device, 3G or something like that, they might be here for a while. And that's not good. I mean, I'm sure we've all been there. It takes forever to load a certain website. You just back out and try something else. So that's something we don't want. With server-side rendering, they're going to see the application right away. But if they're on a slow device, it might take a while to bootstrap, but they at least have something they can see and maybe interact with. So this kind of ties into that. It's really important to make sure they can still do something in your app. Not everything's going to be functioning. You're not going to have a carousel, all kinds of cool JavaScript stuff. All that stuff hasn't loaded yet. All they're going to really see is HTML, CSS. So you want to make sure that experience is still a little bit interactive. Add a few things in there, even if you need to, vanilla JavaScript, just to make some kind of functionality that's really important for your application. Because when they first see that paint, this thing here, like they need to actually still be able to do something. Because there's actually a period of time, it's like a gap. And it could be a few seconds, and it could be 10, 15 if they're on a really slow internet connection, where it's not our regular Angular app yet. So, little tips and tricks for this. Try to use router link instead of click events. Because a router link is actually going to turn into just an anchor tag with an href during a server-side render. So it's still functioning. If they click on it, it's going to take them to the next page. Things like a hamburger menu, maybe a login modal. Since you can't open modals yet, just navigate to a page that loads that component. And they won't even realize that in the background of that page, eventually it's going to bootstrap, and they'll have your full app experience eventually. So like little kind of hacky tricks, but it works really well. And like we said, make sure they can scroll. They should still see something. They might not see everything, but something. Okay, so with server-side rendering, there's two main types of SSR. One is called dynamic, and this is going to be at runtime. And this is really essential for pages like a products list, where it's going to change at any moment. So when the user hits products, they're going to request the application. We're going to serialize it, hit all the APIs, and it's going to come back round trip. It takes a little bit longer. Pre-rendering, when they hit that products page, if we already had it pre-rendered, this was done at build time. So they're just going to get an index or HTML file. It's going to be that much faster. So if you can opt for pre-rendering over dynamic, because you can cache that, you could use memcache, Redis, or just store the files themselves and return them back to the user. But a cool thing is a lot of applications actually need all three. So in this example, we could see we have some routes that are being pre-rendered, a few are dynamic, and then anything else is just we're going to return that regular HTML file for our typical Angular experience. So it's kind of nice. It lets you get to leverage everything and get the best of all three worlds. And lastly, with server-side rendering, make sure you're caching those HTTP responses. And the Angular Universal repo actually has a package for this right away. And this is just literally you just add it in, and it's going to cache all of your GET requests and then reuse them. So you're not going to get flicker, and you're going to save that many requests. And just a general tip, it's not even related, but keep the API calls lean. they'll be faster, and then you're going to have less in the HTML. So lastly, we talked about being responsive. We can't really dive into mobile and tablet, but hopefully we're all doing that. Super important. But something we have control over is making sure our app is usable even with slow or no internet. Of course, the tool for this is PWAs, Progressive Web Apps. Even if you don't care about PWAs, you don't care about your app being installable, things like that, if you set up a service worker, it's super beneficial. You can cache all these assets. And when your user hopefully comes back to your site, it's going to be that much faster. So I know I just threw like way too many things at you in like 10 minutes, but it's really all about finding the right balance and figuring out what makes sense for your application, determining what's important on that first viewing or that first experience, what could be moved over, lazy loaded. Do you need server-side rendering? Is this a public-facing application? Is it internal? So there really is no one-stop solution, but I would say if you could do all the lazy loading, CDN, things like that, you're going to see a huge improvement, and it's super easy to do. So remember what matters. Make your app fast. Make it responsive, interactive. It's all about the user experience. Don't get caught up in GraphQL or just some other random hype thing. I'm not saying it's bad. It's amazing. But it's the user experience that matters. What we use is fun for us, but what someone experiences is what the end goal. So if we focus on that, focus on experience, your app will always be more successful. So in conclusion, keep that main bundle small, move anything you can out of app module, lazy load it. Try to keep your modules very lean, be intentional with the imports. Lazy load just anything possible, images, modules, components. And if you're doing server-side rendering, just remember to be functional. Some additional resources. Minko Gechev has a great GitHub repo, Angular Performance Checklist, which has some of these things and many more. Definitely check that out. And David East has a whole series on Universal and some of the trickiness with measuring it with Lighthouse and things like that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Dziękuję bardzo.
So today I'm going to talk about the magical TypeScript features and how they can improve the project you work on. However, I'll show some of the examples of NgRx, how we can use those magical features to improve NgRx. All right, but before we get to that, a few more words about myself. So as was mentioned before, I'm a software engineer at Google for the last 6 years, and the last 3 I've been working on the Firebase console. I'm also a core member of the NgRx team. Who's here using NgRx? Oh, good, good, good. Great. Hopefully, after yesterday's workshop, there's like 30 more of you who raised a hand, right? Yes, great. I also write for Angular In Depth and sometimes curate their articles there. And recently, I started organizing Angular Toronto. So if you're in the Toronto area, shoot me a tweet right there. And we'll get something together. Okay, so TypeScript. Who of you follow all the latest and greatest TypeScript releases that keep coming up and up? Okay. So then, as all 20 of you know, this month TypeScript released version 3.7. Which is, again, another great release. Lots of new features. One that I was particularly exciting is optional chaining. Something that we were able to use in Angular templates for a while now, the question mark, right? So when we're trying to unpack a deeper nested property, in TypeScript code right now, we have to do, check the object, then and access the property, and access a deeper property. So that's all begun. You can now just use the question mark, just like we have in Angular templates. Okay, so 3.7 is out, and you can use that fantastic optional chaining feature whenever you migrate your project to 3.7, which will be probably in another year or so. Great. Okay, so we'll go over a few features today. We'll start with some of the basic ones, like generics, and we'll go more and more advanced into advanced topics. But why do we need them to begin with, right? Why do we care? Like, I'm an Angular developer, I have my whatever service, and it's all good. Well, to use JavaScript is very, very dynamic language, right? You can do a lot of things with JavaScript. However, to make it, stricter type, you want to limit the developers who use your libraries, use your services, use your projects to be more predictable, right? You want to limit the scope of what they can do, and you want them to guide into specific usages that you want. So all of that can help you. Okay, let's start with the generics. So I'm sure all of you know this, but for example, you have a function compare, and you want to compare A and B, and they, for example, are strings, right? And return some kind of number. So now you want to expand this, and you want to compare numbers as well, right? So you can do a function overrides. You have a compare, you have another compare with numbers, and you have to have a fallback that handles all of the cases, like A, B of any, and you do your comparison there. The problem with this approach is that, for example, A and B, can really be any, and TypeScript, well, if you try to compare a string and number, it does, okay, first one, okay, it doesn't match string and string, second one doesn't match, number and number, it'll just fall back to the compare, any and any. Which is probably not always what you want. So for that, to solve that problem, TypeScript has a generics, right? It generalizes the function and extracts the type property into the letter T, for example, here. So this one really enforces that A and B would be of the same type. Doesn't matter what kind of type, but it's the same type. So, and they don't have to be exactly the same type. Like here's an arrays, for example. So A doesn't have to be specifically T. It could be more complex type that's using T, like array here. Okay, next, the function also has another great thing, like extends keyword. For example, here we say that U extends T. It means that U would be a more specific type of T, and then we can sort of have this kind of syntaxes and tie those both A and B together in a specific way. Okay, so hopefully you all knew that already. Before we get further, the unions and intersections is another great topic. You can basically union the types together. A and B, you'll get the C type that will be both, it'll be either A or B. And you can intersect them as well. So that it's like joining the properties. This topic is actually quite interesting, and some things are counterintuitive. For example, when we try to intersect the two types, we'll actually have the union of their properties. And when we try to union the types, we'll have the intersection of their properties. Sometimes it can be confusing. Let's look at a specific example that, for example, TypeScript team provides. Let's say we have blue things, we have red things, we have big things and small things. So when we intersect blue and small things, we'll get things that are both small and blue. So their properties become a union, right? We get small and blue things. However, if we, union blue things and red things, we'll get the intersection of their properties, which will be actually the empty set. Okay? With that out of the way, we'll get to more interesting topics, conditional types. Let's hear using conditional types. Okay? All right, yeah, good. So conditional types is if the type is a subtype of, for example, if T is a subtype of U, if it extends U, we can do, provide type X. Otherwise, we'll do the Y. Where is it useful? So, for example, we want to remove the types from T that are assignable to U. So they can be assigned to you as well. And we create a custom type called diff. So we provide our T and U. If T extends U, then we'll do a never. It's a special keyword. That means that it'll just won't put anything in the type. Otherwise, it'll be T. And the example of usage of this diff would be, if we have a type that's a union of a string and number, and we try to diff that by string, we'll get numbers back, right? So we have a union type, and we'll remove anything that's assignable to string, we'll get numbers. Okay, so the second one, a filter, for example, we can do the opposite that are not assignable. We'll just flip T and never on the sides, and we can use that type now. For example, string and number will filter only something that's assignable to strings, and we'll get the strings back. Okay, so you can work with the conditional types, and they're quite powerful already. What's interesting, there are some types that are already built into the TypeScript. For example, a non-nullable type, really powerful. And that type represents the diff of whatever object you have, which can be undefined or null as well, right? And remove, for example, anything null or undefined out of it. Okay, I'm sure all of you are using TypeScript in the strictest mode, right? Right? No? No? Okay, so you have a homework now. Come back home today, open your project, test config JSON, compiler options, strict equals true. Boom. Help yourself, all right? TypeScript is your friend. Use it to the maximum. For example, in Google, we have a TypeScript team who helps us migrate from one version to another. And we recently migrated to version 3.6, which is great. We're really just a little bit behind the official releases, which was fantastic. But there's no way on earth that would be possible without the strict mode true. If every developer tries to craft their code in their specific ways, that'll be a little bit harder to migrate. So one other thing that strict mode enforces is you won't be able really to swallow the null or undefined types. So say, okay, that will be just T, right? You won't be able to use that. So null and undefined really persist through all your operations and through all your inferences. So say you have a filter operator. And so in runtime, with the strict mode true, in runtime you really filter all the nulls or undefineds. You're good. However, in the strict mode, TypeScript doesn't really know that that's what you're doing, right? It doesn't know that, okay, after this ID rating, whatever type it is, that it cannot be null or undefined anymore. So what do we do here? To help TypeScript, we use something called like a type guard. We'll provide the return type of this function. So, and here where non-nullables starts to come in. We'll tell TypeScript that after this method executes, after this function executes, whatever the type of ID rating is, it no longer can be nullable, right? So we'll do non-nullable of type ID rating, and we say ID rating is that, right? So we're removing any nulls or undefined. Super useful, especially if you're in strict mode. Apart from non-nullable, TypeScript has a whole set of built-in conditional types: extract, exclude, a return type of the function, and others. Okay. So those are your friends. Use them. The other thing that's really cool and was added a little bit later, somewhat recent, is the inference in the conditional type. So for example, if we're passing the more complicated type, for example, like an array or an object, we can unpack that and infer a specific type out of that array or a property of that object. So let's look at the example here. So if T extends an array, we want to extract what type of array is that. And we'll do here infer U, and we'll return that U. Okay? And otherwise we'll do just never. So we're unpacking the array type. For example, we have a function that does like get type, and it will return. It will take that array-like structure and return that array type back. Okay. And for example, we have R, our array of, for example, string, right? ABC. And now if we pass that R to our function, TypeScript can unpack that is array of strings and give me the string back. Really powerful. Okay? So those are all great features. How they all getting together, for example, for the project like NgRx. So I was sitting at home this summer and planning some of my trips, and I promised the new topics, something exciting. And I get a tweet from Lance. He's an instructor of Angular Bootcamp. It's probably one of the most popular boot camps trainings in States. And what he says in his tweet is, when I grow up, I want to be someone who understands generic typings of the new create effect. This is the new syntaxes that we released when NgRx version 8. Super powerful, super cool. We try to sugar it at most, make it compact and concise. Okay. So apparently he was surprised of some of the behavior of that function, the create effect function, and how can it, infer different types or set different rules based on what we're passing as one of the arguments. Okay, so let's see here. All right, so what problem are we trying to solve? So say we have a property in a class, for example, delete models here, and it's an effect. And we give the value of it, action pipe, so this is like an observable, and it does something. What we really want to do is to make sure that this delete models is the observable of some kind of action. Okay? However, in the decorator, the only way to really enforce it is provide the type explicitly. Unfortunately, many examples that I saw, people run into problems not providing the type, and then doing it a little bit incorrectly. And then what happens? Well, in runtime, you get a error message because the TypeScript here is not helping you. Compile time, no help. Decorators are not type safe. Okay, they cannot enforce certain types on the properties. However, so here we have effect, and then if we pass a special config to our effect, for example, dispatch false here, we no longer want it to be observable of action. It could be observable of whatever it is, right? The only thing we require is observable, so we can do observable of unknown. That means based on different configurations, we want to have a different behaviors of different types. So so decorators are not type safe, okay? Property decorators. What is type safe? Well, function is type safe. We can sort of force certain arguments for the function. So instead of decorator, we decided to create a function and wrap that observable with it. And what we did was, okay, so if it's a dispatch false configuration, this is the second option. It's effect config. If it's dispatch false, then we want to return something observable of unknown. R, right? Extends. We have a generic here, observable of unknown. Whatever it is, we don't really care, right? As long as it's observable. However, if it's a dispatch true, right, we want it to have an action, observable of an action. So what we started to do is creating the function overrides. And then we need to have a generic one, that captures both cases and set the default value. And this is a very oversimplified version of it. And it was working great. However, the function overrides is not the cleanest way to write the code. It's definitely one of the options, right? One of the options. But I think we could do better, right? So this is where I started to, take it and unfold it a little bit. Okay, let's look at the problem here, right? So basically, the second argument of this function controls what is the return type of this function or the source that we pass in, right? So the second argument, and actually not just the second argument, a specific property within that second argument, which is a dispatch. We're looking if it's true or false, right? or if it's there at all. Okay, so this is our effect config, which is the second argument that we pass in. And it could have a dispatch that could be Boolean, true, false, or even undefined. Somebody didn't specify the property. Okay. So we now trying to extract that specific type. Is it true? Is it false? Or what is it? So we do T extends an object of a dispatch, and then we infer the type. We unpack that object and get down to that U, and then we return that U if it's present. If it's present. If it's not, then we'll do just true. Right? True is the default value for effects. We want to always dispatch actions, unless somebody specifies not to. All right. So we start to unpack it a little bit. We have our dispatch type. Now config is a partial of that object, which is effect config. So C partial of that, right? It's optional, could be there, could be not. Partial means that all the properties on that object could be undefined, which is fine. Okay, and now we extract that dispatch type, right? The function that we just used, the type function, the dispatch type, and we extract that T. Then we'll see, okay, now we extracted the T. Is it false? If it's false, then we'll do observable of unknown. If it's true, okay, that means we really need to dispatch it, and it'll be observable of action. And we do type the resource. And this is a little bit oversimplified, but in a nutshell, that's what it does. How cool is it, right? One of the arguments that we pass into the function, and some of the property of that object can control how the entire function is typed. Okay. So now, what do we get now? We get type safety at compile time, right? Before we do anything. For example, here, if I map to something that doesn't return an action, I get right away my IDE complaining that, well, it's not assignable to the observable of action. Okay. However, if we add that dispatch false, for example, now it's all good, no problem. I think this is what Lance ran into, and this is what sort of forced him or made him look into the sources and unpack what's going on there, which I find pretty cool. Okay. So we have just a little bit of time left. One thing I wanted to show more is a create action. Okay, this is another cool thing. And again, the magic of TypeScript and the magic of JavaScript and TypeScript that actually provides some typing for it. So action is a simple object of type string, right? In our case, we wanted to make it a little bit more specific, so we'll typed it, right? Extend string, and we do the type of T. So this is roughly the same, but we want a specific type. Okay, and then creator. So what we're making now, our create action returns us an object that could have a property of type. At the same time, it could be called as a function. So creator here, and our action creator, which is a type of create action, could be, just for a second, think of it for a second. It could be an object with the type property, so object with the property type. At the same time, it's a callable. It's like a function. You can call it with some things. So with JavaScript is like that. Functions are still objects. The function can have a property, which is kind of ridiculous. But then TypeScript helps us deal with this and hide some of the things underneath it and still properly type the whole thing. Okay, so what benefits did it bring? If people remember before NgRx 8, where actions consumed and where actions are created was a big problem to find, right? You had to find by a certain symbol as a string and find where it's dispatched by classes. Now you can search by a single symbol, right? And we find where it's created. See here it's created. This is where it's invoked as a function, right? So it's when it's dispatched. And then where it's consumed in the reducer effect. So by one symbol, we can do it all here, right? Here and here. Okay, pretty cool, right? One last thing. We wanted to have, it has a special property function, and it can take a type if we have a payload. But we wanted to limit one specific property. We didn't want our users to be able to use the type property. Okay, so how did we do this? Just very quickly, created a special string, get a type of that string, and the same way as we before unpacking the object. If t extends type of any, which means if that object has a property of type, we'll just scream and pass that string that, okay, type property is not allowed in action creators. All right? And that way, if somebody now starts to use the type, they'll get the error message right away because this is the property that we reserve for ourselves. It's internal implementation. So now they get an error message that probably can help them and save them hours of debugging. Okay, this is some of the features I want to talk about. So thank you so much. Hopefully you can use them now in your projects and really take your TypeScript to the next level. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. I don't know why everyone thinks I'm funny, because I'm really a serious guy, you know. Today I will talk about domain-driven design and Angular, and I want to start with a question. Namely, the question is, what do you think, what does it take for a good architecture? A good sustainable architecture you can maintain in long term? Well, if you ask me, it takes a lot of experience, of course. You need a lot of people, in the best case a diverse group, where everyone can bring in his or her experiences, and a modern architect is just a moderator who tries to combine the existing knowledge. And of course, there are some ways to accelerate this process of architecture making. For instance, you can give them caffeine, or you can feed them with pizza. I've made a lot of good experience with pizza. For instance, with pizza provinciale. You know pizza provinciale? This is the pizza with corn and bacon on it. I can only recommend it. But for the time being, let's stick with experiences. When we think about experiences, one big question is, how can we share experiences we made? And to answer this, some people wrote down best practices, and other people wrote down patterns. And some people took patterns, they took best practices, they added a philosophy, and so they created a methodology. A methodology that tells you how to get from A to B, how to transform your, let's say, requirements into an architecture. And domain-driven design is such a methodology. It shows you what to do to get a good architecture for your current requirements. And this is what the current session is about. Today in this session, I want to show you how to create a sustainable front-end architecture by using ideas from domain-driven design. Regarding the contents, I will show you two things. First of all, I will show you what domain-driven design is about, which is just a roundup. It is just a quite short overview, and here I will focus on one aspect, namely on strategic design. And then I will show you how to implement those ideas of strategic domain design together with Angular and an NX monorepository. But first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Manfred, I'm a trainer and consultant for Angular. I'm helping companies around the world with Angular and Angular architecture. I'm part of the Google Developer Expert team, and since the beginning of the year, I'm also a part of the Angular team. I'm helping them to implement some features with the CLI. My current product is also about Angular. It's a 3-day workshop regarding Angular in the enterprise. Consists of a lot of advanced topics. Okay, let's get started with domain-driven design in a nutshell. So from a high-level perspective, if you look at domain-driven design, you can see two disciplines. The first discipline is strategic design, which is about decomposing a big system into tiny parts. Tiny parts that can be hopefully easily maintained, tiny parts that hopefully don't need to know much about each other. If you put it into another way, you could say this is about architecture. This is about decreasing the complexity of your overall system. The second part is tactical design, which is more about design patterns and practices, and so it is more about software design. Because of this, here I will stick with strategic design. By the way, a little story. The original author of domain-driven design said if he would redo his original book, he would put strategic design into the first chapters. Because what happened was he put it into the last chapters, and so it was somehow overseen by some people. Most people focused on tactical design, but he thinks that strategic design is the more important one, and so it would be beneficial, he says, to put it into the first chapters the next time. If you are asking me what strategic design is doing, I would say strategic design is preventing this very situation here. It is preventing that you get a system where everything is intermingled with everything else. I think you know those kind of systems where you try to modify something here and you break something there. This is not easy to get maintained, of course. If I may show you an example, you could, of course, write a big e-procurement system. But instead of this big e-procurement system, you could just slice it down into tiny subdomains, for instance, into a catalog domain, into an approval domain, into an ordering domain, and into a specification domain. That would be totally possible, and so you are ending up with tinier sub-projects that are more easy to maintain. Those sub-projects are called subdomains in the area of domain-driven design. And there is a lot of theory behind this, how to find the right subdomains, how to slice your big application into tiny, more or less self-contained parts that don't need to know much about each other. Okay, let's stick with this approach. Now let's talk about the second thing I want to show you, namely about NX monorepositories and about how we can implement those subdomains with NX monorepositories. First of all, what is a monorepo? Well, to put it in a nutshell, a monorepo is just a project consisting of subprojects. That means all your subprojects are in here within this repository. If you look here, for instance, you have an approval library, a catalog library, and so on and so forth. To get started, I just created one library for each subdomain. We will later create additional libraries for each subdomain. One of the nice things here is that we have this node modules folder. The nice thing is not that we have it, but that we have it just once. Because that means we just have one version of all the dependencies. We just have one version of Angular, one version of Rx, one version of NgRx, and so on and so forth. And of course this is beneficial. Just imagine you would have Angular 5 here and Angular 7 there. And then you try to compile everything together. I guarantee you all hell would break loose. So in this case we are really lucky. We don't end up with version conflicts. And we don't have the burden with distributing libraries. We don't have to version our libraries to assign a new version number. We don't have to publish it and make sure everyone else installs the right version. We just check it into source control, and the other parts of the application can use it. So now the question is, how can we squeeze our strategic design with all the subdomains in here into a mono repository? And one answer is just create one folder per each domain. You would create a catalog folder for the catalog domain. You would create an ordering folder for the ordering domain. And then you have a shared folder for all the shared stuff. With terms of domain-driven design, you would call this the shared kernel. the shared kernel that consists of everything you need in several domains. Of course, it's your goal to keep the shared kernel at the minimum because you want to have self-contained domains. You don't want to have lots of dependencies between the shared kernel and the domains because dependencies can lead to breaking changes. So when you have those folders, you can fill those folders with libraries. And here I have 4 categories of libraries. The first category is a feature library. The second category is an UI library. And as you see here, the feature library consists smart components, which are components that know about your use cases. And the UI libraries contain dump components, components that do not know about your use cases at all. For me, a very good example for a dump component is a datetime picker. The datetime picker does not know anything about your use case. It does not even know which kind of date is displayed, but it displays a date. And because of this, it can be reused with all your use cases that are dealing somehow with dates. That means the UI level here is more reusable, of course. Then we have a domain layer, which contains your data models and your domain logic. And you have a utility layer with common utility stuff like authentication or logging, for instance. As you see here, the structure is quite clean, and so it is quite maintainable. You also end up with tiny libraries that are hopefully more maintainable than a big chunk of source code. And one of the smart things here is that you can easily introduce access rules. For instance, you could say that one level here is only allowed to access layers below. So the feature layer could access everything, the domain layer could only access utilities. And one more time, this is to prevent coupling, to prevent this intermingled system where everything depends upon everything else. This is one rule for access restrictions. Another rule would be to restrict the domain access. One domain is only allowed to talk with itself and with the shared part. So in this case, catalog can only talk with catalog and with shared, and ordering can only talk with ordering and, of course, with shared. One more time, this prevents intermingling. Well, sometimes it is not perfect, but sometimes it is necessary that you can talk with other domains. And of course, it is not a good idea to give other domains full access to your domain. Because if they have full access, you know, breaking changes, intermingling. And so the idea here is to just provide an API for other domains. The API is only exporting what other domains are allowed to use. Not everything, just a tiny amount. And this tiny amount needs to be backwards compatible, but not the rest. So here, ordering could access tiny amounts of the catalog. So perhaps you're saying, well, this looks nice, this looks clean, this looks tidied up, but somehow it's overwhelming. So many libraries. Well, to be true, it is not overwhelming at all, because you don't have a full rectangle. In most cases, you only have feature libraries and domain libraries in the real domains, and the rest goes into the shared kernel, because UI and utility functions are functions you want to reuse over domains. Talking about domain logic, what is domain logic? Well, you can subdivide into 3 things, into 3 parts. You can isolate it with an application layer and an infrastructure layer. Both of them is a term from domain-driven design. The domain layer itself only contains entities and logic, business logic, making sure that your entities, your models are consistent. And then the application layer has facades that provide everything for one use case. That means they orchestrate everything so that you can easily implement one use case by using one facade. And the facade also hides your state management. Perhaps you know this solution or this situation where you don't know if you should go with Redux or not, with NgRx or not. And if you are not sure, you could just start with a facade. And this facade could, to get started, just leverage behavior subjects. And when needed, you can squeeze in NgRx below the facade. The rest of the system would not even notice. This allows you to introduce more complex state management libraries step by step. Yeah, and the infrastructure layer, of course, as the name implies, is accessing your backend. It provides services to get data from the backend. You could put those three aspects into three different libraries. I normally put it into one library because I don't want to have an explosion of libraries. I don't want to have too much libraries. Well, perhaps you're saying, yeah, looks nice, but layers, really, layers are that much 2005 or 1990, something around this. And yes, that might be true. There are some alternatives to layers nowadays, like hexagonal architectures, clean architecture. But for me, this is not about layers. What I want to show you is that it is a good way to slice your application into domains and to create some access restrictions to prevent intermingling. The rest is up to you. Well, if you like this idea, I want to encourage you to look into NX. NX allows you to create such monorepositories with access restrictions, with a lot of other features. And it is just an Angular CLI project. Such an NX project is just an Angular CLI project with some extensions. For me, it is the sugar dip on top of the Angular CLI. So let me use the last time during this session for a simple demonstration about this. What I have here, not here, what I have here is a monorepository with several domains. As you see here, my NX repository has an libs folder, and here we have one subfolder per domain. We have catalog, we have ordering, we have shared. And if we look into catalog, we have several feature libraries, and we have a domain library, and so on and so forth. So it is quite tidy. So, of course, when we go to the command line, and this is the first feature I want to show you from NgRx, you can call a command called depgraph. And this is very nice. It's also manager-proof because you have a graphic here. You see which library is accessing which other libraries. And this helps you on a visual way to prevent too much intermingling. Now, as in every romantic movie, I'm saying one sentence like, let's do something crazy. I think we know this from every romantic movie. Let's do something crazy. Let's start Edge. I really like Edge because it has one cool feature. We can draw here. So let's take this pencil. If we look here, we have a catalog feature. Can you see this? Yeah. Beautiful projection, a catalog feature. And we have here another catalog feature. Or here we have our domain logic for the catalog, and here we have an API for the catalog exposing stuff for other domains. If we look there, we have something from the ordering domain. And if we look at the rest, we have something from the shared kernel. And just by looking at the colors, you can tell that you cannot easily access other domains. They are more or less self-contained. If you want to access other domains, you have to go via an API, or you have to go via the shared kernel. So quite clean. Now let's do something crazy. Let's violate our layer rules. Let's drive against the one-way. Here my utility layer is accessing the UI layer, which is against the rules I've outlined before. So let's try it. Shared util off. And here I have this very bad line of code. And as you see here, I immediately get an linting error. The linting error tells me that a utility library is only allowed to access other utility libraries. That means my architecture is enforced. I can also do this at command line. Let me show you. Ng lint for the project shared util out. And bang, I will get a slap into the face. I will get this very same error here on the command line. And this is very pretty, because when it works on the command line, you can automate it. You can do it in your CI process, or you can do it as a check-in rule. Perhaps developers are not even allowed to check something in that violates this architectural rules. So let me just show you another thing. If you want to create a new library, just use ngGenerate library instead of ngGenerate module. So for you, it's the same amount of work. Instead of module, use lib, write down the name of the library, write down the directory like your domain, which could be ordering, and you are good. The rest is done automatically for you by the tool. Awesome. So if you like this talk, perhaps you will like my ebook I wrote down. It's about this stuff and about a bit more. And if you didn't like this talk, well, check out my ebook anyway. Perhaps I'm writing better than I'm speaking, who knows? So let me sum up. We've seen it is beneficial to subdivide a big application into slices, into self-contained domains that do not know much about each other. And it could be also beneficial to slice the domains into layers. It is a nice idea to just use ngGenerate library instead of ngGenerate module. You get all those features, and it is not more effort for you. If you go with fine-grained libraries, you have a lot of advantages, like access restrictions. You can only define that only the changed libraries are retested or recompiled, and those access restrictions help you to get a more maintainable architecture. And there is one last thing I want you to remember. If you forget everything, please always remember this one last thing, namely, you can accelerate your software architecture process by providing coffee and pizza, and I recommend you pizza provinciale, you know, corn and bacon, very, very important. Please keep this in mind. So here you have all my information, all my contact data. My slides are already available in my blog, and if you want, follow me on Twitter so that we can keep in contact. Thanks for coming. Have a nice day.
Time for the moment we have all been waiting for all year. For the fourth time, we have a distinct privilege to distinguish 6 remarkable people who stood out in our Angular community. This year, our NG heroes have been awarded in 5 different categories. Angular Hero of Product, Angular Hero of Community, Angular Hero of Education, Trainer of the Year, Personality of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 Angular Hero of Product Award goes to AG Grid. the 2019 Angular Hero of Community goes to Kamil Gałek. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 Angular Hero of Community goes to Pieszak. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 Angular Hero of Education Award goes to Asim Hussein. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 2019 Trainer of the Year Award goes to Manfred Steyer. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 Personality of the Year Award goes to Minko Gechev. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause again for all the award winners.
Hello, welcome. So let's start with this one. This is Angular.io/API page. It's a list of all things that can be imported from Angular packages. There are over 500 items in that packages, in 28 packages, and that's a lot of stuff. How many of you can say that know how to use at least 90% of the stuff? Oh, we have Angular core here. Okay. So maybe 60% of the stuff. Come on. So let's end with 30% of that stuff. Okay. Once again, my name is Kamil Gałek. I'm front-end developer at Software Plant. In my private time, I'm trying to do a little bit of open source. But this one is not important today, because today I will show you a few things that I find out to be very useful. And what is important, I didn't find it in any tutorial, just in the docs. All these things will be somehow connected, and I think that everybody here knows how we have to deal with, after the component bootstrap, we have that component lifecycle subject, and it's probably the most popular subject in the world at the Angular conferences. So we will focus at the period of time before component bootstrap, and let's call it platform and app start. Just before we start, first things first, of course. First of all, you have to forgive me my language skills. It's my first session in English. You know, I try to do my best, but sorry in advance. Second of all, presentation will be quite short. So if you have any questions, please come to me at the Software Plant stand. I'll try to answer all your questions, but after the session. And the last thing is that if you want my code examples or some slides, everything should be here. So take a photo of this one slide, and it should be everything you need. So let's go. First of all, I want to show you our example app. We have some GDPR dialog, as always. We have some data, but remember, data is not important today. And it's a regular Angular app. In fact, it's quite important that it's not one app. We have 4 independent apps. We have header app, main application, widget application, and of course, footer application. And this one is important. Every that app has to receive from server some properties before starting. The second thing is that we have actually two widgets. We have companions like this one, and the second one is the activities. And after reloading our page, we will get that second widget. Okay. So let's start with first thing that I have for you. It's a platform initializer. As you see, we have not a lot of documentation here. And we know that it's injection token from Angular core package. It should have a value of function that return void. And we know that that function will be executed when the platform is initialized. And this is tricky. When the platform is initialized, we can say that platform is initialized when it's ready to bootstrap a module. So actually, we can execute some code before starting our apps. And if you remember that first thing from our example, every app has to get from server some properties to start. And I'm using for it platform initializer. As you see, we have use factory function, and after getting that properties, we will bootstrap our modules. And of course, you can use vanilla JavaScript or jQuery to do this thing, and it will work, of course. But look at this one. It's Angular, so we have dependency injection and all these cool things from Angular. So for us Angular developers, it's a lot easier to write this one. And what is more important, probably the most important thing in the IT, it's easier to maintain it. So if you have to execute some code before starting your apps, I think that platform initializer is the thing you should know about. Okay, so let's go to the second thing. And I'm quite sure that everybody here knows how to bootstrap a component from a module. You just put this component here in the bootstrap section, and Angular will do its magic, and bam, we have a component on our screen, and everybody is cool. But what if you have a problem that requires from you bootstrapping one of two components conditionally? The most often solution for that problem is probably copying the whole module, replacing that bootstrap section, and after that we can conditionally bootstrap one of two modules here. But we can do it also with the do-bootstrap interface. So let's check it out. We have the do-bootstrap in an API, and we know that it's a hook for manual bootstrapping of application instead of using bootstrap array. So we can take control of our bootstrapping process. For the first side, it looks like just a lifecycle hook for module. So as you remember, we have that widget situation here, that we have two widgets, and we can change one widget to another. And I'm using for it do-bootstrap interface. So let's check it, widgets module. And as you see, it's quite simple. We have that do-bootstrap method. We don't have the bootstrap section of ng module because it's exclusive, and we don't have to keep this one. And after that, with properties from app initializer, I'm bootstrapping one of two components, and it just works. And you may ask me why the copying and pasting that module is wrong. And probably on every conference on the world, you will hear about writing a cleaner code, a better code to become the best programmer as you can. And as I know, copying and pasting is not a good thing. It's really probably the worst thing that you can do. So if you have to take control of your bootstrap process, do-bootstrap is especially designed for it. So take the bootstrap, implement it, and everything will be fine. So maybe the next thing, and the next thing is app initializer. So let's start from the doc. Initializer. And as you see, we have, again, not a lot of documentation. In fact, it's pretty similar to platform initializer. We have only one word here of difference. So it's, again, an injection token from Angular core package. And function from that token will be executed when application is initialized. And once again, application is initialized when it's ready to bootstrap our component. Not a module like in platform initializer, but a component. And we know that this function should return void And this one is not totally true, because as I know, app initializer can return a promise. If it returns a promise, app will wait for that promise to resolve and then continue our Bootstrap process. So it's quite like promise all. It will wait for all app initializers to end. Okay, let's back to the example. You have to know about my widgets one thing, that every few seconds I have to update my data. And it's quite simple solution. I'm just taking it from server in interval. But this process has to start somewhere. And of course, I can start it in ng-init of my root component. And it will work. I've done it many times, always worked. But in fact, it's not the responsibility of that component to start that process. So instead of starting it in my root component, not this one, I'm using for it app initializer. And now I can say that my data fetching starts with app, not the component with app. What's more, we don't have to care about issues with multiple components of same type, because this app initializer will execute only one time. Okay, and once again, if you ask me, I really like to keep my components as dumb as it's possible, so it's easier to use it, it's easier to develop it in future. And when I can take some responsibility from that component to a module, I will do it. And probably I will use the app initializer for that. Okay, so maybe the last thing for today that I have for you, and it will be Bootstrap Listener. We have more docs for this one. We know that all functions provided via this token will be called for every component that is bootstrapped. And it's the first difference between app initializer, platform initializer, and this one. App initializer and platform initializer will execute only once. This will execute as many times as you bootstrap a component. And look here, we have symbol button. And when I found this out, I was very interested of usage of this thing, because I thought it's not as useful as it should be. So I decided to simmer, and this was not helpful at all. We know that we have a component ref in our arguments, so we can do everything we want with bootstrap component. And when we are back in our example, you maybe remember this dialog from the start. To display this dialog, I'm using app bootstrap listener. So let's go to the code example, and we have GDPR module. And here we have provided app bootstrap listener. I'm taking from that component, that bootstrap component, its view container ref, and I'm dynamically creating that component. And you can ask me why I'm not putting these 3 lines in, again, root components, ng on init. It will work, of course. But look here. When we check the usage of the GDPR module, we have only 1 line. We need only 1 line to start our feature of GDPR dialog to work in every app. Nothing more. There is no magic, absolutely no magic. And if you ask me, it's, again, cleaner solution for my problem. And I think this is what Angular is about. Modularity. I have one module that have its own components, own behavior, own data, and I don't have to care about it. I'm just importing it, and it works. Okay, so let's back to the slides. And after all, you can ask me, what is the order of execution of all these things and how it works with lifecycle hooks, with constructors of components. And I think it's quite simple. First of all, we have to start our platform, so we have to execute platform initializers. After that, we are ready to bootstrap a module, so we have to construct it. And of course, services if needed. After constructing our modules, we are ready to bootstrap components, so it's time to execute app initializers. After executing app initializers, we are ready to bootstrap a component, and we then can take this process via bootstrap array on ng module or do bootstrap interface. And again, we have to construct our components because we are ready to do it. After constructing our components, we have to execute first cycle of lifecycle hooks. And after that, we can say that our component is fully bootstrapped. So we have bootstrapped component, we have to execute app bootstrap listener. And after that, we can say that our app is running, so it's not the scope of this session, because we are focused on that platform and app start, not the rest of Angular. And once again, we are at the Angular.io/API page. It's a list of over 500 items that you can use. And I wanted to show you the best way to learn this stuff very efficiently. But I can't, because I don't know how to learn this stuff very efficiently. I've learned all those 4 things that I showed you by exploring Angular source code. So if you have an idea how to learn this stuff, please call me. I want to know it. And I think you can ask Todd for it. It was totally his presentation here. So, once again, if you need my code examples or slides, everything is here. And after that, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, here are my info details in case you want to contact me. You can send me Twitter, emails, whatever. I'm always happy to help everybody. Or you can talk to me in person. I'm also friendly. So a little bit about me. So a few years ago, I started freelancing, first at TypeScript, which, by the way, is one of the sponsors here. Then I had the opportunity to create my own company, like 4 years ago. So I created my own consultancy company. We are helping companies around the world to create high-performance applications. I'm also a web technology GD, mostly focused on Angular, but I also like to explore other frameworks and libraries and languages. So that's why today I'm going to talk about Elm. So what's Elm? Elm, by definition, is a programming language, purely functional, which is developed for usability performance, as any other language. But it advertises one thing that it catches to me, which is that it doesn't have runtime exceptions in practice. So no runtime exceptions. The first thing, this is the first thing that happens to you when you hear that. So it is purely functional. There is no object-oriented programming here. It forces immutability by the compiler, and it's aesthetically typed, so it has some similarity with TypeScript. If you are familiar with TypeScript, you're going to catch Elm probably pretty fast. And it has this Elm public library, which is like the NPM for Elm, which is very cool, and because it can detect changes in your dependency. So if a dependency is not compatible with your application, it's going to tell you before you install. So another thing that it's cool about Elm, by the way, I'm not an Elm expert at all. I just did some, type edit, some practice a little bit in a online editor that they have. But I know a lot of these Elm features because one of my coworkers, he's very into Elm. He likes it a lot, but I'm not an Elm developer, so don't ask me any Elm question. I just know how it works because some random dude told me. So the thing is, why we need decoders? So web applications load a lot of endpoints. From time to time, we also use a lot of third-party APIs, like maybe you're using the Twitter API, which is loading JSON data into your application. The frontend doesn't know if the endpoint changes. So when the payload returned by the response returned by the backend side or this third-party API is changing, you just don't know if it changed. So how can we protect against those changes in the front-end side? For example, we load this data where we have these title beers, which is like a shopping list or whatever, with tags and how many beers you have to buy, if there is available in the store, whatever. And then in your code, you're going to print your result with NgRx, maybe doing an ngFor with the items. Maybe you're going to sort it. By the way, I'm sorting here this with a function. Just don't do that. You should do these things with a pipe. I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes. Then the API changes, and the developer just changes this thing to meta tags instead of tags. And then you just have a problem, right? Because this thing changed, and you didn't know, maybe this is a third-party API, you didn't know that the API changed. We have a runtime exception because tags is not anymore, it doesn't exist. And also, we have a runtime exception in our TypeScript code because tags doesn't exist, so it doesn't have sort or length, and your code just breaks and you don't know why. And it could be worse even if tags exist, but the content of tags, instead of being an array of strings, is going to be an array of objects. And then we're going to have this length, and it's going to work. Yeah, we've been passed through this, right? So Elm, to prevent from this error, from this problem, has created the Elm decoders, which by definition is a function that can take a piece of JSON decoded into an Elm value, which is a function or an object or whatever. For example, in Elm, this is Elm's code. This is all I've ever programmed in Elm, promise. So you have this shopping list decoder, and you can transform your JSON file to something that Elm can understand. And by creating this shopping list decoder, that it's decoding a list of shopping item decoders. And then the shopping item decoder is going to decode each field. So the field title has to be a string, and the count has to be an integer, and the tag should be a list of strings, and available should be a boolean. So in Angular, we don't have this. So my coworker, this guy that he's very into JSON, into Elm, so he created ts.data.json, which is a library. You can find it here. Jimenez, ts.data.json. Jimenez, he's my coworker, very nice guy. And it's a TypeScript library, framework agnostic, works perfectly with NgRx that we will see in the demo. And there are others, but this is ours. We've been using this one for more than a year, and we are very happy with it. We are using it in production for more than a year. It's working perfectly. Features. So basically has more or less the same features that we have on Elm's decoders. You can decode strings, numbers, booleans, objects and strict objects, arrays and dictionaries. Also optional values like this value may come from the API or may not. And also failovers, etc. So as you can see here, this is how we decode the data with this library. And then we have this shopping list decoder, as we had in Elm, which is a shopping item decoder. We can nest decoders one inside the other. So by nesting decoders, you can reuse the code, and that's it. What else? So, and then inside the shopping item decoder, we are going to say title is a decoder of a string. It's going to be number. This is going to be an array, which is the list of strings, and also boolean. This you can make really complex structures with the decoders. Then, if we are planning to do this thing with NgRx, from our view, we will load the data, and then if you want to, you can also programmatically react to the actions, subscribe to them, and then show an error or console log message, whatever, if you want. We are using this thing to pipe these messages to, I don't remember the name. It's a library. It's a service that allows you to send the error messages to a platform where you can see all of them there. I just don't remember the name. Sorry. Then in your service, you will load the data as you always did, and in the response from the service, you can just call the shopping list decoder that you created and decode the promise returned by the HTTP client, or return an error if there is any error. Maybe there is an error decoding the promise, or maybe there is an error because this URL changed and you get a 404. So then in your effects, you can just map your response from your getter, from your get list, and return a success error if everything went well, or catch the error and return an error action, which will be then stored in the reducer and so on. So then you can just print the data. Maybe you will print the errors in case that there is any error, or you can print the data in case that everything went well. So a demo, I have a demo here. Oh, this is very small. Presentation. Okay, better. So here we have this shopping list for Terminator, where he wants the boots, the clothes, and the motorbike, right? So in that, this is the shopping list for Terminator, where he wants he wants the boots. That could be and below we have this list of tags, which is camper, Dr. Martens motorcycle boots, the clothes. I want your leather jacket, leather pants, whatever. And then what happens here? Let's see, for example, at some point, this API changes. Maybe we don't get notified by our backend team, or maybe this is a third-party library. We don't know. And count changes from an integer to string. So if we save this thing and refresh, we're going to get this decoder error, which is going to tell us it failed at index number 2, and it failed at key count, and with error 1 is not a valid number. Because we changed this thing to a string, which is very common error message. It happens all the time. Something happened on a Node.js backend, it just changed or mutated the status, that data, from an integer to a string because something changed or some modification, of that value happened, and then the backend by mistake just returned a string instead of a number. And this also works if, for example, I'm going here, and instead of shirt, I'm going to send the ID of the shirt, which is going to be 1, for example. So in this case, it's going to tell me that the decoder failed at index 1, and the key tags has an error because it failed at index 0, which is number 0. With error 1 is not a valid string. And of course, if we go to our service and we change the URL, we're going to have another different error, which is going to be, hey, this is not found. This is forward. It is not found because you changed the URL. But this is an error returned by the HTTP client. This is not returned by the decoder itself. But we can join these errors in our effects by catching the error message and putting on all of them in the payload. So as you can see, this is very helpful. It is very easy to introduce all these decoders inside your existing NgRx code, because the only thing that you have to do is inside your services, the from promise, add your decoder, and then create a new file with your decoder, and that's it. You don't have to do anything else. All the decoder library is going to read all your values in your JSON returned by the APIs and tell you if everything is fine or not. So as you can see, now we have everything under control. Nothing is, no values that are being returned by external sources are going to break or UI in a way that we don't know. So we are not going to have runtime exceptions. Maybe we can just show them an error message saying, hey, something happened in the server. But the UI is not going to stop the JavaScript thread. So in summary, Decoders protects our UI against API changes or external sources, in this case. Some API changes might be hard to detect because instead of breaking the JavaScript thread, are going to just show object, as we have seen. We can nest decoders to reduce code, which is very useful when we have especially very big JSON structures. And it's easy to integrate into NgRx workflow, and we can react to errors easily on the code or whatever. So some resources. No, this is not web components. Sorry. And language, link to the library, NgRx.io. If you are not using it, I would like you to recommend you. TypeScript Json decoding library. You can find it on GitHub. And of course, Angular.io, because that's what we are doing, right? So, anything else? I hope that you like the decoders and you can integrate it in your current NgRx workflow and you don't have any more runtime errors because of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me and my slides. Here we go. There we are. Perfect. So today I'm going to talk about RxJS and how practice makes perfect. So what I really want to do is to show you within the next 20 minutes how you get into RxJS the easiest and fastest way, probably. And afterwards, I will also show the new cool stuff we planned for RxJS 7. So many of you might remember the time when you start riding a bicycle. At least it was for me like this. So I started it, my parents were beside me, holding me, and at some point I just ride and hit the fence of my neighbors completely. But still, afterwards I keep practicing. And with a little bit of practice and doing stuff and falling off again and again, after a while, one became really professional with it. And my clicker works seamlessly, and after a while it looks like this, more or less. Not for me, but for this little amazing girl. So what I want to say is that it's similar to RxJS, right? So at the very beginning you don't understand everything is kind of complicated, but you just need to keep practicing. You will every time understand a little bit more, and at some point you will be really professional with it. So I want to talk shortly about me, just to know that all of you know me. I'm a software developer for Eon. I'm, since middle of last year, I think, core team member of RxJS. I'm organizing the famous NgNiederrhein meetup, which was like 3 times this year or something like that. And if you want to get in touch with me, I'd totally love to talk about whiskey and steak. So everything about that, I'm totally into it. Okay, back to the original topic. So if you start with RxJS, it will kind of feel like this, right? There are hundreds and hundreds of different terms. You're not used to them. There are even more than hundreds of different kind of operators. You think you really need to know all of them. You don't. No one does. But that's not the point. It's just overwhelming at the beginning. So there are super many fancy terms, and it's kind of complicating and overwhelming. But the important stuff is that once a very wise man came to me and said, observables don't cause problems. It's establishing a reactive mindset that does this problem. So observables itself aren't really magical. A little bit maybe, but not really. That's not the difficult part of RxJS. The difficult part of RxJS is wrapping his head around reactive programming. And as soon as you're there, I'm 100% sure you will also wrap your hand around observables and all that stuff. So I keep talking about practicing and all that stuff, so that's the main essence of my talk. If you want to know everything about RxJS, just practice. And to keep me practicing, I will do some live coding, hopefully. We'll see. So what I want to do is to implement like a slide or carousel, so you can use touch gestures, which my laptop does not support, but you can also use the mouse and you can use the keyboard. And after a certain amount of time, which is like 5 milliseconds or something, 5 seconds, it should go directly to the next slide. So this is what I have planned for this session, and I hope things go out. So it's an Angular application. I will share the source code afterwards with the working example. I hope that we will get to this point. So let's see. So we start with the touch start event, and I already prepared some stuff. So we are using the from event operator here for subscribing to the touch start event and merging that with the mouse down event, because from the logic itself, they are totally the same. It's just, there are just different triggers for us. And this is the stuff I prepared, and here we want to start. Because every time we actually started at some point, we want to use switch map because we are not really interested in the touch start event itself. We're just interested in the movement. So we say switch map, and getting here the touch start event, and yeah, everything is correct, and returning our touch move observable, which we are going to implement right now, and pass the touch start event here. So within the touch move event, I already prepared two pieces, like merging the touch move event and the mouse move event to support both touch and mouse gestures. And I use prevent event propagation because otherwise my slides would break. So what we want to do is like adding a minor performance hack here because it's heavily relying on animation stuff. So we are just using the observe on to use the animation frame scheduler. There's a great talk by Michael Latke about scheduling. If you want to dig deeper into that, check it out. There are 10 versions of it on YouTube. And we want to, in another way, we are interested in values of our touch movement until we get mouse up or touch up. That's touch N, but it doesn't matter. So what we're doing is we're saying take until. We're using the raise operator, so if either one of those two events emits one, we're not interested in more values afterwards. So we could also use merge here, but raise sounds cool. Take until raise. Sorry. So here we are just adding from event, native element, and touch end, I think it is, and from event, native element, mouse up. Why not making them similar? I don't know. Okay, so what we now have is like a touch movement, holding our image reference, and we want to apply this logic because we don't want to, there are the slides, we don't want to move all the time, but we want to have a certain threshold. So therefore, I'm adding a prepared operator because I'm not able to remember the code for that, and it's calculate delta. So what we do is we take the start point, and until we release the finger, we calculate the delta in between to say if it's bigger than the threshold, then go to the next slide, otherwise, other way around. So and there I need to pass the start event and the list of items. So just for a quick reference that you know what's happening here, it's a custom operator, so it's just using the pipe function, grouping a lot of operators together to make it a little bit more readable. You don't need to understand all of them now, that's not the point of this talk. As mentioned, the code is online, it's working in a product already. I hope, at least. And you can check it out afterwards. The very important thing is what we need to do is, because now we would emit every step in between. The touch move event is emitted like hundreds of times. What we want to do is just emit the last value. So we are using take last one here. And this is pretty much how our swipe gesture is working. I'm preparing some stuff for later already here, when I'm able to type properly. So I'm saying merge with the swipe observable. And down below, I'm using the events and timer, we'll come to that later, to calculate or to see if we reach the threshold and start the animation, if so. So now, if I didn't make any mistake and go to the preparation, we should be able to swipe to the next slide. But I'm just too stupid to swipe right now. Okay. Seems to work. I'm decently surprised, but that's good. That's good. So now I want to add a new feature to our application and the left and right arrow. And therefore I'm using from event, document, key down, pipe. I'm filtering out because key down is triggered every time I'm using the keyboard. So I'm just interested in those where the event key code is equal to key A. And the from event operator is not 100% sophisticatedly typed right now. So we are saying, okay, what we're getting here is a keyboard event. And I did already a mistake somewhere. That's amazing. That's code. Thank you. And afterwards, if we met that condition, we map to our go to previous slide, which is just the threshold. One less the threshold to go to the previous slide. And we are copy-pasting that. I know copy-pasting is bad, but I'm a lazy person. So instead of key A, we are using key D. And if so, we are going to the next page. And now we'll just merge it into my events observable. So I will use, how was it called, left arrow and right arrow. The reason why I didn't use the arrow keys was because then this would trigger my slides, so I couldn't integrate it into the slides. So let's see if it works. Oh, mostly I fucked up this part. So okay, we're good to go. Let's add the last part, the timer, because this is a little bit tricky, because we don't want to run this timer if you're actually using the mouse already or one of the other events. So what we want to use is using the interval operator with for 500 milliseconds, and we just want to take until the values if there is events coming in. So we're subscribing to our events observable, and if one of those emits a value, we are unsubscribing from our interval. A minor performance hack now here, because we're actually subscribing twice to our events observable, is now using the share operator here to use a subject instance under the hood for that. And back to our interval observable, we need now to resubscribe again. Resubscribing is really tricky, but you can use the repeat when operator. And there you get a notifier observable, which emits as soon as our source observable completes, which will happen as soon as this is triggered, and we are just returning this. So this is like a minor hack. Those two lines are like resubscribe when this observable emits something. And if so, we can just use map2 again to go to the next page. And this should work. We wait 5 seconds. I hope it works. It does. Great. I'm surprised. If there are any questions to the code, please reach out to me after the talk or on Twitter or I don't know. I really rushed through it now. But the point I want to emphasize here is that, one, with RxJS, it's really cool to add new features to existing components just by composing observables together. And it's also kind of maintainable and extensible. And it was really fun to build that. So now I want to talk about version 7. This was like the main part, and now we're taking a look into the future. So right now we're in the alpha phase of RxJS 7. You can install it with --next or something like that. We appreciate any kind of feedback, so if you're take a look at it, it should be stable, I hope. If you find anything bothering you, just tell us. So we're having 3 points we are planning for RxJS 7 right now. One thing is more like a thing for us internally, and 2 things are for the end user. So we are heavily preparing for RxJS version 8, so that we can ship much smaller bundle size and a faster application with version 8. This is not really interesting for you right now, because it should be a non-breaking change right now. It's just internally some preparation we did. But the cool stuff for you is that we heavily improved the typings, also due to some collaboration with Google together. And we are considering adding an animation frame observable. So if you're interested in that, also reach out to us. So let's take a deeper look into the stuff we did. So many of you, especially in NgRx code, already use some kind of pattern, like using a conditional inside the switch map operator, for example, like this. And before version 7, I think for switch map it was already fixed with 6.4 or something like that. But with version 7, it's consistently fixed over all operators. So with version 7, it now will properly infer the type that it might be string or a number. Before it was just saying, okay, this is an observable object, and I can't really do something with that. That's not helpful. That's not what TypeScript is about. So additionally, we have something similar for concat, where you can pass like hundreds and thousands of different observables in and concatenate them. If you reach a certain amount of numbers of parameters there, it was just inferring to unknown, which is also not helpful at all. You don't know what you're getting. And with version 7, we are considering all, or inferring all the types properly. The next one is reduce, and it's also applying to the scan operator, because they are very similar. And with before version 7, if you're passing or saying that your accumulator is of a certain type, we use that to infer the type. So if you're saying my accumulator is of type any, then we're saying, okay, you might get an observable of type any, which kind of makes sense. But if we take a look at this example, we see that our code here is definitely anything we can do will lead to the fact that it's a string. There's no other way that this is not a string, the result. So this will now be properly inferred based on the result of the function, not on the accumulator itself. And also, it's not really about type. Oh, come on. There I want to go. It's not really about typing, but we added a new parameter for the filter operator, so you can now pass the Boolean constructor function there, and now it will filter out all the faulty values. Before it was inferring to unknown again. Now it's staying consistent because we needed to add some things here. Thank you for that. So this is the things we did for typing, and now I want to talk about the animation frame observable. So the animation frame observable, which is currently in the code base of RxJS 7 alpha, looks kind of like this. So you're importing it, and you can just subscribe to it. It's a usual observable that's emitting the 11 milliseconds of each animation frame. So this is really cool because you can use that to build really, really smooth animation. Not like the stuff I did with my shitty images scattering around. Those are really top-notch, smooth animations I'm talking about. So I built like Ben built a decent tween function here, making use of this animation frame observable. And you can use that, for example, my pointer is amazing. You can use that for moving a div, for example, around on your page. This is like a really basic example now. I'm just placing a div on an absolute somewhere on my page and tween it from position 10 to 400 within 4,000 milliseconds. And the result should look like this. Did you see how smooth it was? Shall we see it again? I think we do. I need a better view on that. My pointer is working again. Amazing. Thank you. We have time for that. We need to take the time for that. Okay, here we go. Amazing, right? Yeah. Okay, one last time. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I really like that animation. It's super sophisticated. I want to give a brief summary of what I just talked about. So I can highly recommend building such senseless stuff like this animation. For example, for you, it really will help you in understanding how different operators work. And therefore, I suggest you some examples you could use. So because I already shared the code, you could do something similar just for you, like seeing if you're understanding the concept I applied. You could also implement like a drag and drop feature that's really cool with RxJS because everything where events are involved is really cool with RxJS. So a different thing would be a type ahead search, which is like the RxJS 101. So and also long polling. There I saw like 10 different implementations of long polling with RxJS, and all have their benefits. So there are definitely different approaches there. So if you try to do something and are stuck, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, mail, I don't know, somewhere online probably, or in person. You can ring my door. Do it, try it. I can really recommend it. It's making a lot of fun if you have a proper clicker. So the slides are online already. It's a decently extended version. It's RxJS-practice-makes-perfect.dev. I was really proud of the .dev thing. And the source code is here within that bit.ly link. And that's all I've got for now. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
It is great conference. It's really good, really nice.
It's legendary.
Welcome to NG Poland 2019. NG Poland! NG Poland! Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause.
How many times you've been to NG Poland?
My first time on NG Poland.
One.
Twice.
First time.
It's first time.
One time. It's my first time at NG Poland.
This is my first time.
What is your general impression?
Excellent performers, excellent keynotes.
Definitely learned some new things.
Fresh knowledge from the Angular world, especially from the Google developers who are here in the majority.
It's great, like the terminal is cool, right? Oh, it's you!
What talk met your expectations? Which one did you prefer the most?
Michael Gładki and Kamil Myśliwiec.
I think this Docker and environment is great.
Domain-driven development was really nice, and new Kaufman's, aka Justin Builder, talk was also very entertaining.
I like the guy, the night guy. He was near Kaufman.
All of them were really good.
About Angular architecture.
Probably the best one was about the Docker.
It may be Angular elements. That's nice
From
topic.
Michael Gładki, I think.
I think every talk is great. Like, I must admit the form of the short 20-minute talks is really, like, I think doing a great job here.
Todd speech. Yes, I liked it a lot. Although it was not very technical.
I really liked the last talk about the new Ivy features. I mean, it wasn't like very consuming, but I really liked the ideas that were presented and like the new features there.
Huge round of applause, as big as you can get, for an organizer.
Likes everyone, and I never like to admit that I was wrong.
Should all go.
Excuse me, sir. You don't look like Justin Bieber. What's going on?
Justin Builder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
And what are you gonna build?
Connect my adapter.
Yes, my dear sir. Should I open it for you too?
Open it for me.
Should I do the presentation as well?
Do the presentation as well.
That's not gonna happen. You should come up. All right, so I give you, after a little correction, Justin Builder.
Oh, yeah. Ahoy. Today we're going to talk about Angular CLI Builders. My name is Justin Builder. I'm an Angular Knight. I'm on a quest. I'm not Justin Bieber, just for case. You have this reminder if you get my name wrong. Who built a CLI Builder recently? Raise your hand. Today we're going to explore the unknown, because this is what Angular Knights do. Are you ready to explore the unknown? Would you like to explore the unknown? Would you like to know what I'm wearing under this costume? No. Just checking. This is exploring the unknown. You said yes. So there is a dark spell out there. People are talking about us at the villages. And this dark spell got a power behind any imagination. That's the ng build. And if you want to know how this spell actually works, you need to go across the Angular CLI mountains. It's a very mysterious place. This is a picture of someone who did ng eject before it was deprecated. Well, it's dangerous, but I am Justin Builder, not Justin Bieber. And I want to explore the unknown. So, like the famous quote says, a journey of 1,000 lines of code begins with a single click. And this is Angular, and we've got thousands of lines of code to explore. So, should we start our journey? Should we start our journey? Let's start by stepping into the woods. So what happened after you run ng build? So I was curious, and I looked up for it, because that's the best thing you can do. If you run some command and you don't know what's going on, check it out. And it turns out that the build command is actually delegated to this method called run architect target with some options. So the CLI command is just being transformed into some architect target something method. It turned out that you can run ng build without this shortcut and just run the name of your project, and this target is this build, this string after the columns, which is interesting because after we run this, the builder is being created with configuration. So this is how it looks like. Who knows where this snippet is taken from? Angular JSON. So in Angular JSON, for each project, you've got this object called architect, and inside of it you've got a build, and inside of it you can see the path where you can find very interesting code. In our use case, it's Angular dev kit build Angular to the browser. So I wonder, what is Angular dev kit and how it knows how to build Angular for the browser? So if we take it a step forward and jump into the source code, you found this. Yep, I've got a dark theme for my Chrome because I'm a knight and everything is dark. So, yeah. So this file, who sits right there, this is the Angular, where are my slides? This is the Angular build for web, which actually run this method, build Webpack browser, and I've got a reference for you in the slides. And if you wonder how Angular is actually doing whatever it's doing, how you build your project, this is the source file that you should check out. So the first step in the journey was to understand what's going on after you run ng-build. And I found out, so I said, all right, if there is a method and it's public and we can import it, we should use it. So let's create a builder. The first step will be to create a project, and then, obviously, to implement the create builder function. So, right here, hope you can see it. Right here you see a folder with two projects. One of them is a simple Angular CLI project. Nothing was added. The second one is just a plain folder with some TypeScript, which was initialized as a npm package.json. We're going to go through these files. But before we get started, let's do this. So we said we've got a function called create builder. And this function coming from Angular architect. So let's take the create builder. Along the way, I'm going to take a builder output and a builder context. Create builder, it's a generic. Well, we know what is a generic. Right now, I'm going to type it as any, because that solves all of our problems. This is a very advanced TypeScript talk, right? And of course, like you can do any, extend, any, or never. No, I don't know what I'm doing. I would stick with any. All right. Inside of any, I'm going to pass an async function. This function is going to return a promise, which is going to be resolved to any. You're listening to me. Here we're going to pass options, and we're going to pass context. The context is going to be the builder context, and the option is going to be any. You see, this API is straightforward. Now we're going to return something, and because I can return whatever I want, currently I'm going to return an object with success, true. Now we've got kind of the, wait a second, we've got too much of this, almost. What I'm missing, a promise, return any. Let's log the options. Let's log the context. Let's see. What's the problem? I think that because I'm not using the builder output. Yeah. So this simple function that currently doesn't do anything, this is actually the simplest implementation of a builder. Let's try to use it in a project and then put something interesting inside of it. How it suddenly becomes 7 minutes? It was 20 before. Something wrong with the clock, I think. So, to make it work, what I'm going to do, I'm going to build this project. Basically, I'm just going to compile the TypeScript, npm run build, and then, inside of a real Angular project, you can see right here under architect, I just give it a name, whatever name I want. The builder, I'm going to point to this file, which I'll call horses. The option is going to be exactly what you see right here, where and food. And now, if I go ahead and do ng run, the name of the project and run, because this string says run, the builder is running. So right now I'm logging the options, where, food, configuration, and you see this builder, this is the context, will provide you a lot of data and metadata about the environment where you're running. So basically you can get a lot of information what's going on. So technically speaking, that's going to be the skeleton. Now, obviously, if you're going to create your own builder, you want to do something interesting inside of it. Now, I'm not going to build Angular by myself, although you can do it. You can write your own web configuration if you like. You can work with the context. You can completely create different build process, and you can use the context to help you with this. But before of this, because we want to keep everything typed, and this option is an object that you pass to me, I'm going to create a schema for this object. It's going to be a JSON schema, a way to define types with JSON. This is how it's going to look like. Basically, I'm going to say properties got where, the type is string, food is an array of strings, and then, right here, I can create an interface called options. I can extend JSON object, which I'm going to take from second. Yeah. Which I'm going to take from Angular dev kit core. And here, I can create type. So we're going to be string, food going to be array of strings, configuration can be a string, and now I can create my builder passing options here, and I can tell that this promise is going to be resolved to the third and last object type that I'm going to extract from the architect called builder output, which I'm going to pass right here. I'm going to use the context and one of its helper method called logger to log some information about what's going on right now. So it's going to be an info and horses about to run. I'm going to put a log right here as well. Then I can use the same context to target other builders. For example, build going to be await context, schedule target, and go ahead and call another target. Let's call the build, the actual build of Angular. So what's going to be the project name? I don't know. I'm going to check if I've got a context target, if I'm going to have one. I'm going to take the project, otherwise empty string, and configuration. I'm going to take from options, configuration, and this whole thing return me a promise. That's the reason I've got the await here. And I care about the build results, so I can do another await and wait for the build result. And then here I can return the builder result success. So these few lines of code, what I actually did here is just delegate. I think I've got a typo here. It's not that important right now, but we're going to fix it anyway. Just can't live with build results. All right, cool. So, few lines of code, what we did right here, we created a shell, we used the logger from the context, we can took a lot of other information, we schedule another target. So I'm targeting the build, which already exists on the Angular JSON because I want to run the regular Angular build. And then I'm returning the build results. And we've got plenty of other methods and other information that you can use from this context. And we can pass whatever options we like. And we can either target our own other builders, so just use some of the built-in. For example, I want to run the test target, to run the testing, and then I want to build Angular, and then I want to take the results and I'm going to deploy it to somewhere. Let me build this for a second. And then run the builder. So now you're going to see Horses is about to run. I'm building Angular, the usual build. And then I'm going to get another log. And that's all I need in order to create the shell. Now I've got 2 minutes to go over what's going on inside this command builder thing. So first of all, package.json, completely standard except this. I'm pointing to the builders.json. Builder.json. Nekuda is in a different language. Because when you're a knight, you're speaking a lot of languages. Package.json points to builders.json. Builders.json, it's another piece of metadata that just points us where is the actual implementation inside the command folder. This is not mandatory, there is no convention. Which schema you want to use, this one, schema.json, and add some description. The command itself is a simple TypeScript, and when I run build, the only thing that I'm actually doing is just run the TypeScript compiler. So this is how the most simple builder looks like. We can give an option and a structure with a schema. We can define extra metadata, we should, in builder.json, just to map the files. The builder context is the most important object because it contains both helper methods, like the logger and metadata about our context. We can schedule to run other targets, which is very powerful because we can create different builders or reuse builders that come built in with Angular or the community created. And we've got some other utility methods which I didn't have the time to show you, but you can trust me on this. Trust me on this. So this was a quick introduction about Angular builders, because sometimes those concepts sound to be very complicated, but the truth is pretty much straightforward. What you can do with it. So you can become a knight by yourself. All you need to do is, well, wear this kind of stuff. That's mandatory. But honestly, when you run a command like ngbuild or whatever, if you really want to become an Angular knight, don't sit down and say, all right, some magic happened in Angular build. Go ahead and explore what's going on. You might find out that you can customize and you can build amazing things and understand things just by exploring. This guy, another Angular knight, created a template, a builder demo. Basically the structure that I just showed you. You can clone it. You can play with it, add your own code, and it's going to help you get started. Another Angular knight created a builder just to get you inspired that enable you just to add your own, where is it? Yeah, to add your own web configuration without effort. Just export a piece of custom or extra web configuration, and it's going to merge into the web configuration, and you can add whatever you want with a builder. Another builder that can inspire you, and the last one that I'm going to show you, is Netlify, which basically created a builder. You're going to get those links that build Angular and just deploy directly to Netlify. Because the builder is not just for building or testing or running tasks. You can take the results and you can do something with it. And because it's just JavaScript, you've got all the node modules available. So you can play with the file system. You can write whatever you like. Publish your own builders. That's a great opportunity for us as a community because it's easy, because it's straightforward, because it's powerful. Let's create builders. When we have enough builders, we're not going to need to reinvent the wheel. It's going to be easy to create a complicated build process around complicated tasks just by reusing builders that we created. Sounds good? Do you want to become Angular Knights? When I'm not a knight, I am near Kaufman. If you want to learn more about the meetups that I run, the company where I work, 500 Tech, or Angular conferences that I might get you a nice discount, talk with me later on. If you talk with me, I'm going to give you a free copy of my book and my other book. It's about CSS. The nasty parts. If you're going to be here tomorrow, a friend of mine, Uncle State, going to show you how to create electronic music with JavaScript. Who's going to be here tomorrow? Yeah. It's going to be fun. He's a nice person. Thank you. This is my Twitter handle. This is how you can keep in touch. I'm going to be here. Thanks. I'm going to be here the entire day and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So it's not going to be hard to find me, obviously. I'm going to wear this until maybe I'll try to get to the airport with this one, see what's happening.
It's going to be a lot of beeping at the airport. That's what's going to happen. But yeah, that was pretty amazing. Sir built a lot. Can we take a selfie together?
Of course.
Do you know what a selfie is? All right, let's do it. Come on, guys, make some noise. This was actually part of the presentation.
Yeah.
You meant that.
So we hope both that you are warned after this sign. So let's go. So every project has a story, and every story has a bit of magic in it. And where is magic? There are furries. And where are furries? There is of course the magic dust. And as NG Poland is all about inspiration and all that stuff, we are here today to tell you our story of configurable front-end applications. And we've done it with a little help of magic from the fairies. And as we were introduced, we are front-end walls, Rafał and I'm Max. We are from Future Processing in Gliwice, when we solve all nasty different things. So let's go with our story.
Yeah. Let's begin with an introduction, with a prologue, which is always in a good Disney story. So, one day, the fairies had a very long, intensive discussion. This discussion was about how to help the developers deliver their configurations to their front-end applications. By configuration, I mean some kind of links, authorization configurations, links to external applications, etc., etc. Any configuration you can have, and they discussed how can they help to deliver this magic dust, the configuration to their app. The expectations are very different, so they need to think out something very, very good. And during the discussion, one of the fairies, it was Silver Mist, proposed to go to the standard, easiest Angular way. Everybody should know it. And she said, we have environment functionality, and it's already there. And look at this. We have a specific environment TypeScript file where you put your configuration, you make a ng build, then you have an artifact in your dist folder, then you deploy it, you have a running app where you can use your configuration from the environment. And the same for the dev, the same for the separate application for the production, for the stage, for whatever you environment file you have. And all the fairies agreed. And because it's a well-known standard way to push the configuration to the application, and it's broadly used by all the developers, I think a lot of you is also using that way. Only Tinkerbell, it was the only fairy that had some doubts. And she said, is it the only way? Is it always fine? Let's think this through for a moment. But this is done during build time. So the configuration gets burned into the artifact, into your build, so you cannot manipulate it later. So you cannot do anything later with that. Maybe we could find a better way to push the configuration, the magic dust to our application. Tinkerbell, oh no, said the other fairies. And here we go again with this Tinkerbell story. Chapter 1, direct dust injection. But this time, it was not the Tinkerbell who opened the ideas Pandora box. It was Faun, mostly known as the animal fairy. And she said, maybe we shouldn't drift so far away from this default solution. Let's go the same way, but instead of using multiple environments, just make that decision on build time. Let's either provide the configuration for all possible runtime locations and put it in production environment file. Wait. Let's sum it up. So you want to have a single environment file with all those configurations, for example, for dev, stage, and production. Build it, and then you have your bundle with dev, stage, and production, and you deploy it, and then in your running app, you decide which environment configuration you need by the browser URL. For example, you have stage example.com, then you just take from the bundle the stage config. And by a single config file, you mean something like this. Ask the Tinkerbell. And she has shown this simple production environment file with all of the configurations. Then, with loading, we have something like this, ask again, and showed a simple configuration config initializer, very often used. He mentioned it already today, app initializer. So you just take the host name and with the host name, take the proper configuration and initialize the app with this configuration. Or, she said again, the Faun, or simply provide multiple files with configuration and then just use it in the same way, said the Tinkerbell. So you want to have a standard normal app, but with separate files. Then you just need to build it again. Do you have your artifact, your dist folder with, and here is the difference with the application build and with the chunks. and the chunks are coming from dynamic import, which Webpack takes and creates such chunks. So when you run your application, then again the browser URL decides which configuration should be taken, but it's not taken from the built-in bundle, but it uses dynamic import and dynamically imports the chunk, like the lazy loading for the routing. And again, the browser URL decides. For multiple files, you think about something similar like this, and again show the files. There are 3 examples of the files, and then about loading it with the dynamic import with Webpack, you have something like this. And again, we have the hostname and the dynamic import. The part which we have marked here is with this dynamic import, which is responsible for creating those separate chunks that Webpack creates during build. Yes, exactly, said the founder. They hoped that this will close the topic finally, as this solution looks quite legit. But again, Tinkerbell, she was not a normal standard fairy. It was far from being then satisfied. And gives, do we really should ban again these configurations into our artifact? This way we deliver a lot of useless magic dust to these users' applications, which is also publicly available. You can look into code and you see the configurations. So it's a little bit dangerous. And now, chapter 2.
The dust injection by replacement. So Thinkable was thinking, imagine a situation when we still have a single deployable artifact, but we would like to inject our configurations during deployment, not during build time. And then suddenly Videsa stepped out of the line and, probably inspired by the whole discussion, asked, okay, so how do they deploy their frontend apps nowadays? Again, Silvermist, also known as the Water Fairy, was the first one to say something. I've heard about some kind of a dolphin or a fish. No, wait, was it a whale? Yes, a whale. I think it's a whale, and it has a whale in the logo, and it's called Docker. Yes, said happily Tinkerbell. This is some sort of magic as well. They containerize their apps to be a self-sufficient, encapsulated artifacts, and it's really awesome. So it's just like on Bird. Everything inside to bring whatever's inside live. And you can control this container behavior via the environment variables. Wow, impressive. All the fairies nod their heads. So, can we or can we not utilize this to support our goal? Rosetta asked. And she continued, so what if we could use those environment variables in our app? For instance, by leaving some kind of configuration placeholders in our code, like index.html, so we can later grab it and use it, while earlier it gets replaced with a proper value? So, Tinkerbell said, wait, you're thinking about something like this. So you have some kind of index template with some kind of basic placeholders. You pre-process it to get a final index.html which is usable by Angular and ngBuild with the actual env placeholders, and we'll get to that later. Then you do the ngBuild with all that stuff. You get the artifact, which is a dist folder. You do the Docker build to get the artifact, which is the Docker image. And then, during the deployment phase, you suggest to take the available environment variables and to substitute them on Docker run in this index.html to get a running application which has index.html with the placeholders replaced by the deployment environment specific values. Am I right? So Rosetta said, yeah, you're right. So I'm seeing this a little bit like this. And then before the application gets built, we will do some kind of magic to support 2 different targets. The local development, so the ngServe, which really doesn't require environment variables, and the all other target environment, which is our Docker images via the ngBuild and so on. So we will modify our package JSON to look something like this. Then we will use a simple node script with tools inside like preprocess or set, and do a little bit of magic, which looks something like that. So depending on the environment target, we are preparing different things or placeholders for the variables, or we inject some preset up values. And then this way, we could prepare our index HTML so it can be used by a, for instance, get text event subs program. This will allow us to directly inject OS environments as our configuration during the deployment phase. So the Docker file might look like this, I think, she said. And thanks to all this process, I think that from this step, via this after pre-processing, so just before the build, we could end up with something like this in our index HTML, so we can grab it easily and deal with it. But Tinkerbell said, but wait, I just reminded myself that they use a tool called Kubernetes to build huge ecosystems of those Docker images.
And now, again, next chapter, chapter 3, with discrete dust injection. Oh, come on! Vidya joined the discussion, is a friend of Tinkerbell. So I see where this is going. I know you, Tinkerbell. Your curiosity will get us in trouble again, and again. But I have an option. As far as I know, Kubernetes is capable of mounting files and things as a files into containers. Of course, in multiple namespaces. This is what is Kubernetes responsible for. There are those little things called secrets and those config maps? Yeah, thank you, Tinkerbell. So maybe we could join our concepts and make Kubernetes load our configuration as a files, these mounted files, depending on deployment namespace. By namespace, I mean stage, development, prod, etc. This way, in each namespace, we could have separate configurations and just simply load them on Bootstrap of our application, as we already shown in previous example or at the beginning with the simplest one with Angular way. Tinkerbell said. So let's sum this up. I need to analyze it. So we have our normal application code, which we build with the standard Angular way. We have our artifact, our dist folder, then we build our Docker image, and then, thanks to our config map and Kubernetes, during the deployment, there is this config magically injected, mounted as a file. And then, thanks to this process, we have a running app with environment file config JSON that is mounted magically. And when it comes to this config map, it looks something like that. So we have this config JSON base encoded, and a deployment config file for the Kubernetes, where we decide how to mount this magically text to this config map to our Docker image. And of course, we use app initializer with our config initializer function with the promise, and just take the simple config file and use our configuration and data as you want. Again, yes, you have got it, Tinkerbell, said the Vidya. But Tinkerbell, as always, is so curious and said, but can we do this better? Especially when there is this micro frontend hype all around. Chapter 4.
The first concept. So Tinkerbell shouted, on the spring variant of our clean name. Girls, I've got a splendid concept. Let me call it our first concept. So let's like, first, the splendid, shiny, superb Node.js framework for building backend apps, so we won't need any Java or .NET developers, called Nest.js. Kamil, I hope you're here. And using it, we can build quickly a dedicated web service to serve the configuration for us, depending on the environment. and of course with its implicit configuration. And as you know, or maybe you don't know, Nest.js just looks like Angular, so it's really awesome by the definition. And yeah, you should try it. So before we go, just let's have a quick theoretical sum up. So we have multiple apps, and what I think we should do is to split the code and the configurations into separate parts. Then on ng-build and Docker build, still have this separation to both entities and have it in deployable artifact. But later on the deployment stage, do two different things. The one thing is deploy the runtime application. The second one is to publish a configuration to a separate web service. So thanks to that, on the runtime, your application can easily load the things from your web service. And additionally, you can override the config from outside if you wish. So first things, some concepts. So if we have multiple apps, like the micro frontend setup that you see here, of course, you can have many of those apps. So we allow each app to define their unique, but what's important, broadly available config set. So a package of config properties inside related to this application. Then we allow to have a global config set with configurations inside. And what's even more important, in the end, we do some kind of optimization. We allow each app to create a projection of configurations that are needed called runtime set. So you build a runtime set from those configurations that you actually need. And then on the Angular side, it gets really simple. So you create a service capable of delivering the configuration just when asked, and it might look like this. So it's quite simple and obvious. And on the backend side, so the Nest.js one, you create a simple controller, really with a small service that does 4 things for you. So it's able to taking the config set and removing when asked, and further on it's able to create and retrieve the runtime sets, so those compiled configurations that are needed by given application. And as mentioned, we can store our configurations in separate files, and still outside of Angular app, but literally with Docker. So our project might look like this, and if we wish, we could use here the Kubernetes trick as well. So there's only one thing we need to do, is learn our Docker image to publish given environment-related configurations to our config web service while it's brought to life. And this is quite simple, because we can do this in a couple lines. So depending on the environment variables, we'll simply publish whatever we need. And voila! We can request our configuration, and it will be there. Always in the latest version, always composed from what is actually needed, and well secured, if you've done it right. So, what do you think? Do you feel inspired? So, we hope so. So, this is the end, and thank you, Faris, and thank you as well. Awoo!
I'm going to talk about networking 101 and how to actually done it better. And just let me introduce myself. I used to be an Android developer, then I moved to managing projects. And I'm having a company where we are a small software house outsourcing some small projects, Android and web apps. But also I'm a CTO of the Teddyberry company, which is a startup working in AR. We are doing occlusion stuff. I'm also having a side project right now, so if there's any one of you interested in esports and gaming, I'd love to talk to you later about this. So, keep going. Sure. Where I'm bringing my experience from is the series of events I ran for the last year and a half, which was developer speed dating. And actually what it is speed dating for developers. And the idea, the first event I've done was just before Valentine's Day as a small joke for lonely developers. But actually the idea catch, and we kept on going with those events as they were really amazing, and the networking, which was the whole idea of the event, just went great. So the first rule is just to do not miss the occasion. If you have a mic and you're on a conference hall, just say what you do. And this is this famous elevator pitch, when you have 30 seconds actually to say who you are, what do you do, and what you're looking for. And it's just, you just have to remember that it's sometimes when you are meeting a person in an elevator, it's just good to have, don't be afraid to come up to the person and actually start talking. Second, be engaging. So, when you're in the conference and you're in the corner of the room, or there's someone in the corner of the room with a plate full of food, that's the obvious sign this person is not gonna go for networking. And how to be engaging? Just start conversation. And I actually my beloved question when I'm approaching new people is just asking, what do you do for a living? That's I think that's a way better question than how it's going. How's it going? And just you can keep going and start and meet the person who he is and where it's going. Third advice from me is that to be consistent. What I found after talking to from the developer speed dating events about 1,000 developers. So those things may sound obvious, but still a lot of people, especially developers, are missing that. That if you are a young startup, you are looking for developers, just keep saying that. Tell it to your friends, keep telling to your family, talk it to the people at the bus stop, just keep on going with the things that you're looking for, because it's all about creating opportunities. And what I think about achieving a goal or actually having a great project and accomplishing it is about talks that you will have to all the talks, and even just one more will bring you to the end of the project, and you will just find the person that will help you and collect the developers for your startups. Fourth rule for me is if you already met the person, you engage them, is just you may share there's the situation when you have to share your number, of course. So the clever idea is to just have your phone book, your number saved in your phone book. So when you have to send a virtual business card, you may have filled all the data like website of your company, other numbers you have, address of your company, website. So this will just help you, and this is going to be a way smarter way of sharing the information and may create some opportunities in the future. And fifth is when you already gave a number, you're going to receive a business card. So if you're going to roll with hundreds of business cards, like I did, I tried a lot of software that can help me collect those and store those business cards. But probably the best products is Google Lens. So if you are an Android developer, Android user, you have this out of the box. So you just use the app, and it's super quick because you just take a photo of the business card. You can have a one click and then add to the contact. So all the information by the OCR software can be transferred to this contact, and you will just save the contact by having a photo. And if you are an iOS developer, you just may download the Google Photos app, and it's gonna work for you too. And that's all. You may try this option right here with this business card. And thank you so much.
So, hello NG Poland, hope you're having a good time. If you have never been to Radom, you should visit it at least once, maybe just once in your lifetime. So I am Scrum Master, but for over 11 years I was software developer, so I would like to share with you some of my observations about challenges of being developer in Agile. So all of the developers, most of them, they will love to write good code of good quality. We love to make it look very good. We spend a lot of time on performance, but and I will be the first person to defend the value of performance, of optimization. But if you do it too early, it can be very costly. So make sure that you involve your product owner to help you locate the places where you really need performance improvement, and that you don't spend time on the places that will be not used that often. And we all love to write some intelligent, crafty code. We use a lot of design patterns, all the stuff. And of course, it's a good thing. It will increase maintainability, but at the same time, you increase complexity. So make sure that if you use design patterns, you will reuse them in this sprint or immediately after. And of course, if you work in Agile, you need to constantly deliver code that brings value to your product owner. You are not shielded by an army of analysts or business managers. So it can be tense, and some teams, they tend to develop right over without plan, without design. And on the other hand, some of the teams, they do these big designs, big upfront designs, which is more characteristic to waterfall, but some Agile teams do it as well. So make sure that you do design when it's needed. If it's not needed, maybe you don't have to spend that much time on it. And make sure you plan before you start. And most of the developers, good developers, I know they use these 4 steps. So first they spend some time to think about the problem. Maybe you write some unit tests if you use test-driven development. Then write the minimum amount of good code that will cover your problem. And then you can test, you can use unit tests, manual tests, regression tests, whatever you like. And this is a very important step because it will allow you to make sure that you understand your problem well. So don't skip it. And at the end, if you are not satisfied with your code, you can refactor it as long as it benefits the sprint. And it all comes to actually to one word: focus. Focus on your sprint goal, focus on whatever you want to achieve. And it's not because someone told you to, not because your product owner, Scrum Master, not because I told you to do it, but because we all want to achieve something. We all want to finish what we started. This is important for our mental health, for our self-confidence. So an Agile can help you actually a lot with it through the ceremonies that help your team align, through constant inspection of your progress. We all know chess. It's very simple to start with. There are a couple dozen basic moves. But when you make 3 moves in chess, you have several billion of possible moves that are available for you. So it takes lifetime or years to master it. And Agile is very like that. So you can very easily start working on it. It's easy to step in. But under the hood, it gets very complex. So why shouldn't you use the experience of developers that have gone before us and learn from their experience? Thank you so much.
All right. No, yeah, okay, welcome to my talk, Angular Elements in Production. And I'm pretty sure we learn a lot of things today. First of all, Angular elements can ship in many, many different ways, and as you know, many different ways lead to many solutions, and if you tried it, you will figure out that this many solution leads to many, many different configurations. I will discuss some strategies today. We'll show you some options, what you can do, what you have to do with elements, and how complicated it is to implement it. I will introduce you to the main 6 versions that you can ship a web component. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Michael Latki. I try to help people, companies, and other associations that work with Angular, and I'm also very active in the community. But let's start with the talk itself. There are several relevant sections that I want to introduce you today. We know that elements can be styled. There are different ways you can style elements. Elements can have change detection. It is a very critical problem, especially if you use them in Angular. They can also ship, how is it called, zoneless, and if you do this, you would need some extra libraries to use, and so on and so forth. So there are several sections that we will walk through in this talk. A quick overview. We have styling strategies. We can ship our application or our web component scoped. We use Shadow DOM to scope it, and then our consumer application is not able to style it. The other way would be I don't scope it, and then my consumer of the web component can override styles. This is one way. I have also several ways how to load web components. I can load them eagerly, lazy, precompiled or uncompiled. And as I said, change detection strategies are also a very interesting and critical problem to solve. The black box in the right corner is bundling. And bundling is one of the core problems that you will run into when you try to ship web components. First of all, let me improve a little bit the developer experience for you. When the first company approached me to solve their problems related to web components, I saw a very complex setup. When I tried to test it, I made a simple change in the web component, and it took the full cycle to really display and see if my test is working, if my change is working. So what they had was something like this. A process that started the build of web component. When web component was bundled, they injected or used this bundled web component in their Angular application, and then they run the next step, the serve step. So as you can imagine, running all those things sequentially can take a lot of time. In fact, it took me forever to just fix some small bugs that they had because of those misconfigured tooling, I would call it. So let me give you some suggestions how you can improve it. First, I will improve the consumer side, and I will use a library that is called Angular extension/elements, which is very easy to set up and help you to lazy load elements. Here we have the 3 steps. I just set up, install it, and then I use a directive *AX lazy element on the web component, and that's it. It will automatically lazy load. The second thing that I would suggest you is setting up HTTP proxies. And this is very important to parallelize the process. So 3 things you have to do. You have to first of all configure the port where your provider is served, so on which port you want to serve the Angular element. The second thing is you need to configure redirects. So whenever my consumer requests an Angular element, I want to redirect this request to the specified port from before. And the last thing that you do is pretty easy. You just run your project, and it automatically will reroute those requests to the right place. So if we test the tooling, we can see our provider is already set up because we can serve and build our web component. This was given anyway. What I did, I implemented this proxy, and now, as you can see, it parallelizes those steps, and you are way more productive because you can run both projects in ngServe mode. Okay, Next thing is styling. There are different ways you can style your web components, and they are for different reasons. Think about Angular, Elements, and the material design library. The material design library is a really complex set of CSS stylings, and most of the time, if you use components in your application, you want those components to get styled from your main configuration. In some ways, in some other ways, you want to ship the component should be self-styled, and nobody should be able to change the styling of a component. You use Shadow DOM to scope the styling. Here's the question, what if my consumer wants to control those stylings? Well, you have two different options. As I said, you can have the self-styled options for web components, and you can also go with consumer-styled web components. If you do this, you have pros and cons, of course, but the important part is you have to make a decision. You have to decide, do I include styles or do I not include styles? First thing, if you want to override styles, if you want your consumer to be able to change styling, you have to get rid of all the styles that you would ship with your element, with your provider. On the other hand, if you have self-styled elements, you have to get rid of all the CSS styles that are on the other side. So, depending on your decision, you either include styles in your element or you try to kick it out. This is normally a manual process and not really a nice feeling if you ship those elements. Okay, there was a mistake in the slides, but here we see that we have to make a decision, and the question always is, where do I put this decision? I will leave it open for now, but just that you know, every decision you make, every version in which you can ship, must be implemented somewhere in code. You cannot do it always manually, right? Next chapter, change detection. With change detection, we have many, many different ways how you can ship. And I will introduce you to some of them. What if your consumer wants to decide if you detect changes automatically over zone or if you do it manually? You have two ways, and every way has two subcategories, I would say. You can run zone full, and you can run zone less. Pretty obvious, right? But if you run zone full, you can do two different things. You can either inject it from the parent, or you can ship with your own zone, or there is a very cool hack of Chai, the actual code owner of Zone.js. He created something that he called scoped zones. I will not talk about it in this presentation because it is a little bit too much for 20 minutes, but you can basically ship multiple versions of zones in the same application and they don't interfere with each other. It's really, really cool. On the other hand, you can ship zoneless, and you can also control this shipping an element zoneless by two ways. You either exclude zone completely from your project, or your consumer decides that you should not use change detection over Zone.js. So the zone full way, let me quickly walk through it, is the default way is pretty simple. If I want to ship zone, I don't need to do anything. In my polyfields.ts file, we have this line that says import Zone.js from this and that directory, and then we basically include Zone.js in our bundle. The other version is, and it's pretty interesting, we can inject zone from our parent, from our consumer. And this is really critical. I'm 100% sure that everybody that used a web component so far had a problem with change detection and zone. If you use it in an Angular application, you basically have two instances of zone running, and as soon as you try to do something asynchronous, it will stop working. And you will have a lot of crazy hacks inside. So what you do is, you have to inject the zone instance from your consumer. So on the consumer side, I do following. I take Zone.js and I, in this case, apply a dirty hack. I just add the instance of Zone.js on the window object so that I can pull it out from the window object in my provider side, where the Angular element lives. And then I provide this zone from my window object in the compiler option when I create the element. And this is the trick how I can run the element that I fetch from a remote source with the same zone instance as my consumer project. A really, really important hack if you want to use web components, and you definitely need it. Next thing, you could also ship zoneless. How could you do it? You could just don't use zone in your web component. How do you do it? You open up the main.ts file, and in your compiler options again, you provide noob for ng-zone. And this is the trick how you disable zone in your elements project. What if your consumer wants to decide if you want to ship or run zoneless or not? Again, we have to do this trick with injecting stuff. This time, instead of providing the consumer's real zone instance on the consumer side, I just provide the string noob there, and the rest is exactly the same. I fetch it from the window object and provide the whatever it is, in this case noob zone, as compiler option to my Angular element. And again, we have to decide it somewhere. We have to somewhere in our code implement this decision. Should I go with zone change detection or not? Normally, people have two different versions of main.ts to do this. So there is also different loading strategies, and this is the last chapter that I will introduce to you, and then I will show you some real solutions how you can manage all those different configurations. When I talk about loading strategies, there are three different strategies. I can provide my Angular element lazy loaded and precompiled. So which means I fire the line create element in my elements project, and the already compiled Angular element is then consumed. The important line is the highlighted one here, create custom element, and then you provide the class, the compiler options, and all the stuff you would normally do in your provider project. You have to make a decision to make it working, and then you can ship the compiled element, and you can consume it from your consumer application. The other way is you could lazy load uncompiled Angular elements. What is this? So the exact same code snippet, create element, providing the class and compiler option, is not placed in the bundle itself. So what I lazy load is an Angular module with components and nothing related to Angular elements. And in my consumer application, I wrap my Angular component within an Angular element. For sure, you might already realize that I lose a lot of benefits when I go this way. Mostly all benefits that web components provided us. But it's still a very, very cool thing you can do, because in that way you can work with completely dynamic DOM structures. Because as soon as you register an element, it will appear, right? If you have the text somewhere, it will immediately appear after you register it in your browser. And in this way, you can have a way easier way to work with dynamic DOM structures. If you're more interested in that approach, Yuri gave a very good talk at NG Rome, I guess, about this, and I can only recommend to watch it. And the last one, the decision here, and then the last one that I want to talk about is I provide it statically, and this is maybe the worst thing that you can do. You just bundle your element and then you import it statically in your bundle. This is nothing that I would suggest, because you have to make these multiple decisions, and you will also run in this zone problem that I told you. and you will have no way to configure it because it is already bundled with your app, and this trick that we could do before was only possible with lazy loading. So just to keep in mind, even if it is very fast to set it up, it will prevent elements to work properly in your application. So load it lazily in any way you want, but don't statically. Okay. There are these two versions, and I want to recap what I so far explained to you. Let's look at the big picture. We have configuration files, we have AngularJS, we have polyfills, we have this proxy setup. We have to decide if we want to create the element on the provider and the consumer side. We have to decide about CSS, 2 different decisions. We have to decide about change detection, 4 different decisions. We maybe want to include some extra libraries, and we will need a lot of glue code to make it working. A lot of stuff to know, a lot of stuff to configure. I tried to test every single use case, every single variation, every single variant that I presented you here, and even more. And it was nearly impossible for me to maintain the project. I had 7 different versions of main.js, 10 different versions of polyfill. And in the end, nobody that looked at the project had a clue what I do there, because it was just a confusing mixture of here a little bit of if there, then I have an extra file there, and I do this, and you cannot maintain it. It's impossible. But if you work with Angular elements, you want to ship multiple different versions from the same source file, right? This is the main thing why you go with elements. You want to use the same element in multiple different projects. Maybe some projects of those are Angular projects, maybe some vanilla.js projects. And you want to ship and build those elements for all those different projects, in all those different versions. So what I did is I came up with an idea. I call this idea Angular Elements Variants API. What is this API doing? Remember all those decisions we made? So what I did is I introduced a layer of abstraction. I introduced a single file that contains all my decisions in one place. And this single file then is used while building, this single file is used while creating the element, and this single file is also used when including or excluding the styles, including or excluding Zone.js, and it is also used in my consumer side, that the consumer know what type of element it consumes. There are 4 different blocks that the Variants API provide you. It's a custom builder because I have to open up all the different entry files that get used in Webpack config, and I have to make my decisions there. If I want to run zoneless, for example, or I want to ship zone, I have to either include or exclude the file from the polyfills.js. This is, I guess, a very common thing that most of us know, that we have to do this. Another very special thing is if you want to support ECMAScript version 5, you will end up with these ES5 bundles, and if you take a close look at the source code that is shipped, you will realize that they ship a small package that is called Zone Legacy inside your bundles, inside your ES5 polyfills. So if you want to run zoneless, why should you ship it, right? There's no other way to get it out than open up the Webpack entry files and doing all these decisions manually. So the plugin, the custom builder, takes care of opening up all the entry files and sorting, building, combining, doing it. The second thing that the plugin or the variant thing will provide you is a very simple thing, an interface. And this is the heart of Variants API. This simple interface lets you make every single decision in a typed way, in one place. You can look at it and you can name it. You can make multiple of those variants files and use it. And it's very easy to understand. The second thing is, the third thing is compiler utils. So consumer utils, sorry. In your consumer application, you just call setup global compile options or whatever you need to do, and it will do all the magic under the hood and applies all the dirty hacks for you under the hood, and you don't need to know how much dirty hacks you need to implement to get it running. And the last part is provider utils. So you have to also do some decisions on your provider, and instead of knowing all the different edge cases, you can just use this utils thing and set it up automatically by just providing the variance file. So let me give you a 10-second demo before I get kicked out of the stage, because my time is already over. I introduced this variance layer here. You maybe cannot see it, but if I use my magnifying glass, I can show you that I have here a folder, and this folder is called variants, and I have all the different variants in a single file. So like you would have different environments, you can have different variants. Okay, and then I have a small project running here, and if I open it up, and I hide this a little bit, we have a very simple web component, it's just a headline. We have a material design web component that could be styled and does some animations. And we have also an auto-generated dynamic form which uses Angular material and is also again wrapped in a third-party library. All of those things work. Why do they work? Because I inject zone from the outside. So this small picture here is auto-generated from my variance file, and it shows you what happened. So let me change a little bit. Let me go here and decide that I want to ship zone in my project. So I just put shipped here, and if I rebuild my project, I can demonstrate that everybody that used elements before has this problem. So if I refresh, come on, perfect. And if I open it, you see the blue box is now inside of the Angular element, and I can also demonstrate that it will not work anymore. Natively, so directly used, it works, but if I go to the third-party library, you see that all the animations stopped and the whole change detection stopped working for a third-party library. Just that you really see all those bugs that I demonstrated work, and with this small test component, I always try to double check, did I include zone, did I this, and did I include styles or not. As I have no time left, I cannot do more demos. I'm sorry about that, but other people also want to speak. So the last thing that I do is I say, thanks for your time, and I deleted my thank you slide. Thanks for your time and that you're here listening to me. Bye.
All right, so hi everyone, hi NG Poland, welcome to my session, Dissecting Dependency Injection in Angular and Nest.js. And before diving into this topic, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Kamil, I'm a co-founder of Try.io, the next level software consulting company, and I'm a full-stack software engineer primarily focused on the web-related things. I'm also a Google developer expert in Angular and web technologies. You can find me on Twitter using this highlighted Twitter handle and obviously on GitHub. Beyond regular day-to-day work, I'm giving the value back to the community as an open source contributor. I'm the creator of Nest.js, which is the fastest growing, the fastest rising framework for Node.js in 2018. In the last year, we have noted almost 300% growth in the number of GitHub stars, leaving behind any other existing Node.js HTTP library, including all those famous ones like Express, Koa, and Happy.js. Regarding Nest, maybe let's start with a quick question. Who has heard about Nest.js already? Please raise your hand. Awesome. Who's using Nest.js? Please raise your hand once again. Okay. All right, so you have like 15% of people, maybe 10% of people. Right, we can do better next year. All right, so just to give you a short overview and ensure that everyone is on the same page, this framework is written entirely in TypeScript and is heavily inspired by Angular, taking what's best in Angular and reflecting it in an Node.js ecosystem to allow people building a wide range of server-side applications in a similar fashion as in Angular. But today I'm not going to talk about Nest.js specifically. In particular, if you're interested, you can visit our website, nestjs.com. You can follow us on Twitter if you use Twitter. Our Twitter handle is Nest Framework. Instead, today, I will dig into the feature that overlaps between Nest.js and Angular, which name is dependency injection. Dependency injection is an important application design pattern. It helps us creating flexible, scalable, and testable systems. And both Angular and Nest.js have their own dependency injection frameworks behind. Let's consider this simple example. We have a regular cat service class, just a normal TypeScript JavaScript class that makes use of two different dependencies, respectively HTTP service and logger. Both are immediately instantiated within the body of the class, which means that every time when the object of this class is created, we'll also create nested objects, and this is kind of obvious. And we already know that this approach is not very maintainable, not really testable, and makes creation of comprehensive software tougher over time. Hence, both frameworks supply us with a dependency injection mechanism. Now, a class asks for dependencies from external sources rather than creating them by itself inside the body of the class. The question that we should ask ourselves is, how is that even possible that either Angular or Nest.js knows that we want to inject HTTP service at position number 1 and logger at position number 2? How is it possible? Is injectable decorator a reason? Yes and no at the same time. The decorator is going to add the metadata information to our transfile class to ensure that the type information to identify the tokens is not lost. Nonetheless, it's not going to enable dependency injection by itself. Being honest, the body of this function could even look like this. Just a simple function without anything inside. No logic, 0 lines of code. It's enough. It's not the case anymore, though, in both frameworks, because we can pass an options object, which consists of provided in attribute if we want to register a provided in Nest.js. We have a scope property in order to set a scope and so on and so forth. But basically, this is everything that we need in order to get a class constructor information at runtime. So as I said, the entire dependency injection mechanism in TypeScript, it all boils down to the metadata, or even to say it more precisely, to the metadata produced by the TypeScript compiler. Basically, TypeScript compiler is able to emit some design time, serialized type metadata. Let's have a look at this class once again. This is what will end up in our final bundle after the TypeScript compilation process. As you can see, various things are happening around cat service class. We've got two helper utility functions generated by the compiler, respectively decorate and metadata, and they are usually located at the beginning of each file. They are doing some usual things underneath, like checking whether you have a reflect object on the global scope, and depending on that, they will assign this metadata in different ways. However, the most important here is this part. So design param types is a TypeScript metadata key used for parameter metadata. And regardless whether you interact with a constructor or a normal meta, the same key is being used. We'll always use design param types. The second argument is an array that contains references to classes that are needed in this particular context. So we could say that this metadata was kind of extracted from the constructor at the compilation time. Taking a step back to our class, we already know that this metadata exists at the runtime. How can we take advantage of that? So TypeScript gives us a polyfill, a metadata reflection API, which enables us to put some meta programming on top of JavaScript. And it's all about providing a consistent, simple, straightforward approach to reason over metadata. Using metadata reflection API, we can get constructor param types if we put design param types, so this dedicated string as the first parameter, and our class as the second one. You can see that if we call reflect get metadata, we pass the design parameters as the first parameter and cat service as the second parameter, it's going to return us an array of types that we can use to indicate what dependencies are actually required in the cat service class. And now things become very simple. Let's imagine that we have an inquirer, in our case, cat service that needs two dependencies. It goes to injector. Injector asks for both dependencies by type. And the container is a simple collection in which in which keys are equal to type references, whereas corresponding values are instances of these types. And then the container returns the value to injector, and injector is able to create an instance of our class. But obviously, it's just a simplification. It's just a high-level view how you could theoretically implement dependency injection system in your systems. Because frameworks like Angular and SJS, we have to do some heavy lifting underneath, solving circular dependencies, resolving asynchronous providers, and so on and so forth. All right, let's have a look at how the frameworks deal with TypeScript design time metadata. Nest is using this API directly, so there's nothing to explain. It's the same as in the normal TypeScript compilation. We don't have any dedicated compiler. We don't perform any post-processing. But if you dive into the files generated by the Angular compiler, you will see something like this. It is still the same output with one small difference. Both utility functions are imported from tsleep. Nonetheless, if we move to the ngFactory file of Angular Angular component, we'll see that the dependencies are represented in a slightly different way. This is an instruction generated by the Angular 8 compiler. We have a homepage component here and two constructor dependencies, change detector ref and router. So as you can see, Angular performs some post-processing, has additional compilation step, this Angular compiler, which no longer uses design param types, this dedicated string, for a few reasons actually. Most importantly, though, because of the performance, because of the first meaningful pain, to ensure that the bundle of your application is as small as possible. In the next IV renderer, which is coming in the Angular 9, we don't have legacy ngFactories anymore represented as additional files. Instead, this is what the compiler will produce us. Here you can see two dependencies that have to be injected into a homepage component. Compiler hard codes these dependencies inside a factory function, inside a JavaScript function, so this reflect metadata, this polyfill, is not needed anymore. It would be too good if everything was so simple. Of course, it's not, because there are problems down the road which you may face very often. First of all, let's talk about interfaces. Interfaces available in TypeScript. This is our previous example. We are going to switch from HTTP service class to the iHTTP service interface. And regardless of the naming conventions, I personally do not use I before each interface name, but I've used iHTTP service just to clearly indicate that we are interacting with an interface right now instead of a class. Now let's reflect our constructor metadata once again. And as you can see, if we call reflect get metadata, we pass the same set of parameters as before, and it turns out that we have an object. Instead of having some kind of metadata about iHTTP service, we've got a regular object type. And this type does not bring any useful value. The reason is obvious. Interfaces do not exist in a vanilla JavaScript, and therefore TypeScript is not able to provide us with useful information about iHTTP service. We cannot distinguish interfaces, and that's why you cannot use them in both Angular and SJS for dependency injection purposes. What is the potential solution for this problem? The first potential solution would be TypeScript compiler, at some point in the future, would leave some additional metadata about interfaces that we could then use at the runtime. It might be difficult, though, because we don't know how to represent interfaces in a JavaScript, because interfaces do not exist in this language. As a string, as a symbol, as a constant value, that would affect a bundle. So the second potential solution would be to use ASC, abstract syntax tree, to statically analyze our code and enhance TypeScript compiler, write a plugin or run on top of it, and store this custom metadata somewhere. And then we can read it at the runtime. Another difficulty, generics. Again, let's have a look at our cat service class. We'll change the second dependency to the data source repository class, just like that. So now we have a repository of a cat entity. Let's dive into the metadata stuff once again. And you can see that if we call reflect metadata, again with the same set of parameters, the metadata is now equal to an array with HTTP service, order was preserved, everything is great. The second parameter, the second element in the array is a repository. What about cat class? You can see that we lose knowledge about specializations. And again, a kind of reason is obvious, because generics do not exist in JavaScript. And the potential solution would be the same as before. So TypeScript compiler at some point in the future would have to save the metadata about generics that have been used in this particular context, or we can write an ASC plugin that would run on top of the compiler and store this metadata manually. And the last challenge, circular dependencies. Let's say that we have a cat service which for some reason depends on a doc service, and also doc service which also depends on a cat service. So we can clearly see we have a circular dependency here. Now let's use this polyfill call reflect the metadata, pass the same set of parameters, and as you can see, metadata is now equal to an array with a one single element which is equal to undefined. Instead of having type reference, instead of having a reference to doc service, we have undefined. The problem is that one class in JavaScript has to be defined, always has to be defined first, because classes are actually functions, and thus the second one will be presented as undefined. In order to solve this problem, both Angular and Nest.js provide a helper function called forward reference, which creates an indirect reference that a framework can resolve later. How complicated it is? Well, it's super simple. It's a function that stores your function behind a dedicated key. Then the framework, which knows this key, can use this key to get the reference to the type lazily. And that's it. All right, we know how the metadata is being handled at the language level. Let's talk about injector trees now. Both Angular and Nest.js dependency injection systems are hierarchical. Whereas Angular has a platform, ng module level, component level injectors, which are named as element injectors, Nest has only one type of injector, a module level injector. Let's take a look at Angular structure. When Angular creates a component C, which relies on a C provider, it will firstly look up component's own injector. If the component injector lacks the provider, it passes the request up to its parent component injector. If this injector cannot satisfy the request, requests keep bubbling up until Angular finds its provider somewhere, and eventually it will hit global root scope. So this scope in which you have all these providers registered using provided in the root, and pick C from there if it wasn't overriding at any level. Let's move to the injectors in Nest.js now. As I said a few slides earlier, Nest has only module-level injectors. Generally, module form a directed graph data structure. All relations might be either bidirectional or unidirectional with unique edges for each direction. Each vertex represents a single module. It leads us to a conclusion that each module is a singleton, which is partially true, but it's not always the case, because in Nest.js we have dynamic modules, in Angular we have module with providers. Either way, each module has its own injector. Also, each module has its API, which acts like a facade. In Angular, exports array is being used to export components, directives, pipe declarations basically. In Nest.js, on the other hand, we use it to export providers. It means that only explicitly exported things can be accessed outside of the module. If module registers a provider but does not export it, then it will be encapsulated inside and not accessible for any other module. When Nest is trying to resolve your dependency, it will firstly look up a provider within a one module. Even if a dependency exists in one of these modules, Nest would not be able to use it unless they are explicitly exported by the host module. So it's a part of the exports array. This is how the encapsulation isolation works in Nest.js. And why I'm saying that? Because it's completely different as in Angular. Even though the dependency injection systems are very similar to each other and the high-level API looks almost the same, this is a very crucial difference. Additionally, Nest also allows you overriding providers at different levels. For instance, if both these two gold injectors contain a provider with the same token, Nest will always use this provider, which has been defined closer to the inquirer. What does it mean? Let's say that in the application module we have a user service, and we also have a user service in the users module. If I want to inject user service within the application module scope, Nest will always use this one defined closer to the inquirer, so this one which exists in the application module scope, because the distance between the scope to application module is 0, whereas the distance from application to users is 1. Even though Nest is very strict regarding isolation levels, there is still a way to create some sort of a global scope, which would work almost the same as in Angular. If you change your module, for instance, core module, this one in the corner, to a global one, which boils down to adding a one single decorator, global decorator, that's it, Nest will create virtual edges to this module from each existing module. Nevertheless, even global module has to explicitly export providers and thus make them publicly available for everyone. One last thing before the end of the talk, I would like to say that Nest.js is open source. We right now have more than 21,000 stars on GitHub, and we are totally driven by the community. And therefore, I encourage everyone who shares similar ideas to join this little revolution. We would love for you to contribute to Nest and help make it even better than it is today. Also, if you or your company are looking for help with either Angular or Node, or maybe you are migrating towards Nest.js, let us know, send us a message. We offer full stack consulting, helping teams with anything from front-end to back-end development. We would love to hear from you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for having me.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. It's the first time I'm in Poland. I've never been to Poland before. I've landed like Tuesday evening, and I was sitting in a bar with a friend of mine. We had a few beers, and I was like watching like the European qualifying games in soccer. I'm very into soccer, like looking at it, not playing it basically. But I'm very into soccer. So I opened up the live ticker on my mobile phone, right? So we were drinking the beers, and I had the mobile phone like laying next to me. And I always had to refresh like the live ticker because it was not updating, right? So I was sending a request to the server and saying, hey, please give me the latest data. What happened in the game? Did a goal happen, or did a red card or a yellow card happen? And the server answered me and said, no, nothing happened basically so far. And Germany was playing as well, so I'm from Germany. And Germany was playing as well, and I didn't catch up with that, so my live ticker wasn't showing there. So I was like sending a request again to the server telling me, hey, is something going on? And then, yeah, there was a goal happening, right? So, but the server didn't tell me, and that was basically nothing what I would expect from a live ticker when it comes to sports, when it comes to live updates, right? So what I would expect is that the server would like tell me, hey, I got something new. So if I get a request to the server, it would be nice if the server would say, hey, I got something new. And if something new happens to the server, he would immediately tell me, like giving me the information right away, right? So hey, I've got something new without me having a request being sent to the server. And if something happens to the server, he would immediately tell me again, right? So I want to be updated in several terms when it comes to web development from the server. If there's something new in the server, and it should get shipped to me, to the client, without having me to send a request. And with this use case, I would like to welcome you to my talk, Real-Time Messaging with Angular on the one side and with ASP.NET Core SignalR on the other side. So today, in the next like 17 minutes, I have a countdown here, so I will be on time, hopefully. We will take a look at how we can, so what SignalR basically is, how we can bake it into our ASP.NET Core SignalR web API, and how we can bake it into Angular, and how we can get real-time updates going, right? So first of all, before we dive into the code and taking a look at code examples, I want just to clarify what SignalR basically is. So SignalR enriches your API with kind of a, it's not a protocol. I was asked in the backstage, hey, is it a protocol? No, it's not a protocol. It's like an umbrella technology for you, doing all the work for you when it comes to real-time data to enrich your ASP.NET Core Web API. And if we're talking about like updates to the client, the first thing which comes into your mind, or when you're the customer, the first thing which comes into their mind is like, hey, let's do polling, right? Polling is like you just ask the server periodically for data. So polling looks like this. You ask for data, ask for data, ask for data, ask for data, nothing happens. You ask again, and again, and then something happens, right? And then you get your data back, basically. So this basically is polling. But we do not want to do polling, right? We do not want to set the server under stress. This costs real money. In times of Azure, Firebase, and all that kind of stuff, this is money which is going on because the server has to be up and running. So SignalR does cover a lot of different technologies for you so that you as a developer do not have to think about what is going on underneath. So SignalR goes from the client to the server and saying, hey, dear server, would you like to do WebSockets with me? And the server's like, yeah, I can't really do that, right? So then there's a fallback to server-send events. And the client says, oh, we can do server-send events if you want to. And when the server says, no, I really can't do that as well, right? There's another fallback to long polling. The advantage of SignalR is that it handles that automatically for you. So you write the code one time, and all the negotiation phase runs behind the scenes. And that's a pretty cool thing. So how do we get all that things into our ASP.NET Core Web API? Are there any ASP.NET Core Web API developers here today? I see a few hands going. Hopefully after this talk, you will be excited to do more ASP.NET Core. However, if you guys have seen that. So basically, an ASP.NET Core Web API is nothing else than a console application nowadays. Right? 3.0 just got shipped. So we just have a public static void main method, which calls like any builder, and we're building a web server up. But the interesting part is like one of the last lines. We're doing a use startup, and we're configuring our API with a startup file. Right? And this startup file does the complete configuration for our particular project, for our particular web API. So there in this startup file, which is just like a normal class, right? We have a method which is called configure services, and we're getting past an iService collection interface. And on that service collection interface, we can register all the services we want to use inside our application, inside the web API. And the first thing you have to do is services.add SignalR. You don't have to install any package. It's built in, right? So you just do add SignalR. And then there's another method which you get given from the scaffolding if you do .NET New Web API with a .NET CLI. There's a configure method. And in this configure method, we have to enable SignalR as well. So what you can do is, you can use routing, and after that you can say add use endpoints, and on this endpoints, we register an endpoint which is called /todohub, and we are mapping this endpoint, which is public, to the class todohub. Right? So now, what is a hub? Right? So a hub is nothing else in ASP.NET Core than a class which derives from hub, and every method, in this case my superduper action, can take any objects if you want to, so this can be typed. And these actions, or these methods, my superduper action is publicly invocable. So every JavaScript client can invoke this method. It's like an interface, right? So this hub is exposing those methods, and when it gets called, you're doing clients.all send async, so you're broadcasting an event to all the clients which are connected, right? So this is a simple chat application. It could look like this. Right? So you're getting the method called, and then you're doing the broadcast, and you're broadcasting the event, which can be named like you want to, with a particular part of data. What you also can do is you can type that whole thing. It's generic. So you have hub, and you can pass an iChat client, and then you fulfill kind of an interface, kind of a contract, just to be type safe there. Right? What you also have is you have a context property where all the user informations are, like user identifier, the user, the connection ID, if the connection is aborted, and stuff like that. So this is pretty helpful. We even have events, so when somebody connects to your hub, you can throw an event and saying, hey, Fabian joined the chat, or Fabian left the chat, or something like that. But sometimes you don't want to go over a hub. Sometimes an update or a broadcast from an event should be like the side effect of maybe a post method or a delete method. Hey, I deleted something, or your colleague deleted something, or somebody is updating a document where you are working on right now. Right? So what you also can do is you can inject the complete context into your controller and react or throw events when you're doing a get, post, put, delete, or whatever you do in your web APIs. So you can inject it via dependency injection in ASP.NET Core, and then when the post method comes into play, you just can say clients all send async, maybe to-do added, and just pass the new to-do entity which was added. And then the client can register in it and can do something with it. You can decide that. Right? So that's the back-end part. How do we get that whole thing now into the Angular part? Now things are getting interesting because the server provides us functionality now, but we have to register to it. Well, first of all, there's an NPM package which you can install, which is at Microsoft/SignalR. It has been at ASP.NET SignalR before. This is the new name, right? So they renamed it again. Naming was not always the best thing about Microsoft, to be honest, right? So now they renamed it, right? You can download it under npm. And if you have installed the package and got it into your Angular application, you can import a hub connection builder from Microsoft/singular. And on that hub connection builder, you can now pass the URL. And this is exactly the URL which we mapped in the startup class. Right? So this is the hub we are now connecting to. This is the connection, and we are telling to the hub, hey, if something happens, please tell me. And we are building the connection, and then we are storing the connection in this hub connection property. New in the version 3.0 is that we have a built-in automatic reconnect. Right? So this automatic reconnect tries to reconnect you, I think the default is like 4 times, immediately after 1, 5, and something like 30 seconds. I have to look it up in the documentation. You can pass your own logic to it when you want to reconnect and how often you want to reconnect. Right? And if we have that connection, we can just subscribe to events. So if a to-do was added, if the event flies on the connection, I'm getting invoked like the fat arrow function, getting past the data, and I can do something with it, right? And after I registered on these events, I just say hub connection.start, and the complete connection goes on. And you can see here, I don't care about WebSockets underneath. I don't care what kind of method is running underneath. I'm just saying, please start the connection, and then everything goes its way. You can even invoke the hub methods, like I said before, if you do hub connection.invoke in the last line, my superduper action, and just pass some data to it. This is the invoke method which gets exposed by the hub connection. I would like to show a demo of that now. So let me just get out of my... Do you see something? Yes, you do. So far, Minko did not destroy my laptop, so it still works. However, this is my ASP.NET Core backend here, and you can see that I have a chat hub, which has a method called sendMessage. It's getting a chat message, and then I'm just broadcasting the event down to my connected clients. Inside my controller, which is just like a normal REST controller, I'm injecting the hub context here, right? Then I'm just storing it in a private variable, and then I can do React to like when a post request comes in. I'm doing all my HTTP stuff, and then I'm also running clients all send async. In this case, a food item was added, and I'm passing the new food item down to my clients. What I also do is I have a host service, which is like just sending random values out. So I'm doing a random value from 0 to 100, and the hub context clients all send async new CPU value. Just imagine this could be like engine values, temperature values from your machines or something like that, which are getting pushed into the server. Right? So this web API is running here, and you can see that I'm pushing out the values here. It gets logged so that I can see what's going on. So on the client side, however, I have installed the package and I have a SignalR service here. And basically, it's like the same code you have just seen. I'm creating my hub connection. I'm storing it in a property. With the automatic reconnect, you can configure the logging, which I did, because then I can see in the console what is going on. And then I started the connection, and I'm registering on the events before. So you have to first register on the events and then start the connection. And here I'm doing nothing else than just calling a next on a subject, and then I'm throwing out the events out of my service inside of my Angular application. So now let's take a look how this works. So you can see here the values are getting pushed. On the left-hand side, the CPU value is just like the random number we have just seen, right? So this is getting pushed inside your Angular application without refreshing. This is kind of cool. So in the middle, now in the food list here, I will just copy that over. You can see on this demo that I'm not a designer. So there you go. And the food list here, I can just add some food, save it, and you can see on the other side it gets updated immediately, right? So you can keep your clients in sync. Also, if I delete something, I can say it should get deleted. Okay, so that gets synchronized immediately. So this is a pretty cool thing. And here I have to take care. This is like the reaction of a post request. So I'm sending a post request, and this was the broadcast we have just seen. And if I'm invoking a method from the hub from the client, you can see that here this is just a normal chat which I did. And people can chat now. I can say hello, Poland. enter, and it appears immediately on the other side, right? So this is how the events are getting broadcast. I have another demo for you, which I would love to show, because this is not the only use case for Singular. So this is an application which is running in Azure, and I'm now taking my phone, and I'm listening. This is pure JavaScript, so I'm listening to, hopefully this is going to work. Let me just update it. Yeah, it works. So my phone, so the device, how I hold my phone is now I'm using the public API from HTML and JavaScript. This is pure JavaScript. There's no Angular, React, or anything else inside of it. This is pure JavaScript. So I'm just using that thing with WebSockets just to, maybe you can see it here. Maybe the first row or something, so I can turn it. This is pure JavaScript, right? So this was very interesting for me to do vanilla JavaScript, and you can like turn events or turn something inside your applications. This is kind of cool. So let me close that. Hopefully, I think somebody else is on there, because it's like sending press row. Wow, it's totally going crazy. You are, gotcha. Thanks for breaking my demo perfectly. Well, it kind of works. So let me just do it like that. To the demo. So you have seen, right, there are a lot of use cases, and you can even use like vanilla JavaScript for using Singular. It covers you when it comes to the fallback technologies, and you don't have to care about, do I do WebSockets or do I do any other technology which works for my specific scenario. Just think of streaming things, right? You can stream things and broadcast things from A to B, C, and so on and so forth. Just think of gaming. A nice demo would be like doing the ping pong game with the motion inside of your phone. This would be a nice demo. I will try to implement that. What I want to say is that with Singular, if you have fulfilled all the REST constraints, if you have the Richardson maturity model finished, you can take your API to the next level if you enrich it with the live updates, and the client can either subscribe to it or even not. You can sync your data between all the clients, but if you, before you go away and want to implement that right now, I just want to give you, like, use it with caution, right? Be careful when using that. Why do I say that? Have you ever read like a newspaper and you switched for anybody just stuck on your arm or something, and then you just lose the line where you're reading? That's the worst thing ever, is it? So sometimes it's better when you're like reading a newspaper article and you would update the site and the users are like losing their article which they're currently reading. This is not a good user experience, right? So sometimes it's better just to tell the users, hey, something new happened, please press F5, and then the user can decide whether he wants to see the news or not to see the news, right? So updating immediately, always without asking, is maybe not the right choice for the user experience. So in my opinion, ASP.NET and Core Singular or live updates and Angular are really working better when they're used together, and I hope that in the end there's only one question open, naming who exactly is that guy standing in front of here. So my name is Fabian Guselbrink, I'm Google Developer Expert, Microsoft MVP and Pluralsight author. I'm doing community out of my heart, and you can reach me under that Twitter handle, and hopefully you had a great time. Thank you very much.
Hello? Is this thing on? Good. I'm Lars Brink. I'm a front-end architect from System8 in Denmark. We use Azure, .NET, and Angular to create projects using the continuous delivery principles. I also spent a lot of time worrying and writing about Angular on the Angular in Depth blog online. Earlier this year I said, don't get me wrong, Ivy is nice and all, but where are my shiny new features? And I found them, but they were hiding. I've been very vocal about optional Angular modules, tree-shakeable components as a possible future for Ivy. But the most game-changing features of Ivy is actually called features. You would think that a company built around a search engine would come up with a name that's easy to find when searching. Try go searching for Ivy features, and you don't get anything about the Ivy features. Some people also refer to them as higher order components. So I guess that's better. At least it's more searchable. So note to Google. Let's look at an overview of what Ivy features actually are. There are three types of them: component features, directive features, and host features for Bootstrap components. The features are actually the Angular way of doing mixins. So composing shared business logic into components. Here's a simple one for you. We want to add the username as an observable property to a component, so we create this feature. A feature is a function that returns another function that takes into, as a parameter, the component definition, which is also a new thing from Ivy. And a lot of these features will just wrap the component factory and add some more shared business logic to them. So in this one, we create a component instance from the original factory, then we inject the NgRx store, and we add to this component an observable property called username. Then we return the component. So that's our first very simple feature. And this is how we use them. For the features option, for the component decorator factory, we pass in a list of the features, and here is our new features called with username. And then we can add the type, declare the type on the component, and Angular will apply the feature to us. So now we don't have these implementation details of actually collecting the username from the store or any concept of the store whatsoever. Features are supported by the Ivy runtime today, but they're not in the component metadata. So what we saw before, where I added the features, the with username to the features option, that's not actually here today. But we can start experimenting anyways, like usual. So this is what Ivy does with the component definition today. It stores them as a static property on a component class, and it adds in the list of features. So if we just add a list of features at runtime, the Ivy runtime will pick it up and apply the features. So we can create a small and pretty simple decorator called component features. And it just ensures that we're doing this at runtime, not compile time, but before the Bootstrap. So we add the features and we apply them to the component definition. And now we're golden. So for the rest of this talk, every time there's a features option, just think we're using this second decorator instead. And this is what it looks like when we actually apply it. So very similar, but it's not in the official Angular public API yet. One thing that is semi-public is the host features for Bootstrap components. So when we use the render component, which is also not public yet, but close enough, there's actually a host features option, which is public to that function. And we can add in features or host features for our Bootstrap components. For example, if we want to use the lifecycle in Bootstrap components that we have rendered using the render component, then we can add this feature from Angular itself called lifecycle hooks feature. Ivy also uses the features internally, where they have these 4 features that they apply to every component and directive whenever it's relevant. For example, when components have the onChanges hook, it'll apply this feature, NgOnChanges feature. But that's all internal. So here's a case study of a more interesting component feature. This is on the right-hand side here, we have what I call a mixed component. And this is a simple example, but it selects the to-dos from the NgRx store. It injects the NgRx store to do so. And it iterates over the to-dos observable using the async pipe. To me, this has 3 code smells in it, even this simple component. The UI, it's supposed to be a presentational component, but the UI depends on the state container, which in this example is the NgRx store. It has the querying details for the state container, which is the select to-dos, piped into store. And it doesn't even work on the actual data. It works on an observable, which is a container object for the actual data structures. We can create a feature to get rid of this first code smell of injecting a store. So now we're using the feature to query for the state from our store. So now the component doesn't have the dependency on the store itself, but the feature does. So we're abstracting away some of these code smells. However, the UI still has the querying details, and it still has this container object. So let's create another feature. So now there's no querying logic anymore. There's only the name of the property we want to store it to in the component. And we fix the second code smell. The final one, we'll have to do some more work. We'll create a very simple presentational component only for the to-do item itself. The template is very simple, but this is supposed to make it easy to understand. It takes in an input parameter of the actual data structure, not an observable, but an actual to-do data structure. So now out here we are passing in the to-do. After using the async pipe, we have the actual objects in the let to-do, and we pass them in as an input parameter to this to-do item component. But we still have this observable in this to-do list component. So still we're using a container object, not the actual data structures, and I don't like that. This is personal opinion, but I would like to have another option. So instead, like before, we can just add yet another feature called with to-dos, and it'll assign the objects, it'll subscribe to the state and assign the objects to the property. So now we have a simple data structure instead of an observable. So I'm jumping to conclusions very quickly, but I was afraid I would run out of time. I had a more interesting use case, but I'll go through this. There's a lot in the conclusion as well, so I don't want to waste any of your time. But when I publish the presentation, you can look into the more advanced use cases instead. So here's a list of use cases for these features. You can use it to access route parameters, route data, query parameters without injecting the router or the activated route, which is different to each component. So you can't really wrap it in a nice service because you would have to pass this activated route, which is specific to the component every time. But we can actually do that with features. That's very nice. They use the same injector, exact same injector as the component. So because of that, we can actually inject the activated route, even though this is reusable logic or shared logic between components. We saw a little bit of this replacing container components in this example. So if you have container components just for selecting state, even for the other way around as well, if you want to dispatch actions, that was the thing that was in the advanced use cases. How can we dispatch actions to the NgRx store without injecting the store itself or even creating the actions? So I have a GitHub repo for this talk, and in this repo there is also a feature for converting emitted events from a component into actions, NgRx actions, which are dispatched to the store. So again, I'm trying to hide away some of the boilerplate code by using features. And now I have separation of concerns, so I only have presentational concerns in my presentational components. So a lot of the simple container components can actually be replaced using features. In the repo, I also created an example for when you want to synchronize the state to local storage. So that's another place where we would normally use container components. I think we can even make some features for creating the local store for local UI state, if we want to. That's definitely something that's on my to-do list for experimenting with features. We can also use it to observe lifecycle events. We can use it to convert observables to event emitters if you want to be very purist and not expose observables on Angular components, but only expose event emitters. That's trivial to do, but to do it you have to add boilerplate code, so you can use features instead. And you can also use it for more advanced scenarios like observe UI events, turn them into observable properties instead, like the click and key press. But to do that, you would have to work with raw IE instructions, so that's more an advanced use case, but definitely doable. We can also use it to manage the the subscriptions to observables and call mark 30 to update the UI if we don't have zones. So with higher order components implemented using IE component features, we have a way to create this common business logic without inheritance, without decorators. We don't have to add some extra package configuration or dependency. We don't have to add a custom webpack configuration. And features will be tree shapeable. Not if you use this component features decorator that I created, but once it hopefully at some point gets part of the public Angular API, features will also be tree shapeable. Like everything else, it also has some limitations, of course. The first one, like I said, it's not public in the Angular API yet. Also feature declaration, so this list of features, it can't vary at runtime, so you have to add that list at compile time. However, we could do some variation if we created like meta features, so features to control other features, so when one condition is met, this feature is not enabled. Another limitation is we can only have one feature list per component or directive. These features are also available for directives, not only for components, but I only showed them for components today. But this list of features, this array, can only be applied to one component. So how could we do that instead? How could we use the same component but with different features? I think we could do that by extending a base class and adding features to the subclasses, but I'm not sure. Something to keep in mind, definitely. So these are my contact details. There's a link to the slides. It's not active right now, but it will be soon. There's the GitHub repo I was talking about, where you can find everything you need to start experimenting with this yourself, and so on. So thank you very much for your time. I'm very happy to be here today.
Thank you, Sebastian. Right, I'm very excited actually to be here for the second year. But my first question to all of you is, how many are actually excited about testing? Oh, a few brave hands. I can tell you, once I saw Cypress and got to try it out, I can tell you all of your hands will come up at the end of this session. I really hope so, because this test runner is something else. How many have tried Cypress? And how many were excited about testing? Pretty much the same hands, right? The rest of you are like, no, I hate testing. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, right? Before this kind of test runner, I was on the negative side. Of course, I would be blamed if I didn't write my tests, so I did it as part of my job. That's why we do things, right? A lot of things. We're way more excited about building a feature. Right, my day job is that of a senior cloud developer advocate at Microsoft, but as Sebastian was saying, I'm writing a ton of blog posts and books and whatever else. You can probably find some of my stuff out there if you try to Google. Let's talk about the features of Cypress, why we have a reason to be excited. End-to-end test. Most of us don't have a good association with end-to-end tests for a reason. They are flaky, am I right? We try to run the same test twice, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. We didn't change any kind of code. They promise us, Cypress promises us that these end-to-end tests should be flake-free. That sounds amazing, right? Also, network traffic control, which means that we will be able to mock and stub and do a lot of other things. And another thing that's been really painful in the past is that of automatic waiting, or waiting at all. Because in end-to-end test, you don't really know, is my page there? Can I see the button? There's a lot of waits, right? And a lot of timing issues, and that's really why we have this flake problem. But of course, also when it comes to tests, we want screenshots if something goes wrong. We want videos if something goes wrong, so we can go in there and fix it. So why? I mean, we understand that our lead developer or our boss or whoever it is says testing is super important, you should do it. It is a crucial part of what we do. How many of you are using VS Code today? How many of you are using Notepad? Probably no one, right? Or a few hands. So what I'm trying to say here is that a good tool is really the reason why we want to work with anything. And that's the case with Cypress. But we also need reliability. We need to be able to trust our tests. And lastly, if something is agnostic, if we can apply the same test suite to whatever React, Vue, Svelte application we have, and we write those tests once, that's what we want, right? Because the reality is that how much we want, we don't only work with Angular. We got a bunch of projects, some of us, that we need to maintain. And we need to write those tests once. As for installing Cypress, this is a very simple matter. It's as simple as doing npm install Cypress at your project that you're running. As for running Cypress, it's one command that you need to remember. Cypress open, that's it. There are different ways of doing it. I think probably my favorite way of doing it is the third from the top, which says mpx Cypress open. Just open Cypress. What does that mean? Well, the first time that we open up or call Cypress open, we get this thing on top here from the terminal. It says verified Cypress, everything is go. Then what? It's going to open this browser window for us, and the first time we run this, it will have done some things for us. What it has done is to create this Cypress folder. Under that folder, it has an integration folder. Under that folder, it has a sample test folder, and I want you to remember this sample test folder for a reason. It contains every single type of thing that you can ever want to do with Cypress. So remember that. The first time you run Cypress open, you get a lot of tests in there that will tell you things, right? A lot of us learn more from code than actually reading documentation. We can just take part of that code, fix it, and it works. That's what we want. But also for you adding new tests in there, you just add them under the integration folder under Cypress and you're good. Right, so here we have created a file. We have gone in under Cypress integration, created this sample spec file, and it just shows up in real time. The only thing we did here was to just say save in our VS Code application, right? And this thing is still running. There was no reload happening. Well, the automatic reload, but I didn't have to stop it and then start it again. That's my point. And of course, we want to write our first hello world test. And we do so by using what we know, which is describes, it, expect. We all know those, right? And on our right here, we can see that we are getting our browser window. And once we click the test, this is what we're going to see. So it's going to give us the name of the test, and it's going to say you did some kind of assertion, expected true, and everybody's happy. But we all know what a useless test this is, right? It doesn't really test anything of value. But let's do a failing test before we move on to a real one. So here we just say expect true to be false, And of course, that's not correct. As for a real test, what do we want to do? Well, you can use Cypress for both unit testing and end-to-end testing, but in this case, we're going to try to use it for end-to-end testing, or at least front-end testing. So we're going to go to a page. Once we're on a page, we're going to locate a certain element. We're going to interact with that element, and after that, we want to assert on it. This is the steps that we go through when we define a test. So first thing, we create our new test file, page spec, we call it, you can call it whatever you want. So we want to visit. We do that with the global object sci, and then sci visit, give it a URL. And that's it. So what you see here when in our test runner is to the left, you see what's going on. It says it's the command visit, and on our right, we actually see it happening. Now this is important because this means that we have snapshots that happens on every single command. So you can just step through every single command and see what is the change between me doing a visit, some interaction, and some assertion. We'll come to that. So as for querying for an element, we can use many types of helper methods for this. One we can use is called contains. So contains looks for a certain part of text. Looking at the browser window here, we can see that actually type lights up. And that's great, right? We can visually see that it finds the element in question. And also we have a second command now. So we have visit because we went to the page, and contains because we're looking for an element. Lastly, we have the interaction. There are many ways we could interact with an element. We could be selecting from a list, or we can click it. In this case, we click it. So we have our element that we have located, and we just add click on top of it, and we have some kind of change that happens. We went from a page that was merely, well, almost white to a lot of text. And assertion is our next step, and we do that with the should method. So here we just tell it, you should have a URL right now with some kind of stuff prepended on it. So here we have commands and actions. So we have actually changed the URL when we did this click, but we should also check the action email element that we have located and make sure it has the empty string value. So looking at our test again, inside of our test runner, we see that we have the URL assertion, and we got another assertion where we check the form element. And as you can see, I am highlighting the form element, and it looks good, it's empty. All right. As I said, there are many ways to get your element. Here are two of them. I'm sure there are more. Contains simply locates a certain text on an element, whereas get, you're able to provide it with a selector. So this could be you looking for a certain class, or an ID, or whatever it is. There are quite a few interactions that we can do to this element. Depending on what it is, we could be clicking, double-clicking, right-clicking, and so on. I'm just going to leave this page as a reference for you. You're going to get the slide after this talk. As for debugging, I mean, we use debugging when something goes wrong, right? So we want the best possible way to do debugging. And in Cypress, you got two major options. One is calling the pause, and the other one is calling debug. I'm going to show you the difference between these two. But so with debug, you can actually just place it right smack in the middle of your code, or you can do debug, as I've shown you here, right after I locate a certain element, before the click. So here, for example, we have a case where we add the pause in the middle of the code, right? So it's going to try to carry out visit, contains, URL. Once it's done those three steps, then it's going to pause. It's not going to do the rest until we say so. So in this case, we get some kind of status bar here at the top where it says, I am paused. You can also press play, so you can continue, or you can also use the step. So we can step through the remaining commands in the test. As for debugging, this is a bit different experience. Remember, there were two different ones, right? I mean, pause being one, debug being the other. So what debug does is it's using the debugger that we all know in JavaScript. And as you can see, it's also writing stuff in the console. So this is like a complementary way of doing debugging. Now, let's see, yeah. Adding Cypress to Angular, that's why we're here, right? We want to know how can we actually use this in our Angular application. The answer is quite simple. So we start up our Angular project, then we do a simple npm install of Cypress.
Once we've done that, we call Cypress open, and as I said before, this is going to create a directory for us with a bunch of sample tests and the integration folder. So what we need to do as Angular developers are to keep on adding tests to Cypress integration. And this is a recommended thing, but I always add a task to package Json to make it easy to use Cypress, because we need to keep one thing in mind. If we're going to run end-to-end test on our application, it needs to be up and running. So I usually use a module called concurrently, so I'm able to run the Angular project, but also Cypress at the same time, so it can just carry out what it needs. And we've also got TypeScript support. Can you imagine writing something today without TypeScript? We almost can't, right? We as developers, we are a bit spoiled, at least as Angular developers. Let's look at something quite simple. This one is using static data, so you kind of like, I'm always using an API, but I have an example for that as well. So here we're going to try to do a simple CRUD, which means we're going to have a list of things, heroes in this case, and we're going to try to add to them, remove, update, and so on. We want to test all that behavior. First off, we need to verify that our list looks good, so we're able to locate the element, check that it has 2 items in the list, that's all good. Then what? We want to try to add an item to a list, so first off we use the command type, and this is what we use in an input box to just add text to it. And we want to make sure that it contains what it should contain, because imagine that we don't have an ng module, what am I saying here? Imagine that we don't have a two-way binding inside of an input, right? It's going to break. So we need to verify that we've done everything we should, and then we need to click that add button. So at this point we have filled in a text element, we have clicked an add button, and we need to make sure that that input box is also cleared, right? Because we don't want people to add the same item twice. And lastly, we try to verify that our list is actually containing what it should be containing. Then for update, it's quite simple. We just verify that we have this Captain Marvel entry. Then we try to change this input box somehow, because we have a row with an input box. Then we click, and lastly we verify that the change has taken place. And with deletion, this is as simple as clicking one of the delete buttons on the row, and just verifying that it has actually disappeared. Now let's have a look at the demo here for this. So here we're looking at the running test. It's running all the tests I just talked about. And we can easily see that 1, we are verifying we have the X number of elements. 2, we are checking that it has added the Hulk to the list. And once we check the assertion, it should be updating the item itself. So that's the third action. And we can just go through all the steps. This is what it looks like live when you try to use it. And yeah, as expected, our update has happened. It's now Captain Marvels instead of Marvel, right? And lastly, we have a deletion. And the only thing we do in a deletion is hit that remove button for that specific unit. And we can just verify, once we hit it, that it should be gone. So we hit that remove, we click it, and yeah, we lose a hero. So it seems like our to-do list is working as it should. But this is static data. Static data is not really what we want. What we want is to be able to mock this sometime. So mocking is a very interesting discussion when it comes to end-to-end, because is it really true end-to-end if we're mocking part of the backend? Well, sometimes we actually have those scenarios where it makes sense. And where it makes sense is, for example, when you want to put an application in a certain state, and you, like, imagine you have an e-commerce site and you got a cart. You don't want to have to go through all those scenarios of adding 3 items to the cart, so maybe I could just mock from an endpoint and say that cart actually has 3 items, or I'm really logged in as a normal user, or I'm logged in as an admin. So you can imagine that there are a few cases where it makes sense to mock. To enable mocking, we call SciServer, first of all, to tell it it's okay to mock. Secondly, we call this SciRoute command, where we say HTTP verb is get. So SciServer, and then we say, okay, here's a URL endpoint I want you to mock, and I want you to respond with this instead. And for a real mocking case, we do this for /products, and we respond with some kind of list. So let's demo how that would work. So here we see that we actually get mock tomato back. So it's actually responding with mock data instead of the real API. Now, if we go into our code in VS Code and just comment this out. Take away the mocking. We want the API endpoint to respond instead, which it does. And now suddenly I get DVD and book instead of that mock tomato, right? So I'm able to go in and out of this mocking behavior. Right. We've all seen this meme, right? This sucks a bit, because I don't want to really have to type this inline code. Isn't there a more elegant approach to this? Yes, there is, and it's called fixtures. Now, fixtures is all about JSON files. You have the fixtures directory at Cypress, and you can just add whatever you need in there. So you can have a bunch of different JSON files that contains all your fixtures. So in this case, I've just made sure that heroes list JSON is something I want to mock away. The first thing I do here in my sci fixture is to say, well, I want to fetch up this JSON list that's located on heroes list JSON. I want to give it some kind of alias. I call that alias heroes list. And here I refer to this alias when I'm saying that if this URL happens, respond with this JSON. You can mock pretty much anything in your application, and you can have tons of different JSON files if you have a quite large app. This is me at Ignite in Florida. In case you're wondering what's going on, I'm trying to get myself heard because the mic didn't work. So I'm pushing out fireballs. This is how I feel about Cypress right now, because it's pretty good. We can also, of course, add TypeScript. And the reason why it's so easy to add TypeScript is because they're giving us the types already. So the only thing we need to do is to create a tsconfig.json file under the Cypress folder with this content. And that's it. Then we get this. We have this global sci object, and suddenly it has a lot of methods on it. We can autocomplete. This is what we're used to when we're coding Angular, am I right? Another fireball. Yeah. I hear your excitement from here. What about screenshots? Screenshots are super simple. We can just add this screenshots folder, and we just add this lifecycle method after each, and we just say sci screenshot. We've done that on the list here that we're testing, and we're suddenly getting 4 different images that we can just walk through, and we can see each and every single step. We also have a videos folder that can actually take videos for us, which is also amazing. You seem very impressed. So, in summary, we have an amazing test runner. We have really powerful assertions. We have pause and debug. And believe me on this, I don't take a good debugging experience for granted. We got mocking, where we can choose between inline code and fixtures. I vote fixtures. And we also have Angular plus Cypress, or Vue, or Svelte, or whatever application. Point is, Cypress just works. You just npm install it, and it works. And you saw yourself how easy it was to add TypeScript to it. And I cannot stress this enough, but the docs at Cypress are really, really good. If you're trying to use Cypress, definitely use those. As for my demo today, so you can try everything out, it's located at the last link here, the one called SoftCris Cypress Demo. So if you want to try everything that I did with fixtures and everything else. But there are plenty of good docs here. I'm giving you everything from the easy path with installing Cypress to writing your first test and digging yourself into this. I'm super excited about testing, to be honest, after having used Cypress. I'm not just saying this today. So thank you all very much for listening.
Oh my god, I'm so excited to be here again in NG Poland. This is one of my favorite conferences, and I'm having so much fun here. Thank you so much for being here and for staying so late for my talk. Okay, so we're going to talk about reactive-powered Angular forms, reactive forms, and RxJS, double reactive. Where are the Angular forms are really reactive, and how do we use RxJS with them? I don't need to introduce myself anymore. I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft, and we're having NG Girls here as part of NG Poland and NGS Poland on Saturday. So if we still have some space left. If you know someone who would like to participate and learn Angular and create her own very own first Angular application with us, or if you want to be a mentor and also guys can be mentors, or you know someone who might want to be a mentor, we'd love to have you. So talk to me or to Robert from our team after the talk. And yeah, speaking of NG Baby, so this is NG Baby last year in NG Poland with React Dad. Last year NG Baby was only learned how to crawl, and today I think we should start calling him NG Toddler. He's running around everywhere. But they're not here with me this time. They're at home, probably watching or wishing me luck here. Okay, so first of all, let's start with a demo. Okay. So this is the application. The application that we're talking about is an application for selecting seats in a room, like this one, like this room. Imagine you're going to NG Poland, but it's a very rare use case where you have to also select where you're sitting while you're in the conference. Or you're actually coming here to watch a movie and you're buying tickets for the movie, and then you select your seats. So this is my demo application. It might not be exactly how you would implement it in a real use case, in a real application, but I found a way to showcase a lot of reactive stuff here, and you might take some inspiration out of it. So what we have here custom controls. Every seat is a custom control that I wrote. There are different seat types, so they have different colors. So maybe a seat for children, seats for disabled, and so on. And when you select a seat, it's colored. Okay, you can see that it's selected. And you also have real-time data about the seats that are already occupied while you're selecting. So you can see the seats that are disabled are occupied, but some of them are also released because maybe someone occupied them but then changed their mind. Okay? So you always get these updates. And we also have real-time validation, because maybe I selected a seat, but oops, it was already occupied, and I didn't get this data in time, so there's an asynchronous validation. And look again what it's doing. If I'm selecting this seat that is occupied, then I will get an error message, and also the seat is unselected and disabled. Also look at the count of the seats that we have here. It is increasing or decreasing with my selection, and if a seat that I'm selecting is occupied, then it goes back down. The error message also is nice. You see that after 2 seconds, the error message disappears. Actually, I think 2 seconds is too short, but you can also close it with the X. All right, so far so good? Nice application. Great. Thank you. Yeah. So let's see what we have here. Where are the reactive stuff in this use case. And first of all, why even bother and do a form, okay? Why can't I just do like divs and unclick and stuff like that? Well, because of a lot of things. There's user input, user interaction, so immediately this tells me, okay, this is a form. There's validation, asynchronous validation, which I showed you, but also you can add more validation, like select seats that are together, don't leave gaps. Disable selecting occupied seats. So disabling a control is something that you do in forms. Getting data from the server and updating the form when we're building it and in real time when we're using it, and submitting the values, of course. So how reactive are actually the reactive forms in Angular? Because they are called reactive forms. And where can we use observables with the reactive forms? And how can we utilize RxJS even more than we usually do with the form? I'm really taking it to the extreme here, and let's see how we're doing this. So what we'll see is creating the form, getting data asynchronously from the server to create the form, the room configuration that I need, how many seats there are, how many rows there are, what are the seat types, getting real-time updates about the selected for the occupied seats, selecting the count of the selected seats is also an observable, asynchronous validations, and reacting on errors, showing the display message and updating the seat that it's to unselect it and disable it. All of this I'm going to show you, and I'm doing with observables. So, yeah. Thanks, Michael. So, first of all, by the way, thanks, Michael, for also helping me with this talk. You have your name on the last slide, but thank you. Initializing the form. So, the first item of data that I have is the room ID and my URL. Okay? I clicked on a form, room name, and it takes me to the page with the router and the parameter of the ID of the room. So this is the one place where it all begins. So we have the router and the route params. So I'm taking from it the room ID parameter. Okay, route params is an observable because the route can change all the time. So every time it changes, every time the params change, the observable emits the value of the params, of the new params. So I'm mapping from it, I'm taking all the params and taking only the ID. Then I'm taking this ID and switching map. So mapping, you know, it's only taking one value and changing it to another. But now I have the ID and I switch map to another observable because I'm doing a call to the server to get the room configuration. And so I get a new observable now, room config. And from the room config, now I know how many rows I have, how many seats in every row, what are the seat types. Now I can build my form, build all the seat controls in the form. So I have this method that we're going to see in a moment, create seats from form, but again, it's a synchronous method. So I'm mapping the room configuration to the form and having another observable. Now, I will need to share it because we're using this form in two places. One in the template and another one I will show you soon. And last thing, yeah, this is the share. And last thing, I also can get the room name, again, from the room configuration. So you can see already how from one piece of data, one source, I can get multiple observables and I can subscribe to each of them independently. And if I subscribe to room ID, it doesn't affect my subscription to room config or to the form, and so on. And that's a great thing with observables. In my opinion, you can take one piece of data and split it and manipulate it, and everyone will use only what they need without affecting the other one. You can also have multiple subscribers to one observable, and these subscribers will not affect each other. So you can unsubscribe without worrying about the other subscriptions. Okay, so this is the first step. And now we're creating the form. Now you probably know how to create the forms with Reactive Forms. I'm doing it here without the form builder. I have the room configuration, and I'm creating, first of all, the form group, and then I'm creating the array of the rows. So I'm taking the room configuration and taking the rows out of it, mapping it, and returning a new form array. Actually, in my real application, I'm creating another form group which will have the seats as a new form array, and inside the form array now is for each seat in the row. Okay, so I have an array of arrays, and these arrays are of seat controls. And I'm not showing you the implementation of my custom control, but I wanted to show you that I have not only one value in this control. I actually keep a lot of data there that maybe should not be changed, like row ID, seat ID, the seat type. All of these things are used inside the form control, the seat control. But also they will help me when I have, for example, an error message, and I'll want to know where it comes from. So if I have an error on a certain seat, the form doesn't tell me in which place in the array this seat is. But it emits from this control. So the control itself, the seat itself, can tell me its row ID and its seat ID, and all the information that I need. Okay. So I do keep the data that we're changing, whether it's selected or not, and whether it's already occupied by someone else or not is actually, I don't really need it here, because I don't need to save this data, because it will be reflected by whether it's disabled or not. When the seat is occupied, then the control is disabled, and that's my way to know. And I don't really need this data when submitting my selection to the server. Okay. Updating the data from the server. So if you get the data when you initialize the form, if you get the initial occupied seats, then you have this option. Instead of creating the form control with only the value, you create it with an object of a value and disabled. Okay, so if it's occupied, then it's also disabled. So that's one way to do it. But I'm getting real-time data. Okay. So if I'm getting real-time data, that's another observable that I can utilize here. Again, I have the room ID, which is my source of truth here, and I'm taking it and switching map to get the updates, because I need the updates for this specific room. And then I will also need to update to get the seats from these from the data that I'm getting. I need to get the specific seat controls from the form and update them, either disable or enable them. Okay, so I need this data with my latest form that I built. And so I'm using again this observable of the form, and remember that I piped the share operator for the form observable. That's the reason why. Because if I don't share it, I will get a new instance of this observable with maybe, it will be a whole form, but it will be a different instance of what is displayed on my screen. So any changes on it will not affect what we see on the screen. but if we share it, then it's the same instance. And then I subscribe, and I know we try to limit how much we subscribe to things, to observables, but sometimes we just need to, because we can't always just use the async pipe. Sometimes it's in the logic. So I subscribe here, and please don't forget to unsubscribe if it makes sense when the control or the form is distracted or something. When we subscribe for something that has with latest from, then we actually get an array of the two values, the what we switch map to, so the updates, and the form. And then we can use these values in our side effects. So we iterate over the updates. We get the row ID and the seat ID and values of the seats that we need to update, and we find them in the form using get. And then once we have the control in our hand, we can update it. So if it's actually occupied, then we disable it, and if not, then we enable it. Now, pay attention here that I'm using emit event false, meaning I don't want the form to notify me about this change of the control, that it was disabled or enabled. Why? Because it will disturb my counting of the selected seats, because every time I enable or disable control a seat, then it acts as if the seat value has changed and will mess up my count. So I don't want it to mess up my count if it was made from this background process of my server. Okay. So we saw how we're creating the form, right? Yeah. And now counting. So I mentioned counting now, right? How do we actually count how many seats were selected? So here I create a new behavior subject for that, selected seats change. And when I create the form, so remember that I created the form here, and you see that while creating every seat control, I first put it as a const, and then return it. Why? Because then I'm using this seat control constant before returning it. I subscribe to observables that are giving to us from the seat control, from the form controls. So it has the value changes observable. So each time the value changes, first of all, I want to see that that it changed to something new. So either selected or not selected. So that's why I pipe distinct until changed, because there might be other changes that are not relevant, or sometimes we get updates even if it wasn't really changed. And then I map it to, if it's selected, then I give 1, and if not, then -1. And I subscribe to all these controls, and push this value, I emit this value 1 or -1 to the selected seats change observable subject that I created in the first line. So I'm controlling what I'm emitting there. So I have this one subject that emits 1 or -1, and then the observable that I will actually use in my template is a different observable, number of seats, which pipes this 1 and -1 and uses scan operator, which is like reduce, but for observables. So it always knows the last value that you had, like the accumulation, what you try to calculate, and it adds the latest, the new addition. Okay, so every time that I have 1, it will add another 1, 1, 1. If I have -1, then it will subtract, and the initial value is 0, of course. Okay, so great use of scan and the behavior subject to control our values. What happens if my selection is invalid with the async validation? Then again, I take when I create the seed control, I again use it and subscribe to status changes. But first, I pipe it. So status changes tells me whether it's valid, invalid, or so on. And so again, I want distinct until changes. I want to filter only the invalid values. And then I subscribe to it. And I have another observable, another subject that I control, the error subject, because the errors that I show are for the whole application and not for a specific control. So I do next on this error subject with the errors that I have, and I still have the seed control, so I set its value to selected false. I take all the other values and they stay the same. And I also disable it. And pay attention that when disabling it, the status also changes back to valid. Okay? Here, when disabling, I don't use the emit event false. I do want it to emit the event that I'm disabling, so the count does go down 1. All right, so I'm out of time. There's a bit more to talk about error messages and how I did all this thing that it shows you either for a few seconds, or you can click on the X and it disappears. We can also talk about the validation, asynchronous validation, and how to write it. But I will share all the code and the slides, and a few, and all the notes. And just to summarize, the observables that we have in the forms that are given to us are value changes and status changes. We also have the asynchronous validation, of course, and we used more observables from the route parameters, the data that we get from the database, and the subjects that we created for counting the seeds, the error messages, and closing the pop-up is also a subject that that we create the emit events. And another important thing is that when you're using reactive methods, operators, and so on, it's easy to test. So look at the documentation, how to test it with fake async, set timeout, and so on. I wanted to thank again Michael Ladke and Jan-Niklas Wortmann, who were speakers here today, and they helped me a lot preparing this talk, preparing the code. And I followed Jan-Niklas' advice. First, try out the stuff, and second, if something doesn't work out, ask him. And thank you so much for being here. I hope you learned something new, and if you have any questions, I'm here and online. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. So I was here last year and I thought, okay, I'll be back. Waiting for? Thank you. Okay. Title of the talk is, if the world is burning to the ground, keep calm and write a test for it. So, don't stress me. I write a test, I figure it out, and I fix it. Very often, who has attended my talk? Can I have some hands? Is anyone of my, not my talk, my workshop on, it was yesterday? Someone here? Oh, I see some hands. Welcome. So if you have any questions about testing in Angular, ask them. They're experts now. So very often I get questions from my clients that how could we fix, or how could we test like this, how could we declare like this. I face some issues with testing, so I thought, okay, it would be great to promote more testing. So, and I want to show you some common issues I found in my code and in others' code, and how I solved it. But first of all, the principle of my life is community rocks. Because of my my career, I'm totally autodidact, so I teach everything myself by help with the community, so I give them something back. I'm active in the community, so there's just a few. This is the community in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And I run a meetup in Hamburg, where I'm based, and I'm part of the orga team of NGDE, which is a conference in Germany. And I'm teammate of NGDE Angular DE, which is the German platform. We do a lot of workshops and community work. And I'm a Google Developer Expert, which is awesome for me. And I'm on Twitter and Instagram, and I'm on Twitch. You can find me on this handle, webdave_de. Why is this important? On Twitter, okay, so on Twitter you can send me direct messages without following me. So you can ask me anything about Angular or web development. So if you're stuck in a project and have an issue, I can help you. I lead you. I will not solve your problems, okay? And please don't send me dick pics, okay? Seriously. No joke, okay? Then on Twitch, I do one or every 2 months I do an AMA session live, so you can tune in and ask me questions or send me questions beforehand, and I will try to answer them and help you and show you how you could solve some problems. Okay, and I'm also I rock. So this is the icebreaker for today. And I need your help. Oh yeah, this is very important. I really need your help for some very special. I have kids, and one of them has just has his birthday yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday, and I wasn't there because of the workshop. And he allowed me to come to do the workshop, but he said, "You have to sing Happy Birthday to you with the audience. So you must help me to resolve my promise." Okay, his name is Todd. Like this, Todd. Wait, I have to start the camera. So I go on selfie mode. Okay, are you ready? Okay, Charlie, this is for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Todd. Happy birthday to you. Awesome. I love you. Thanks. So I saved my life, so I'm a good dad. Excuse me? I will send him on WhatsApp. So it was not live. It was not live. Thank you. Excuse me? Yeah. I will send it. So another thing I started is last year I started NgKartoffel, which is I know I'm from Germany, so we German call ourselves Kartoffel, very often potatoes. And then I met some other guys from other countries like Poland, and they said, "Oh, this is Polish, right?" And I was, "No." Excuse me? What is it? Is it a country? Is it a city called a region? Oh, to tell you something new. Okay, interaction. I love it. So these guys tell me, "Oh yeah, because good vodka is made of potatoes." So this was his. He was talking about. So if you like it, get it. I don't have sticker yet, but I will be back. I'll be back. No, he's sleeping. I will be next year, and I will bring stickers, definitely. Something I'm known for, not only for NgRx, is the sunglass, okay? And hashtag sunglass. A friend of mine makes fun of me, so I promised him I will have NG sunglasses inside of my slides. Hashtag NG sunglasses. If you see Michael Latke, the speaker of the Angular Elements, then high five NG sunglasses. Okay, but now let's do some live coding. So no technical slides. Live coding. What could go wrong? Nothing. So I show you what I prepared. I prepared just a card which is from data from a service, and it will render through an ng4 inside of my website, whatever. And it's you see NgKartoffel, and it's me. And I wrote some tests. And you can see I didn't finish because of end of time, and maybe I thought it's a good idea to do it live on stage. It is a good idea. So just to show you what I do, it's nothing special. It's no magic. Just a bit markup. So I'm not that good designer, so I copy paste it somewhere in the net. So if you find this code, it's not me. And this is just the ng4 with this thing, and we have a service. First of all, I want to show you one of the most seen issues or errors you will find. This is something called the template pass error. If normally when the template engine finds a template tag or tag, element tag inside of your template, it asks the Angular compiler, hey, I found this tag. Do you know it? And then normally the Angular compiler says, okay, let me look up in my component factory list and find it. And then, oh no, I didn't. And then you get this nice error. He says, panic. I don't know it. But it's easy to fix this. You can just use the custom element schema, which is great. The custom element schema, you can switch the template parser in a specific mode. The specific mode is called, I call it like this, chill, trust me, I'm an expert. And this is, and then the compiler will say, okay, I don't know this tag, so the creator of the code will take care of it, so no error. So let's just fix this. This is the first. And this is the schema. There are several schemas. You can have some no error schema, which is shut up, compiler, don't annoy me with any issues. This is not a good plan and not a good strategy. Even the custom element schema maybe can be a bad choice. So you have to think about what kind of tags are in my template, and maybe if you're good as me in typos, then maybe you should think about twice if you want to use the custom element schema, because just to mute the errors of a typo is not that good. So I know in my template it's just my custom element, my custom component which I wrote in Angular, and I don't want to add this component into my test because it's a unit test, right? Isolated test, unit test. So I just can come here and say, okay, let's use the custom element schema, which says, hey, template engine, trust me, I'm an expert. Don't panic. And this fixed my issue. It should. Let's see. Oh yeah. One green dot more. Great. The others, now we see here, this are just five tests, so not at a time. The other failing test is that I want to test my card, the card, again, let's just see it. This is the card. Here are two cards, but one each is a card. And I want to test if there is a list of tags in it. Yeah? Hashtags, like hashtag sunglasses. And my test looks like, when I find it, I will show it, looks like this. I opened my component just to pick up with the technique. You need some environment where you can boot up or bootstrap a component in. A component can't live by our own now. Yeah? Maybe this will change in Angular 9.x or in 10 when the modules get in optional. But now when we have modules, we need to have the, some environment where we can have components in there. So this is the testbed. This is nothing else than an ng module. And I can prove it by the name. Yeah, testbed. And the method is configure test ng module. Here, you can see. And in there you have to declare the component. So it's my card component. And then you can create a component which is just the moment when the compiler normally finds the tag inside of the template and starts through the compiler to bootstrap the component. Nothing special. Then we can get the instance, which is the class instance. And important, very important, now we have to run the change detection, because in testing we don't have the change detection running because of missing a full ng zone. Yeah? So no change detection, we have to do it by our own. Every time we have to say, hey, I changed something in my template or I changed something in my instance, and now I have to inform the other side, hey, template, please sync. Okay, so here's my user object, which is my name and a picture and my title, Mr. Sunglasses. I'm located in Germany, and these are the hashtags. And I want to put this or provide this inside of my component. Yes, I could go with the import, but I don't want to because there's time. Let's just add it as it's a public attribute because it's add input. Then it's an attribute which is public and which is will be synced through the decorator and to an attribute of the component tag. And now we want to see, okay, now we should see a list of 4 template tags, which should be here. So test-driven development, I wrote a test. So let's just say, okay, here I want to have a tag. And inside of this tag is a class, I guess it was class. Tag. And I say asterisk, I need light here. Thank you. ng4. You know this syntax, I hope. Yeah? If not, come later to me, I explain it. Let and tag of tags. Oh, not tags, user dot tags. So everything is fine, type, so intent is an example of me. So I'm really thankful for TypeScript because I'm really good in typos. I mean, really good. You can't imagine how good I am in typos. So I thought I would get better in typos, but then I had a project without TypeScript, and I saw, no, I'm not. So I'm happy about having TypeScript and all the intelligence. So this is great. And I want to show here the tags. Tag. Okay? So here we can see it. They are here, also here. And let's see what my test says. Oh. Should show tag list. 0 should be 4. Why? Can someone help me? I'm totally lost. Thank you. Have you been to my workshop? No. Another expert. Yeah, for sure. I changed the value of the state of my component in line 37, and for sure to have the tag list inside of my template, this one, to find it, I need for sure detect changes. So fixture. This is something. If you attended my workshop, you will definitely have seen it. This is something I ran into it several times a day because I just forget to detect changes. So keep in mind, you have to detect changes just to sync all the states. Then now everything is green, right? This is awesome, right? Any issues? Yes. So I can see it. Maybe some of you can also see it. There is an orange test. Orange test means this is an empty test. What does it mean? So I show you the test. Empty test means there is no test running. No expect is running inside of this test. We have here the service, I call it subscribe, and I check if my service comes up with two user objects. But it doesn't work. Why? Async? Let's check it. No, it's not async. It's because no one triggers these subscribe. No one receives the values. So I have to use the testing module of the HTTP client, and this comes up with a backend, which we can use as a replacement for the fetch API of the browser. We don't want to send real data requests during test to the backend. I guess no one ever had this done. Me, never did it. Yeah, important. I've never did it. So we want to use a mock for this. And the mock is this testing controller, HTTP testing controller. This is a mock of the fetch API. We can use it. And when we do HTTP get, like we do here in line 24, then it just puts this request inside of a list in this mock fetch API. Then we can look in this and search for it and say, okay, now we get this request and we will answer it. It is an observer, so it's waiting for us, waiting for the next. So we can say, okay, backend. And we expect one call to, oh wait, I have to check what the URL is. What is the URL? Oh, this one. So if you need a very nice mock server for testing, Json server, I love it. So I expect a request to this URL, and then I can answer this. Will not cancel it. You answer it with the message flush. Flush is a very nice message. You know this message from Men in Black, second part, I guess. We have been hacked. We have been flushed out. Funny part. So here we need to flush is just get this request and respond to it, and flush it out of your list. Like in my workshop, someone said, okay, so we have to go to toilet to answer the request. Exactly this. Okay, so let's just find my this one. I forgot to copy it. So this is my request, it's my response, and I will respond here. So this is my response. Normally I would have it in a variable, so don't mind it here. And then I can also come up with some options of the header, like status text. I guess these two are the required one. Status is for sure 200, and text is okay. There is some very, very specific behavior on this flush method. The flush method replies to the call in the expected format. Expected means it's a requested format you requested. So where do you like to request? Here in this method, get users, I do a get request, and this is a just default version of this call, and the HTTP client just makes a get and response type HTTP text JSON. Okay, so if I now would flush data back just a string, the flush method would convert it to JSON. Important, yeah. So if you send, hey, send me text, or send me a blob, image, whatever, then the flush method would try to convert it to the requested response type. Okay, keep this in mind. Okay, so, and then my test is done. But what you have seen is the test was green, but it was, the test was yellow, but there was no test running. So this means it was an empty test. Is there a way to make sure that tests break when they are not run? So if you have a condition and you say, okay, if this condition, then run the test. Otherwise, I want to have an error. Yeah, it is. You can resolve a test, or you can mark a test as resolved, as finished. One last. My name is Asim, and if you don't like it, go to Asim and one last. So you can mark a test as done if the test is given. So you can give this callback method for a test. You can give in the resolve method just a variable. So I name it done, just to be sure that I know what it's doing. And then you can make this, just call it done. And now, after my test is running, you will see 4 tests. Now it will fail when the timeout comes and this test is not solved. Yeah, now you can be sure that the test is green when the expectation was running. Okay? Important. Okay. I hope you learned something. One last thing. I just want to remember on this guy, NgRx, and please have, while I'm leaving the stage, a silent minute for all the potatoes have gone before us, okay? Which are... Thank you.
Thank you, and I do really apologise for not being here earlier when people expected me to be here. No excuse. I had a mishap. I welcome to talk a little bit different, perhaps, than the talks you've heard so far today, perhaps even tomorrow. Actually, it's called "Saving the World One Line at a Time." My name's Asim Hussain. You can find me on Twitter as Jawake. You can find me Jawake, not Joashe, Jawake. I'm actually Jawake everywhere. On Twitter, on GitHub, on Gmail, I've got YouTube, youtube.com/Jawake. That's me. I'm everywhere as Jawake. You can find me on my website, asim.dev. I got the dev. Got it, I know. Yeah, I didn't even pay extra for it. I just got it. And there's no Asims out there that are really big into development, maybe. I don't know. I'm also a cloud advocate at Microsoft. Yeah, and so I'm pretty environmentally conscious. I care a lot about the environment. I have for a long time. We do the standard stuff that perhaps a lot of people do. We recycle. Most of the time I carry a big water bottle, but I left it in the hotel, so I've got this plastic one now that I'll throw away afterwards. But I'll carry a big water bottle, I'll refill it. I try my hardest to offset the impact I have on the environment. My flights get offset with credits. I try my hardest to do good stuff for the environment. Yeah. It's my son, Micah. Yeah. Something about this picture makes me think he loves his dad. Don't know why. But yeah, Micah, my son. So he's a year old now. And something my wife said, or a piece of advice I was given when he was first born by a friend of mine. He said, Asim, do all the nappy changes. Do the nappy changes, right? My wife's breastfeeding. She was like, she's going to have all this wonderful quality time. with your son. The rest of the time he's going to be crying or doing something. Like, take the nappy changes. The nappy change will just be you and your son quality time together. I was like, I'll take it. That's good advice. That's great advice. And like my wife turns around to me and goes, oh, we're using cloth nappies. Yeah. Not disposable nappies. No, in a disposable nappy, you do a shit and you just, you chuck it away as quickly as possible. Cloth nappies, yeah? You've got to deal with shit. Actual shit. Each and every day. You don't take that cloth nappy and you throw it away. You take that cloth nappy and you take the shit and you scrape it off and you do all the thing. And this baby, who's got babies here? Who's got babies? Who's got kids? Cloth nappies. Any cloth nappy users? Oh, round of applause to these people, please. Yes, round of applause to these people. Cloth nappy users. They're probably going to agree with me when I say that you just get really used to shit. Right? 8 times a day, get very used to it. It's fine. I'm very, very comfortable up here right now. I'll be on calls, in meetings, and somebody will be like, Aston, what's that on your face? And I'll be like, oh, it's just some shit. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Let's carry on. All right? That's what we do. That's what I do. I deal with shit each and every day. Many times a day. And I'm happy to do that for the environment. Like, I'm happy to do that, right? Cloth nappies, dealing with shit. And then about 6 months ago, like it just occurred to me, it literally just occurred to me one day, like an epiphany, it occurred to me. I think I was probably having an argument with somebody on a call about some architectural feature, about some application I was building, and it suddenly occurred to me that even though I would sit there and I would argue for ages about code reusability or reducing bug or improving performance or SEO, like some feature, I'd argue for ages to optimize some aspect of our application. And yet I'd never, not once, put up my hand and said, actually, well, if we go this way, it's actually better for the environment. Right? So weird, right? I'm willing to deal with shit, be covered in shit every day. And yet, I was unwilling, or I'd never even once thought to do anything in my tech space, nothing in it, to make the world a bit greener. How weird is that? Right? How weird is that? Super weird, I thought. Has this slide not moved forward? What happened? Did you see my son before? I moved back? Ah, okay. And so I started asking myself the question, what is the greener option? Like, what is it? And it was really interesting because I thought somebody would give me the answer. But no one gave me the answer because it's actually it's a very hard question to answer. Like I started, the last 6 months I've been spending a lot of time figuring out, what does it even mean? What does it even mean to be green in tech? Like, what does it mean to be a green application? What does one of those things look like? So that's what I'm going to talk about today. Is I'm going to spend a fair amount of time talking about why now. Why are we talking about green stuff right now? Why is it important? Why are you seeing a lot more of this stuff in the news right now than you saw a couple of years ago? Like, what's going on? And I want to talk about what does green mean for us as technologists. What does green mean for us, right? And I'm also going to talk about what can you do today. Like today, what can you do today moving forward that you can have a positive impact in this space? First question, why now? Right? Who here has been to one of my talks before? A couple of you, right? A couple of you. I like quizzes. I like audience interaction. I have questions. You may be wrong. Okay? You may give an incorrect answer soon. Very stressful. There have been 5 mass extinctions on the planet. It's a pretty depressing question, this one. There have been 5 mass extinctions on the planet. Mass extinction is where more than half of life, all life on the planet has died. 5. The first one was 445 million years ago. 67% of all life died. What was it? I heard global. I'm going to say climate change. Global warming. There you go. Climate change. Right. It's essentially a lot of. In this one, there was a lot of eruptions from volcanoes. Spewed up a whole load of gases into our atmosphere. Changed the composition. This is over a couple of hundred years. Changed the temperature. Life died. Next one's 375 to 360 million years ago. What was it? Climate change. It's going to be the easy one, right? This whole one's going to be pretty easy. Yeah, climate change, another one. Next one is called the Big Death. It's called the Big Death. 95% of all life on Earth died. All life. We almost didn't make it. It's called the Big Death. What was it? What was it? Oh. Climate change? No, asteroid. It was an asteroid. This is the asteroid. This is what you hear about an asteroid killing out all the dinosaurs. This is it. Right? Came in, destroyed everybody. Destroyed everything. Right? Now things are going to get tricky, aren't they? Right? What's the next one? What was that? Is that some political, I don't know. Who thinks climate change? Who thinks asteroid? Climate change. All right, last one. Last one. Who thinks climate change? Who thinks asteroid? They're both. They're both that one. Whole load of climate change. Asteroid came along, kicked over the edge, died. Right? And we'll say we're now rushing part of another one, because there's quite a lot of life dying on the planet right now. So whatever you think, like, it doesn't matter whatever you think, it kills. That's just a fact. It's just a fact of life, it just kills. Right? It's serious stuff, this. What is it? So basically, the greenhouse gas effect is, there are some greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide is one of them, and if they exist in the atmosphere, when the energy from the sun comes in, it gets trapped just like a blanket, and it heats up the Earth. That's the greenhouse gas effect. We need some greenhouse gases, we need some in the atmosphere to keep it at a good temperature. But if you have too much, it gets too warm. Right? There's a concept called CO2e, carbon dioxide equivalent. So there are actually different greenhouse gases in the world. Carbon dioxide is the most common one, but something like, for instance, methane has 25 times the greenhouse gas effect of carbon dioxide. So what we do is we put it under a common unit, which is CO2e. So 1 ton of methane is actually, we call it 25 tons of carbon. That's why you keep on hearing about carbon, 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 carbon. We're all just making under a common unit. And here's the thing, here's a famous a study that was done. 97% of all scientists agree that climate change is happening and that it's man-made. This is a series of 2,000 peer-reviewed papers. A peer-reviewed paper is someone just writes a paper. A peer-reviewed paper is you write a paper and another scientist goes, oh, that's an interesting paper. I'm going to repeat that experiment. And if I get it exactly the same, then it's peer-reviewed, right? It's a peer-reviewed paper. It's a serious thing, right? So 97% of scientists across a set of 2,000 peer-reviewed papers agree that climate change is happening and it's man-made. I saw that stat, and I thought, who are the 3%? Who are they? Trump! Yeah, he's one of them. He's also actually one of them also. Just FYI, he's voted against a lot more climate issues than anything else. FYI, if you want to know about your politicians, don't listen to them. Never listen to them. Look at their voting record and their voting history. That tells you all you need to know about your politicians. So there's a website called Skeptical Science. And what it's done is it's done some data science. It's data scienced this answer. What it has done is bucketed the expertise in climate science. So if the paper was written by somebody who was an expert in climate science, i.e. a climate scientist, and they put it in one bucket. And so what they discovered was that the more of an expert you were in climate science, the more you believed it's happening, it's man-made, the less of an expert you are in climate science, the less you believe it's man-made. The cleverer you are, the more you believe it's man-made. The dumber you are, the less you believe it's man-made. So climate change is happening, and it is man-made. I know there's going to be people in this audience that don't agree with me, that don't believe me. I'm not speaking to you. If these facts don't change your mind, no soundbite from me on stage will ever change your mind. I'm speaking to the people in this room who believe and who care, and who perhaps are on the verge of being galvanized into action. I'm speaking to you. So climate change is happening and it's man-made. There's another number out there called 1.5 degrees. 1.5 degrees. Pretty interesting number. So in the Paris Agreement, which happened in 2016, 196 states got together and agreed to make changes to keep to reduce the amount of pollution they spew out, to attempt to keep the increase in temperature at 1.5 degrees, ideally under 2, but ideally 1.5 degrees, but under 2, definitely, right? I thought 1.5 degrees. I couldn't tell a 2-degree change in temperature. Not at all, not in the slightest. Why is this number so important? Like, it's too small to be significant, right? Well, this is what it's all about. So there's a website called Carbon Brief, which will give you a whole load of information about this. This is just one page on this website. And what it's done is it's grabbed all the different studies that have been done in this area, and it's tried to bucket them and give it in a nice infographic format. And what this is the proportion of species losing 50% of their climatic range. So if you get too hot or too cold, you can put on clothes or take clothes off, right? Animals and plants can't do that. They just die. So at a 1.5 degree change, this is what they believe that will be affected. So, you know, not it's okay. Like under 10%, right? Insects. 2 degrees C, we're getting into double digits, right? It's not great. It's not great. We can probably survive this, right? 4.5 degrees, pretty screwed. That's a big change for a lot of plants and animals. It's a big change. And here's the thing, to remain below or to reach our 1.5 degree target, we need to cut carbon pollution by 45% by 2030 and completely get rid of it by 2050. Completely get rid of it by 2050, right? As a minimum, that's like all your cars are electric, something like that, right? In the whole world. To remain under the 2 degrees C, we need to cut by 20% by 2030 and go down to 0 by 2075. Right? These are pretty ambitious targets. We really need to do a lot, a hell of a lot, to try and achieve that. And the thing is, we're not on track. We're not remotely on track. We're not even close to being on track. We need to start reducing the amount of carbon pollution we're pumping out. We're actually still increasing. We're still increasing every single year the amount of carbon pollution we're pumping out by 5%. We haven't even reached peak pollution and started to go down yet. And we're 11 years to go before that first target, right? We're not on track. That's why you're seeing people getting more and more angry, more agitated. We need changes made, and it's not like one country needs to do one thing. Every single country needs to make a change of like 1%, right? So no country's putting up their hands going, oh, okay, I'll do it. No, everybody needs to do something, right? And not everybody's doing enough, so we need to push forward and make things happen. So that's all right. So what can we do as technologists? What's our impact? It's all really depressing stuff, right? But what's the positive stuff? What can you all do today to have a really positive impact? And you really can. You are some of the most influential people on this planet right now. You are doing a lot. You are all managing and building software that impacts thousands, tens of thousands, millions. There's lots that you can do as technologists. There's many different things you can, like, I don't know, stop using plastic, But there's one key core thing that you can have a direct impact on, and that's electricity, right? Electricity is responsible for 30% of the greenhouse gas pollution. Just electricity. And that's because 80% of the electricity is created still from the burning of fossil fuels. That's still what we're doing right now, right? So a very easy way that you can have an impact, very easy way, is just use less of it, right? In your apps. Use less of it, right? But where is it? Like, where is electricity used in your applications? Like, where is it used in the whole deployment front to back? Right? Like, if we look at our web applications from front-end, network, and server, where is things being used? Did he say jQuery? Do you know, weirdly, jQuery wouldn't be a bit of a big problem there. Probably images. Anyway. So let's look at the front one. Front end. Oh, more quizzes. I love quizzes. Some of you are going to get some answers wrong. It's going to haunt you for ages, right? What uses more electricity to solve exactly the same problem? Or viewing a web page? Desktop or laptop? Who thinks desktop? Who thinks laptop? It's desktop. Desktop uses more electricity. A desktop is plugged in to the mains. A laptop is powered by battery. Anything these days that's powered by battery has a huge amount of effort put into it to use less electricity, not for the environment, but just to increase battery length. Lifetime, battery lifetime. There you go. Thank you. Do you want to come up here and help me? No, it's okay. Okay. I'll refer to you when I need words or stuff. So yeah, laptop. So actually, a weird thing that's been happening, which is that actually our front end is actually pretty efficient. Like, I might argue to you not to use fewer animations, but at the end of the day, they're not really going to have much of an impact, much of an immediate impact, I should say, on the electricity that's consumed the applications are using, because they're just so efficient these days. But there are other questions, and one thing that comes up interestingly, kind of what language? Like, what language should you be coding? I know we're all JavaScript people here. Oh, maybe, I don't know who we are. We're all kind of JavaScript. Someone say English. Yeah, English. I'm going to show you a slide up on the screen. It was a study that was done that actually analyzed a whole bunch of different languages solving exactly the same problem, and it actually has a number next to it, which is the energy efficiency of that language, and the top one will be the most energy efficient for solving the same problem, and the bottom one will be the least. And I'll put it on there and I'll pause, and you'll try and find JavaScript somewhere. There it is. JavaScript right there. I don't know why TypeScript is like, that's so unfair. I think they're including the transpilation times. That's not fair at all, is it? But anyways, JavaScript's there. You can see number one is like C. That's one of my colleagues who's really into Rust. He sent me this really proudly. Yeah, Rust is like right up there. It's kind of pretty very, very energy efficient language, right? So I'm not saying like rewrite everything in Rust or C, right? But I think I'm pointing it out. There is like an interesting question there. Perhaps if you're exploring kind of a computationally intensive server-side project for your team, maybe explore something like C or Rust or something like that. But for those of us who don't particularly want to relearn a new language, I think WebAssembly becomes quite interesting now, doesn't it? WebAssembly, unfortunately, wasn't in that study, but it's an interesting thought. I considered WebAssembly from a performance perspective, but when you consider WebAssembly from a perhaps it's a greener solution perspective, it's quite an interesting way to look at it, right? If you compile something into WebAssembly, it should theoretically take less electricity to solve. All right. Next one, the network. It's kind of super weird when I first thought about this, because I realized the network is actually just a whole bunch of computers. That's what it really is, right? It's a whole bunch of computers connected together and switched on and using up electricity, right? It's actually one of the most impactful things you can do is actually the network. Because you'd be surprised at how much energy how much electricity is required just to transmit energy, just to transmit data across the network. Another quiz. What uses more electricity to download 1 megabyte of data on average if you were connected with Wi-Fi or mobile? Who reckons Wi-Fi? Who reckons, yeah, more? What uses more electricity for 1 megabyte? Wi-Fi. Mobile. It's mobile. Yeah. Tension. Some people got it wrong, some people got it right. So yeah, so it's like mobile networks, right? You can imagine like Wi-Fi is kind of closer to you, like mobile networks on towers are like very complicated bits of equipment, there's lots going on. Mobile uses a lot more, between 4 to 8. It depends on a lot of factors, obviously, but between 4 and 8 is a good rule of thumb. That's how much more electricity it takes to download. There's loads of numbers there and it changes all the time. So if you quote me or somebody says this isn't true, like 2 years later, they're probably very much right. But this is right now a good rule of thumb number I found, which is 10 grams of carbon dioxide per megabyte, right? 10 grams of carbon dioxide per megabyte. Is that a lot? What's 10 grams of carbon dioxide? What does that look like? What does that look like? Can I hold it? What does that look like? Right? It's hard to conceptualize these numbers. It's hard to think about them in like real world terms. Then I found this website. Then we heard this one. Tweet farts. And we heard this one. So what somebody's done is they've analyzed how much carbon dioxide a single tweet creates, which is 0.2 grams of carbon dioxide a single tweet, which is exactly the same amount as a human fart. Okay? So one tweet, 0.2 grams, is a human fart. So now we can look at that 10 grams in a way that we can relate to a little bit more. So that's 50 farts. So 50 farts, and you can think about it, you can imagine doing, you're kidding, am I out of time? Are you joking? Okay, fine, 50 megabytes. The average website is 2.4 megabytes, and that actually means 120 farts. Okay, there you go. REST or GraphQL, the answer is GraphQL, there you go. Let's look at the server side. I'm doing as fast as I can. This is the server side. I thought I had an hour. I'm really screwing this up, aren't I? I'm like the worst speaker. Use serverless technology for the back end, right? Because it uses less electricity. You're more efficient with your servers. That's good stuff to use. It auto-scales. You pay for anything for what you use. I'm going very fast, like 1 minute. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Fantastic. Perfect. It's the perfect talk. S3 actually Bob started serverless. If you're interested in doing some stuff in this space, we're building something called Nitro, which is based on Nest.js. I'm sorry, Kamil, I was hoping to talk about it a bit longer. I really screwed this up. We're building something called Nitro, which lets you build serverless Nest.js applications on Azure. Come check it out. Blah. It does all this stuff. Pick one you use. Jevons Paradox, we can skip that. It's about using less energy and electricity, not about being more efficient about it. Here's the key thing, I've got to get to this slide. I'm sorry, I've got to get to this slide. It's all about using clean energy. It's all about, the real secret to all this stuff is using powering stuff through electricity that hasn't been created through the burning of fossil fuels. That's the magic bullet. That's the secret, right? And so there are certain cloud providers out there, Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud, both of us, we're actually carbon neutral firms. Anything you run on Azure or Google Cloud is completely offset with carbon credits, right? So kind of almost guilt-free. We actually also buy renewable electricity. Google Cloud is a little beat. We're just behind them in how much renewable energy we buy, but our data centers are powered by this stuff. If you use AWS, only these 4 regions are offset with carbon credits. Everything else isn't. So that's something you do. Things there, join Climate Action Tech, say community, go join it, take a picture, and start talking to people, and take much time. Climate emergency, reduce energy, Climate Action Tech, and thank you very much for your time.
Woo! Oh wow, you almost made it on time, plus 10.
Well, my name is Sebastian Vitalec. I'm not sure how strange that is. Yeah, thank you. I love you too. So yeah, my name is Sebastian Vitalec. Actually, I think my name actually comes from Austria. So for a German speaker to find my surname strange, it's kind of funny. I'm a senior developer advocate for Progress. If you're on Twitter, I'm at Sepawita. And my talk is about building chatbots. And it's a pretty cool talk, so please stay, because it's going to be amazing. So here's the agenda for today. First, we're going to talk about what do chatbots eat, whether they have dreams. We'll answer why even bother with chatbots. What are the usual challenges of chatbots? And this is a really like narrowed down list of them. I have just top 3. And we'll actually go and build one. This is the main point of this presentation. So, quick question. What do chatbots eat? Anyone care to guess? Electricity? No! Chatbots eat pizza! They're built by developers, therefore they eat pizza. It's pretty obvious. Come on, guys. Next question. Do chatbots have dreams? Of course they do. What do they dream about? No. They dream about electric sheep. You know, somebody said Blade Runner? Yeah, that's basically the clue. All right, so why even care about chatbots? Why do we need them? What's in it for us? Well, the whole thing is that I believe that the communication, how we talk to each other, has changed. When I was little, or even this little, if I wanted to go and see some of my friends, I would go knock on their doors and I would see them face to face and I would be talking to them, just like I'm talking to you now. However, the whole communication paradigm changed completely, and now we're just using WhatsApp, Signal, Messenger, all sort of different kind of mediums, and we even have situations where you would be having a dinner with a friend, you'll be sitting next to each other, and you WhatsApp each other. I'm pretty sure like at least half of you done that. And this is basically the whole reason, like, because we now are a lot more accustomed to using text to communicate, so should the companies that talk to their customers, okay? So there's a whole bunch of benefits of using chatbots. You have improved customer service. Basically, you can take care of the common scenarios, right? If something is like happening over and over again, the reception is going to get really tired and bored. Chatbots run 24/7, right? So you can actually go and communicate with them at any time. They're really good at handling repetitive tasks. They never get bored. And the speed of communication is actually quite great with chatbots. And for the reason, because they have direct access to the data, right? So even the most senior person in the call center still might take half a minute to look up some data, while the chatbot could reach to your CRM within a second and get the data back to respond to your customers. And that's a pretty big deal. But let's face it, probably most of us really want to build chatbots because it's fun to build one. Just like those little goats having a go at it. You see, you know, like, and this is why I'm even here, you know, like I want to have fun like those goats. Keep sliding, keep sliding. All right, next. So what are the usual chatbot challenges? I have actually a whole very long list, but I want to just show you number 3 that I have from the experience of trying other chatbots. So one of the things, a lot of chatbots will force you into a fixed decision tree. So what I mean by that is like they will only expect you to do something in a specific order of like A, B, C, D, etc., etc. So here's one scenario where you kind of come to a chatbot and say, hey, I want to book a flight to London for Wednesday, right? And then the chatbot goes, I can help you book a flight. So far, so good. Where do you want to go? And you're like, oh, that's kind of weird. I already told you. And then he's like, okay, I'll say London. When? Well, I said on Wednesday. What you don't get? So I'm kind of like telling you on Wednesday, but the chatbot doesn't really even understand the word Wednesday, so it forces you into their own structure, right? So until you probably put a proper date, it kind of doesn't let you go. And what really happened here is that in the first step, the chatbot only recognized that you want to book a flight before even looking at additional data that you provided to help you guide you through the conversation. And that's wrong. That's just wrong. Another one is lack of understanding of business entities. And this is a pretty big one. So if you have a hospital and a chatbot that works for a hospital, the hospital should know about the doctors, about the treatments, and all sort of things that are important for the hospital, all that data, right? So that when we have a scenario like this, when I say, hey, I want to meet with Dr. Burke on Tuesday, the chatbot should say, yeah, I can help you with that. What is your doctor's name? Well, I just told you. So I'll go like, what? And the chatbot was like, what time would you like to see Dr. What? What is going on? I am not sure I understand you. And then you go, me neither. But it's like, this is absolutely crazy. And it's only because the chatbot didn't know that Dr. Burke is one of our doctors. And this is basically a simple fix to take care of that. So in reality, what we should be doing, you're saying, you want to see Dr. Burke? We should be able to match it to something in our backend, to a training data set, and then kind of respond, say, hey, what time would you like to see Dr. John Burke? To even expand on what the people said, and then we can move on. And this is really great. Another one, and the final one of the top 3, lack of proper acknowledgements. So what I really mean is if I say something like this, hi, I would like to sign up for a health insurance for a surfing trip to Książczyce from May 9 to May 14th, the chatbot shouldn't say, what is your age? Because at this moment you go, did he really get that I want to go to Książczyce? Right? So you go like, are you sure you got my info? Right? So the proper way of handling this kind of scenario should be something like this. I want to go on a surfing trip to a crazy town in Poland. I'm not going to pronounce it ever again. And then you go, the chatbot should respond. A surfing trip to Książczyce is always a good idea. Add a little surfer. Let's find you an insurance for these days that you said. What is your age? And at this moment, we feel comfortable that the chatbot knows what is going on, and we can kind of go forward. So knowing the challenges and kind of like having the excitement, it should be pretty easy to build a chatbot. Well, here's a little story. At Progress, my company, we had this hackathon where we decided to build a little assistant with a chatbot that would help you book meeting rooms. And it's pretty simple. You just say how many people, whether you need a projector, do you need internet, and all sorts of different things. And maybe it's something you would want to change it, right? And we want to build a chatbot using the conventional method, just pure JavaScript, right? So the whole team was super excited. We're ready to go. We have 48 hours to build a chatbot, and we're kind of like going like mad on it. And then this is what we came up with. This is actual logical design of how this chatbot would work. And we were like, well, we can still build that in JavaScript. Why not? And this is the process of us actually building it. We started with like, wait, what? What's going on? This is not what I expected. This is not going right. Oh my God, oh my God. And it was like a total disaster. We literally delivered 10% of what we wanted to do. And this is not great. But I always say it's not about what mistakes you make, but what you do about those mistakes, what you learn from that. And what we learned from that was that basic if and else statements and switches were the way to build chatbots. And that's how we came up with Progress Native Chat. It's basically an AI-powered engine, which basically AI mostly works with natural language processing, so that when I write something to the chatbot, it should understand more or less my intent and be able to communicate with even with the entities that I provide. And another thing, which I think is a lot bigger deal, so AI-powered is like the buzzword, but for me the big deal is this slide. We use the declarative programming approach. So what I really mean is instead of dictating to the chatbot all the steps one by one, what it should do, we actually just declaring what it needs to have in order to complete the conversation. And then suddenly, like your mind shifts. And I'm going to do a quick demo in a moment to explain that. So here's an example. We're using Json. And so a conversation is based on like set of steps. So one step would be a question. We're going to ask for a country where you could go for France, Italy, Germany, or Poland, right? Then we'll have a little prompt. So which country are you traveling to? And finally, we're going to say, hey, I just want to display some buttons to tell the users what countries are available, right? And with this little code, I can already build a chatbot that can do something like this. I want to order a car. Sure, let me help you with that. You can go to one of those countries, you pick one, and you move on. This is it. Like you already were able to do all of that with that little JSON over there. And the cool thing is that all of that will work in Alexa, in Facebook Messenger, in web, in, did I say Viber? Yeah, Viber, and in native mobile applications if you're using NativeScript. And that's pretty cool. So I'm going to do a demo and show you how this works. And you should be prepared to be amazed. So here's the environment where I have my chatbots. And I already have some conversations, so I can show you a very quick demo. So I can say, hey, I want to order a book. Let's go for romance. And that should query my backend. And then in here, it kind of like has a list of books. Yeah, let's go for Twilight. That's a horrible book. And then I chose one of the books. Would you like to add another one? Sure. And I can even change intent. So it shows me again romance, but maybe I can say show horror. And then actually by saying horror, I can change the intent. So it kind of shows me, oh, I have those books. and we could probably go for Coraline, which is actually a pretty awesome book. So we chose, we have now 2 books for a total of $29.99. Let's book it, say yes. Oh, I didn't want another. Okay, let's get another Coraline. I want to say no, I don't want to buy another book, choose one of my cards, and that will go and just process the payment, and now I'll have 2 copies of Coralines at home, probably by tomorrow. And this is basically sort of things that you can do. So what I want to do is build a chatbot for ordering a pizza. How cool is that? All right. So we have like intelligence to kind of write our code. So I'm going to create a new conversation, and I'll call order pizza. And the first step that maybe we should be asking, it could be a question, and then maybe I can say location, which is text, and I can ask where should we send it to. Let's add a little comma. And this is just like so to get you started. And in order for me to kick off this conversation, I need to go into training, and we have these conversations that I can tell the chatbot to trigger order pizza when I say, I am hungry, or order pizza, or pizza please. Right? And I can say that. And now, if I got it right, I could go back to testing, and I can say order pizza. Where should we send it to? Water, Taras. And kind of like the chatbot should understand. So this is basically like a test console that understood the values on and on, which is pretty cool. So, okay, we have one question so far where we could ask where to send it to. But we should also maybe ask for what type of pizza and what size of the pizza. So this is talking about having entities. So let's start with size. So I'm going to create a new entity, and I can create the possible values manually. So for size, I can say, well, we can have a small pizza, we can have a medium pizza, and we can have aliases and stuff like that as well, but I'm just going to do for small, medium, and large. Right, so my chatbot should be able to understand, and I can even test it, say, Asim is small, very large, late. It doesn't have to be grammatically correct, but the whole idea is that small and large were identified, which is basically means we trained the chatbot. Another thing is, I have this API over here that can give me like types of pizza, like ham pizza, pepperoni, meat, with a picture and all of that. So I can train the chatbot to learn all the pizzas that my company is providing. So I can go, okay, let's use pizza from a dynamic operation, and we will train the chatbot on the name property. Was it a name? It was a name. Yeah. So let me test this. These are the names that the chatbot should be now able to understand. Right? Let's go back to training, and I can say small, meat, veggie, whatever. And you can see small, meat, and veggie were recognized as entities as well. So we are on a good path to go. All right, let's go with our conversation. So order pizza. Before we ask where to send it, I'm going to add a couple of steps. So first, I'm going to add another step question, and this time is going to be size of type size. And I can say, oops, what size of the pizza would you like? Do I have some typos somewhere? Oh, there needs to be a comma. All right. And what I'm also going to add is like a quick display of quick replies so that you can display available options for each size, which is pretty cool. Okay, and next one, we will add another step question, and this time we'll ask for pizza. So pizza, which pizza would you like? And what I can do is actually this time, I can display type single select. So I want to display them as a list. And button text, so I can say select
pizza. Okay, let's just do this so that it doesn't complain. And there should be a template. And then basically for each item, we have a title. So that is going to be the name property that we want to display. Subtitle, we could, for example, display the type of pizza. All right? And then image, we have a property called img. So that should display the picture. So we have button text, and I'm missing one more property, title. All right, I will do select pizza again. All right, let's say this. Hopefully, this will work. Live coding is a... All right, let's change this order book so that it actually gives us a good hint. There was a button where it say order pizza. All right. Let's test it again. So we want to order pizza, make it medium. We can select the pizza. Probably messed up with the image, or the Wi-Fi is too slow, but yeah, I can choose, for example, pepperoni, and we can kind of move on, and we can say, send it here, which is actually a pretty cool thing. And I can basically add a couple of more steps to our conversation. So after we chose the size, the type of pizza, and the location, we should have one step, like a confirmation step. So we'll ask somebody like, let's say, order confirmation. And I can say, are you sure you want to order a size pizza? So basically using Musashi, I can inject the specific values that we already had. Okay, so let's say that, and what we can even do from this point, I can test this in, for example, Facebook Messenger. So I have this proxy. There is a typo? All right, it was intentional, but yeah, thank you. Just kidding. All right, so there is a channel called Native Chat on Facebook Messenger, which is just purely for testing. So if I enter this special proxy number, it should connect up with my chatbot. So I can say, hi, and I can say, order a large pizza. So we won't get an acknowledgement just yet, but now it will ask me which pizza would I like. So I can go with a taco pizza. Something's going on with images. Where should we send it? Send it here. So it already works in Facebook Messenger and all of that. And now we can provide a confirmation. So I can say yes, and we basically are good to go to carry on with that. So moving to Facebook Messenger was pretty cool. So the final thing that we really want to do is this is the last step of this. Oh, thank you. That worked. Oh man, hey, you ate half of the pizza already. What a bastard. Seriously? All right. So we have to handle order processing. So what you can do, oh, this is a good pizza, man. It is a meat pizza. So we have a step called webhook. So I created this API where I have a basket called NgPoland. And I can add things to that basket. So at the moment, if you see I query this, oh, we already had pizza here? All right, let's... was it clear? There you go, now it's empty. Now the basket is empty. So what I want to do is add something to this basket. So I'm going to call add, and then I will add a property, which is pizza for a name. And then ampersand, that's how we do it, yeah. And then we can add price, which we can get from pizza.price. Because the pizza object itself has that property. This is a post request,
And in the payload, we can even say address. So this will be like the object, and the address will be my property called location. Did I miss anything? So we have, oh, we should probably say size as well. So I'm going to add size. So let's pass in the attributes that the user has selected. Okay, let's say that. So to demo this, what I really want to do is publish this into an Angular application. So I am getting this property, and this is a demo based on Todd Modo's pizza demo. You probably all know about this one. So what I really need to do, I get this configuration required for publishing my demo, and I will add it to my index.html. And then I have like a couple of, so there's a script tag and a link tag basically for the JS file and the CSS. That's cool. We don't need any Google API. And what I want to add as well is avatar URL. So we should probably even add a picture of somebody impressive. So let's get web day. So I'm going to copy image address. This is going to be epic if it works. I love you too. All right, all right. Okay, if you feel left out, where's Michael? There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Avatar URL. If it's not going to work, it's going to be your fault. So now, I can open it in full page. So this is my pizza ordering site based on Todd Modo's work. But I can also open this pizza. And it is Michael! Right? So here's an Angular app. I can order pizza, make it large. You can even select one. Go another meat pizza. Michael, you better have another pizza for me. Where should we send it? Let's say NG Poland top floor. Yeah, you sure you want to order a large meat? Yeah? Hey, it's the name of a pizza. And that should basically make a query. Let's see if that went through. Oh, yeah, don't call clear. If that doesn't work, I'll blame the mic. There you go! It's in our backend. How cool is that? It only took me, what, like 10, 15 minutes? There's bits like that I could show you, like acknowledgements and all that, but obviously I don't want to spend a lot more time, even though I was saying that those are important. So, what do you think? I think it is pretty cool. So that's the group of these mice. Just one few things. So there is a conversation UI builder that we are working on. So you don't necessarily even have to write all that JSON. You should be able technically to use a UI designer to kind of construct your conversations. So technically, we're talking about somebody technical setting it all up, and then a business analyst being able to build those chatbots. It's really pretty cool. So where to go next? So this is a good slide to take a picture of at the end. So you can go to our website to learn more. Go to native chat. Oh, I need to update the links. They're all old. But the idea is that there is also a case study, and if you want to see the demo, you can go to bit.ly/AngularPizzaChat. So you can go there now if you want to and play with the chatbot I built. And if you say, order pizza or order a book, the chatbot will respond to you, and you will be able to do all of things. By the way, like in my slide, I say Kinvey, but in reality, it's native chat. So when we send out the slides to you, I'm going to fix that issue. So yeah, no electric sheep were heard in the making of this presentation. And without any further ado, thank you very much. Aww. I love you too.